I got that cash. Hey, baby girl, bounce that. She got that Hellcat. Shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash.
Leaning so hard, he hit that sub. Looking for itchy on the plug. That hit harder than a funk beat. Exclusive, no, it ain't cheap. Hot to us, soon as you see me. On my face, no, this ain't no freebie. Built to anime eyes. That you see. Almost with the thigh highs. 자, 너네 그래. 빈보 도구 마치 일하네. Baby, but money to sound like his wife. Who's sending my clip, but don't ask girl, she a savage. On the track with Shiki, so you know that she a bad. Getting rich like I'm in a Kawaku. Nah, money got me wetter than a champagne top. I'm a big gal, know that I get down. See me that PayPal, show me how you roll out.
Hey, baby, go bounce that. She got a Hellcat. Shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash.
I'm a cheap gal, click on me now. See me that PayPal, show me how you roll out.
Hey, baby, go bounce that. She got a Hellcat. Shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash. You know, Simp, I like it. Give it back shots to the baseline. Feeling the cold hot, show you back, no lie. Gonna be busy for a long time. Only fans on my paying a fee. Discount cause she with me. Cosplayers keep 2 on my D. 3 if I count your sis, my G. Girl pulling her tail, she a neck on loose. I gonna be a freak from the get-go. Laying her down like a make instrumental. Skip back like a can on. My hoes know I don't with the friend zone. Always score like I see that end zone. J-pop girl look good with the hair long. But I won't get the vibe wrong. Cheeky and Pinky making tracks that's freaky. Girl wanna get itchy. I'm on fans lead spinning stacks. It's so sexy when a Gyaru texts me. If I tip her, then she'll let me see that.
I'm a big gal, know that I get down. See me that PayPal, show me how you roll out.
Hey, baby, go bounce that. She got a Hellcat. Shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash.
I'm a cheap gal, click on me now. See me that PayPal, show me how you roll out.
Hey, baby, go bounce that. She got a Hellcat. Shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash.
Life is like a game, I'm trying to get to the tokens. And I swear y'all some NPCs and I'm the one who was chosen. Trying to get some XP, so I'm sipping on potion. I got crystals in my veins covered in ice, I'm frozen. I can feel the earthquake whenever my skin shakes. Drowning my emotions and I'm kneeling in a healing lake. Head is stuck up in space, I ain't never coming down. Been in a red room and I'm blowing Akatsuki clouds. Who you talking tough, but to me, just nothing. Cause the lames always be tripping, yeah, we keeping them ducking. It's the end of discussion, re-up on you just like a stamina. Girls keep on flocking cause I got with like a Madara. Up all night and I stay till the AM. Rolling with some misfits, I got all my homies with me. Got me feeling animated in a digital world. And I'm posted up with Pinky. Life is like a game, I'm trying to get to the tokens. And I swear y'all some NPCs and I'm the one who was chosen. Trying to get some XP, so I'm sipping on potion. I got crystals in my veins covered in ice, bitch, I'm frozen. I can feel the earthquake whenever my skin shakes. Drowning my emotions and I'm kneeling in a healing lake. Head is stuck up in space, I ain't never coming down. In a red room and I'm blowing Akatsuki clouds.
Akatsuki with the black, I got good. Bad deeds like Sakura, gotta have my hair picked. Wanna buy my bubble gum, but sorry, boy, I gotta run. Jason, oh big bag, I own it. What a bun. And I got that baby face, so they call me Tokyo Gun. But like the day, she nights around the world. But what I like and I say what I want, cause you know I'm that kawaii chick. Otoko no me wa kini shinai kara doshite mo I'm getting it. Simulated, I'm thinking of that she flying so high. If I take a L, I'm coming back, I still got more guys. Shoot you put your on another planet till the sunrise. As I'm mighty fighting, you should feel like any shooting eyes.
Life is like a game, I'm trying to get to the tokens. And I swear y'all some NPCs and I'm the one who was chosen. Trying to get some XP, so I'm sipping on potion. I got crystals in my veins covered in ice, bitch, frozen. I can feel the earthquake whenever my skin shakes. Drowning my emotions and I'm kneeling in a healing lake. Head is stuck up in space, I ain't never coming down. Been in a red room and I'm blowing Akatsuki clouds.
Wait for me, I'm not far behind. I know that I can change. Remembering all of those nights beneath the window frame. Don't lie. We could go round and round in the same place. Can't decide to live my life on the ground or in outer space.
On the ground or in outer space.
This stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
The game has changed. The group stage is over, and 4 Goliaths of Valorant have entered the competition. Hello, everyone, and welcome to Day 5 of Valorant Masters Tokyo, coming to you live from the Tipstar Dome Chiba. I am your host, Yingsu, and joining me at the desk for our very first knockout stage matches, it is Mimi and Bala. How fitting that we have you two here for Loud versus EDG.
Playoff time! I'm so hyped for this. It's been a not actually that long group stage. I don't know how we sped through that. It feels like 3 weeks, but it's actually only been like 5 days of show, and we finally get playoffs.
Yeah, and the bracket just feels rigged. Like every one of these first games we're going to get is going to be so good. We have a regional matchup to kick us off. We have EDG after that. It's just going to be so exciting.
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a second, but first, in case everybody missed that incredibly exciting group stage, let's recap it a little bit, starting with Group A. Now, who would have thought Mimi, NRG, of course, and EDG to make it here?
Yeah, EDG is the big shocker. This group was wild. It started off with 2 very close games. NRG just barely getting it over the line against Na'Vi and doing the same against T1, really only losing Lotus in both of those series. But for EDG, after losing to T1, they go down to the lower bracket and don't lose a single map.
It's just crazy. They go down to lower bracket, 2-0-2-0. And against Na'Vi, of all people. We sent Na'Vi home first, almost. It's crazy.
I was really hoping that you weren't going to bring that up, Ola. But, I mean, Na'Vi not making it
time we have to bring it up.
Okay, thank you, Mimi.
I'm in as much pain as you are because I love this team, but they just don't look real right now. And EDG look like the truth.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Kung Kung came into this group stage and is immediately just looking like a world-class jet player. The things he does on stage are ridiculous. I think his trash talk game is above everyone else.
Yeah, what I also want to know is, did he have that prepared? Do you think that he was going to whip that out at some point?
You think he knows how to rifle, like, I'd be like, and I'd be like, where's the, I don't know
He
how
was
to
in the
reload that
shuttle
thing.
to the venue figuring that one out the whole time.
I think the Odin would be kind of badass if he kind of just went, you know, get that out. But let's look at Group B as well, because I feel like a couple of shocks of that as well. I think everybody had maybe different ideas of who they thought could be making it out, but Bola, in the end, it was DRX and Evil Geniuses.
Yeah, we always have to have in these master events one group that's like, what the heck is going on, and then one group that's a little bit more reasonable, but still not reasonable, because EG over DRX. And I think if you've been watching EG, you're definitely rising your stocks. I don't know how much you would have been rising to expect them beating DRX, though.
Yeah, it was incredible. And for DRX, I mean, their stocks were tanking in this group stage. They went down after this loss to EG. They lose the first map in dominant fashion. It looks like they're going to get knocked out, and they rally back and only barely make it to playoffs. It is a very new narrative for that Korean squad.
Yeah, and it was a really interesting battle between the other two in the group as well. ASC, another Chinese team, they got pretty close to taking down Foot, and then Foot rallied back, and they almost take down DRX. And again, they started really strong in that first map of Bind. DRX didn't really look like they knew what they were going to do on that map and weren't looking comfortable with the roster. But DRX is DRX, and they don't lose in group stage.
But this still gives us two really exciting teams into playoffs. And EG, who is yet to drop a map at Masters Tokyo, and a DRX who, it's the question of, can they recover? Can they look like the DRX we've had at global events in the past? Or is this shaky self the new them?
I mean, the craziest things is that even though the group stage for us, it was such high level of Valorant and a lot of great narratives, things are about to get harder, because the four best teams, the #1 seeds, plus of course Fnatic, who were the second seed coming out of EU, they haven't even played yet, and we got this group draw, Bola. We're finally gonna get to see some of these crazy games, and for me, we gotta talk about Fnatic versus NRG. We got here at last.
Absolutely. I think a lot of these you might think get harder, but it's also kind of just like repeat regional matches, HyperX, DRX. You're right. I think the one to look at is that Fnatic NRG game. We haven't seen Fnatic yet. We haven't seen really what they're going to be having prepped, because so long throughout the regional split for them, we were wondering, when is the new Fnatic coming? When is that upgrade from Lock-In coming? Do they even need an upgrade?
Yeah, and also in that bracket, we have TL versus EDG, and you heard after EDG qualified, the players were talking about the team we want to play is Liquid. Kung Kung wants to have a matchup, or it was Chichu actually, wants to have a matchup against Nats in that game, so that one should also be insane. Fnatic as well, not coming in as the first seed like you mentioned, which I think adds another pressure and another bit of excitement to that opening match for them.
I think we lean into the memes of HyperX, DRX. We gotta lean into it. Once a year at an international tournament, 2021, 22, now 2023, they gotta face each other. Yeah, but let's take a look at the social media reactions from the players and coaches themselves. We'll start with Fnatic versus NRG. They have never faced each other before. Chet and Mini have never stood on that stage against each other, which I think is crazy. As you guys can see, for those of you that don't know the back of Lock-In, Bola, you know, Boasted went on the rampage of tweeting that every team he was going to go up against is expected to win this event, and he cursed every single one.
I don't know what it was for Fnatic at Lock-In. Was it the power of Boaster's tweets, or was it the power of the bandana? I really don't know.
He doesn't have the bandana anymore.
He lost with it. He lost with it too. Yeah,
it's cursed at this point. But for Chet as well, just immediately countering with a curse of his own. Who knows? Who's more powerful?
It's the prep diff, I think, prep diff. But let's take a look at EG as well. We have some reactions from Ethan and Demon One. Mimi, what do you make of this? Oh no, we don't have Demon One either. We have DRX. Excuse me, DRX versus HyperX.
But probably pretty much the same reaction from them as well. Like, come on, guys. Again, they've played this match so many times.
You know what's so silly about it, though? In the last 3 games that they've played, they're going to be different rosters every single time. You have no idea. It's ridiculous, because something probably isn't going to be able to make it for the first game tomorrow between them.
Yeah, and as we move on to the next reaction, I believe we have the EDG one, which apparently I think they were too busy gaming and too busy just being Giga Chat here. They didn't actually really react to it. But Mimi, we do have some an emoji from that.
An emoji.
Yeah.
He loves hashtags more than any other player I've ever seen. Like, every one of his tweets has like 3 times the hashtags as the actual content.
It works. Look,
It works.
85K views. Better than EDG.
Doing numbers.
I mean,
He's got to get on the hashtag game. He's only got 40K.
we're gonna roll it back about to Demon One and Ethan as well, because we didn't get to show you guys that. But I love how Demon One just completely ignored Loud
Yo, that's
and
so
tweeted,
funny.
"Let's meet in the final circle."
He doesn't even care about Ospas. That's crazy.
He's already proved himself for Ospas in that battle so many times. Yeah, it's funny though, because Demon One is that guy. He just literally goes at the opposing best players in the world, right? Doesn't care where he's at in that hierarchy, doesn't care about anybody but that might be below him. He just like, that's my target. Durka, you're next. I'm going for it.
Yeah, we're gonna head to a break here, but when we come back, we're gonna dive into our first match of the day, which is Loud versus EG.
俺は呪われてる喉から出る手追われてる脳が鍛れてる右脳で吐き溜めてる向こうから来るハートに溺れる内向囚われの向こう途方もない壮大なるビッグボールいけるかどうか頭口だけを頼りロービーツ浴びさんさん浴び共感ないないではワクワクタイムスリルマニアただのファン佇まないただならないから傾かない看板見つからない安牌安定させさ10年黙々とリハーサルそう簡単に押しくじらない始まればあっけがないのっけから切れるまで荒ぶって洗える手ひねり出して手に入れる高ぶらないはずがないが押さえつける平然畳みかける経験時にはダになるつけっけにハサミ入れて万全実行するときはいつも心技体が整っていいポジショニング取りしてるいい拮抗導く方程式緻密な計算式蹴ると踏んだフリーライダー向こう見つ思わない
It's time to talk about our first match of the day between Loud and EG. You guys, Americas, you know, VCT Americas, you're very, very familiar with this, Mimi. In fact, this is a well-seasoned rematch of a rematch of a rematch.
Yeah, this is the third time since the start of the year that these two teams have played against each other. But the thing is, well, you look at that and you think, oh, Loud's going to be dominating in all of them. And they did win both prior matchups. EG has gotten the map every time, and they've played quite competitive games.
Yeah, I normally, you know, when we start getting this deep into the rematches and whatnot, I'd be like, I'm getting kind of sick of this. But no, I'm not. Loud continuously is one of those teams that you just want to watch no matter who they're playing. And EG is on this miracle run right now. And we're also getting increased stakes every single time we get to see these two teams play.
I mean, this is the thing, though. Loud, for those of you at home that haven't been watching VCT Americas, they were strong at Locking and Baller. They continue to be extremely strong at Americas and are undisputedly one of the best, if not could be the best team in this tournament.
Yeah, 100%. They won that regional tournament. They won America's League. They've still never lost regionally, and continuing forward, I think this team still hasn't really lost in playoffs until grand finals when they make it there. So it's a formidable team, and honestly still should be considered one of the favorites for this tournament.
Yeah, and to recap their year thus far, from changing 2 players, adding to East Cowan scene, and revamping their roster, they go into lock and they make it to the finals. They almost beat Fnatic with a reverse sweep and lose in tragic fashion, but then they turn it around, come to Americas, start dominating, and continue that regional dominance that they had back in Brazil into Americas as well.
And do you expect them to dominate here at the playoff stage, too?
I 100% do. Again, that thing that I said, it's them going through, starting playoffs, almost always getting like berths like this pretty easily into the playoffs too. And you don't really think that Loud is going to change anything. They just come out in really strong form no matter what circumstances they're put in either. They've had moments where they've had, you know, one player off stage playing remotely when Aspas was really inexperienced as well, and they always have at least 2 or 3 players who are just firing on all cylinders.
Yeah, I'm very excited for this. Loud, they are in the building right now, and HyperX even managed to catch up with their in-game leader, Sadak. Check this out.
Sadak, if I can stop you for just a second. Well, obviously, welcome to Tokyo. Debut game here. How much, I guess, in terms of the international stage, you guys looking to put Lock-in behind you?
Oh, well, last time was a really sad experience. We hope we get even further and make it to first place. But, you know, just grabbing some Ws now, focusing on that and hope the best.
Awesome. Well, good luck today, man.
They're definitely going to be shooting for that trophy. But speaking of Sadak, as you guys remember, at the playoff stage, him, Aspas, the Loud team in general, Mimi, they changed things up. We saw the chamber from him, of all people.
Yeah, from the beginning of the group stage and back in Lock-in, Loud has been one of the teams at the forefront of innovating the meta. I think they're really the squad that defined the double controller, Harbor Viper meta that we've seen, and they were so good at it throughout Americas. But when we got into playoffs, when we got Bind and Fracture as well into the pool, they continued to be the team on top of innovation. They're adding new compositions, they're switching, putting on Aspas on the Neon for the first time in the seasons. I think what makes Loud so good isn't just their ability to be the forefront of the meta, but to define it and then continue to add new things.
Yeah, I think the interesting part about like defining this meta for Loud is I expected them to continue to, you know, lean into that Harbor Viper sort of thing, but they also are not doing that. They're adding different things, and I think that speaks to how everybody else is kind of doubting that idea, especially the other regions, Pacific, EMEA, are both regions that say, I don't really want to play the Loud style. And because of that, Loud is kind of shifting things around.
It's not just that, though. The individual brilliance, Bala, as well on this team is kind of insane. They could be even some of the best in slots in their roles. And Les, I feel like, is one of those players that we have to talk about.
Oh, absolutely. And this guy's relatively flexible, but, you know, the Sentinel on this team is insanely good. When he plays that Viper, when he plays in lurk roles, when he plays in roles where he's part of the pack, and then also adding the ability to IGL and lead in mid-round. You heard about the Americas Grand Finals where the guy is really coming up with some of the early round ideas and allowing this team to have some of those. I mean, when you talk about meta, it's people like him who are able to add things like that because everybody's thinking on their feet.
Yeah, and I think in his current form, Les is the best player in his role right now. Playing on the Sentinel, the Lurker, on the Killjoy, or the Viper normally, he has been incredible on that role. He was the second best or first best statistical player throughout Americas. In playoffs, he got even better. And when it comes to international events, that performance tends to elevate. When you watch him play, you just see such an innate understanding of timings when he's lurking. It feels like he's always finding that perfect gap and coming to his team, finding the call around it to give Loud the advantage. And his mechanics as well are just ridiculously
Some of the best
clean.
crosshair placement out of anybody. I mean, like comparing him directly to Sugetsu, who plays a very similar role to him. He finds success and finds the timings to stay alive for so long that adds so much value in any situation.
I'm so glad you spoke about form, Mimi, because if we're going to talk about form, I feel like EG defined that word right now, Mimi. They didn't drop a single map at the group stage. Do you think that's going to continue going up against an opponent that they haven't taken down yet?
I don't know. I can't really see EG stopping. Their momentum right now is ridiculous. But if there was a team to put it down, it would be Loud, who has done it twice before in Americas. However, their run has been so impressive. After taking a miracle to get here to Tokyo, they showed up in the group stage and just showed perfection. Everything that made them good in Americas, they continued here. There was no new added pressure. It's just perfection from them.
Yeah, when you give them a second lease at life in some of these instances, whether it may be, you know, a coach getting a knife or anything like that, they use that and they run with it. And you could see the moments for them when they qualify for playoffs, for example, right here, it means a lot to them. And they always come out swinging so hard and give us surprises. Remember, they started out playing against NRG, who they just lost to in America's playoffs, beat them, then beat Cloud9, who's one of the teams that everybody's like, yeah, this team's a lot for Tokyo, for sure, after the regular season, which was insane. And they do it in a way that you don't know how far they can go. It's always like that.
It's so difficult not to root for them as well, I feel like, especially if you hear the things that Com was saying to Golden Boy in the post-match interview after they qualified for playoffs. Take a look at this.
y'all were watching MIBR in your practice room without your fate in your hands, and now you are in full control of your destiny. You're first seed coming out of this group. You're dominating the competition. Brother, I just gotta ask, how does that make you feel?
I mean, you go from devastated to overwhelmingly excited, so I don't even know how to feel right now. Honestly, I feel like breaking down and crying, but on the other hand, you know, I keep control of everything.
Keep it composed.
You know?
Guys, stay hard for the camera, dude. You know what I'm saying? Of course, man.
I mean, we talk about Cinderella stories in Valorant, and I feel like we have one of these similar to EG every single year. And Mimi, we're all on board this train for a reason.
Yeah, how can you not be? Like you're saying, right? They're just so likable, right? When they're up there on stage, they're smiling, they're laughing with their teammates. Every single one of these guys is continuing to level up in playing the biggest game of their career, and then the next biggest one right after that. And it doesn't seem like it's getting to them whatsoever. They're still having just as much fun as they were back in Americas.
Yeah, and I think that lovable thing makes it really easy for them to have these positive moments. But one thing about their style that's really nice is they constantly have these ideas where they're going to trap you. They're going to use the tools at their disposal to stop you in your tracks. And if you guess right, if they guess right, which oftentimes is coming off of fantastic reads out of comms util, then you're going to get punished so hard.
And what they're so good at is having preset stuff like the one you just saw there that's a pre-round call, but also making little calls on the fly, using their ultimates to support teammates really quickly. Here, Busio is in a really bad position, anchoring site, but instantly, Calm is ripping his Sova ult to stop players to swing, to trade out Busio on the site. And he eventually falls, but it puts him in this good position. And again, EG have another idea in the mid-run. They combo the dart, they combo the nade to fast retake into this one, and then use Jojimo's ult to flood. They're so proactive in the mid-round at seeing an opportunity and instantly acting upon it. And you compare that to EG at the beginning of the season, and those protocols and on-the-fly ideas have just improved so much. They're looking like probably the most creative team in Tokyo right now.
And Jogamo in the final moments of that clip, by the way, commend him for that movement on the Raze as well. He is looking like one of the best Razes that have stepped on the stage so far in this tournament, and it's because of moments like that. I'm really excited to watch him go head-to-head against Auspas, especially if we get like a bind or something like that.
Well, you guys heard from Sadak already from Loud. It's time to hear from the other IGL in this matchup. It's Busio on his way here to the arena.
Busio, if I can grab you real quick for a second, man. Insane stuff so far here in Tokyo. Almost playing with house money at this point. What's going to take to stop you guys?
I don't really know. I think I'm just going to drop 40 again and just shed on them. So.
Fair enough. Short and sweet.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. He's been doing it thus far.
He's not lying.
That dude is so funny. He's just so, I don't know, matter of fact in some of these instances.
This is the thing, though, because like you said, Mimi, they've stepped up so much. They look like a different team compared to the team that we saw in the beginning of the Americas. But how much do you think that they have improved since the last time they faced Loud specifically?
It's interesting. I don't think they've actually massively improved since then. I think some of the players have stepped up individually, but really, I think they were hitting their peak when they played against Loud for the first time. And in that moment, they still weren't able to take them down. But they did beat Loud on their best map on Ascent during that time.
Yeah, they added, I mean, there was only 2 teams who had beat them on Ascent at that point, and EG has their name with Fnatic and Optic or NRG's core. It's crazy. I think, for me, when I think about their improvement, I agree with you that it's not necessarily like improvement holistically about the strats or any of the ideas or any of the players really even achieving peak form. I think they constantly find this room where they're in a chemistry mind meld with each other that it's hard to find. And when you get to like the upper bracket final against Loud the last time, that's where you kind of run out of steam. You've achieved your goals. Here, though, I think their goal is going to be to go as far as possible, and there's no more of that qualification area where you run out of motivation.
And I think for EG also, what's defined their improvement is playing to the same style, but just adding new little things. I think that's something about both these teams. Even when they're running the same composition, you'll see them between maps, between matches, coming up with a new idea, a new little thing to add into the mix. And I'm sure a big reason for that is the IGLs of both of these teams, who, on top of calling their squad to great heights, have been playing insane individually.
These two guys I would love to continue to watch almost every single series go head-to-head against. And I really want to see Boostio continue to have to duel against a IGL like Sadak, like Finesse, some of those moments, because that's where I think Boostio needs to improve a little bit more. He thrives in the chaos more than anything else.
Yeah, he absolutely does. And Sadak, I think, thrives in these big games, on the big stage. In the finals of Americas, he had like the best series he has had in a while. He was the MVP of the Grand Finals in Americas as the IGL, the guy that people don't talk about when they're talking about individual form for this squad.
Yeah, and I also want to talk about the coaching staff behind both of these teams as well. We've credited Potter a lot, you know, the in-game pauses, the way that she's been able to add the impact she has on the team. But on the other side, Mimi, I think is a similar story too.
The players have so much respect for Fraud, and his journey to make it to Loud is insane. From only speaking Spanish to immersing himself in Brazilian culture, learning Portuguese to take the job to help this team and bring his veteran experience to Loud, I think has continued to level up a squad that was already at championship caliber.
Yeah, I love as well whenever these two coaches step on the stage, Potter versus Fraud. I mean, both legends in the same scene, which is so much fun because I think they respect each other as well, right? And I love that you mentioned Fraud on the side of the Brazilians, like being able to actually get from there from the North American legend that he is to then play in Brazil with this team is crazy because they have such history as well. So what a battle it is.
I mean, let's hear more from the players of Loud themselves and check this out, everyone.
Eu acho que a performance que a gente teve no VCT Américas foi uma performance muito boa, olhando pelo lado das coisas que aconteceram, porque quando a gente chegou aqui nos Estados Unidos a gente teve muitos problemas, a gente teve uns altos e baixos também, alguns dias ruins de treino, coisas assim, e mesmo assim a gente conseguiu se recompor, arrumar o que estava dando errado e acabou conseguindo ganhar no final.
Foi uma liderança difícil, porque pela primeira vez eu me encontro jogando com jogadores muito jovens e faz que algumas coisas sejam muito fáceis e outras coisas sejam mais difíceis.
Para mim tem sido uma jornada muito boa, porque eu estou jogando com pessoas muito experientes, então eles têm me ensinado bastante e ao longo desse VCT no Américas eu aprendi muita coisa e convivendo com eles eu consegui ter uma rotina muito boa.
Eu acho que quando estava Sacio Pancada, a gente tinha profissionais mais experientes, né? Então tínhamos era muito mais fácil a gente lidar com o time porque todo mundo tinha muita experiência prévia. E agora eu me encontrei um pouquinho mais sozinho, em um sentido, mas ao mesmo tempo foi muito emocionante porque eu contei com uma comissão técnica muito mais adulta e experiente e eu contei também com o Les, que o Les também chegou a ser uma força muito grande nesse time como segundo líder, então são experiências totalmente diferentes.
Cara, com certeza sem o Sadak eu não estaria nessa posição, por conta que no passado ele já jogou nessa posição que eu jogo, que é jogando mais de Sky, jogando mais com boneco de mais de iniciador. Então ele já sabe muito de como jogar nessa posição, então ele me ensinou bastante coisa sobre isso. E tudo que eu tenho aprendido, não tudo, né, mas bastante coisa que eu tenho aprendido foi por conta dele, sabe? Então é isso, agradeço muito ele.
Eu acho que uma das coisas que eu posso dar crédito pra mim do que eu tô fazendo tá dando certo é o fato que eu tô literalmente jogando o jogo o tempo todo, todos os dias eu treino, saio do treino, vou jogar, antes do treino eu jogo também, então o tempo todo eu tô praticando e tentando melhorar, saber coisas novas que eu posso fazer, tentar mudar o meu estilo de jogo para certos times e tá sempre variando nas coisas para tá sempre surpreendendo o time inimigo.
Eu acho que isso é uma declaração muito forte, falar que eu sou o melhor IGL, porque muito trabalho em time, realmente. Eu tomo as decisões, mas eu não tomo as decisões sozinho. Pode ser que minha palavra seja final, mas eu tenho muitas pessoas que me ajudam por trás. E também, se não fosse pelo talento dos meninos, eu não estaria onde estou. Então, realmente, falar isso eu não acho verdadeiro. E também tem muita coisa por aprender ainda, então é isso. Eu sinto que a rivalidade que a gente tem contra a Energy quizás um pouco mais grande, porque eu sinto que os nossos times são muito parecidos. Tiveram a mesma mudança de jogadores, a mesma quantidade de jogadores, e a gente chegou na final, jogamos na final, foi o único time que nos ganhou na fase regular, então eu sinto que é uma rivalidade muito forte. Pode ser que se esteja formando uma nova contra a Fnatic, mas o tempo vai falar, né? Vamos ver.
Cara, eles são um time muito bom. Obviamente, o gostinho de vingança sempre tem pra gente querer ganhar deles, porque a nossa derrota foi algo um pouco triste pra gente, né? Então a gente quer vencer deles. Mas não é algo assim que a gente tá focando no campeonato, no Master Tokyo, que a gente quer vencer eles porque eles ganharam da gente numa final, sabe? A gente tá levando isso como se fosse mais um jogo. Se for pra vencer, a gente vai vencer. Se for pra perder, a gente vai perder, sabe? Então a gente só vai jogar. Acho que é isso.
It's so cool to see the relationship between all of them continue to grow. Sadak actually looks like the father now. He continues to talk about the experience with the young players. It's so fun.
It is very fun. Do you know what else is fun? This announcement I'm about to make. There is a bit of news that we got to talk about. Team Deathmatch is coming to Valorant. Check this out, everyone.
Sure, it was heroic sacrificing myself for the team like that. But does that make me a hero? Maybe. Who can really say?
Yeah, for sure, man. So where is this legendary Max bot?
What's left of him is right over there. Nice catch, mate. He's a good little Mimbot now. Do you like that?
Yeah, I get it.
Oh, come on, Gecko.
Hilarious.
Let the games begin. Yo, it's filthy in it. KJ, Raze, what happened to your robo cleaner?
What? That's not important. Get to the bottle room. Now.
Yeah, I'm on my way. Damn, you couldn't even wait for me.
This should be fun. Greetings, agents. I am MaxBot. Remember, I am the effect, not a cause.
It seem like a meteorite. Flame on my hand and I keep it alive. Spin a torch and I'm here to ignite. Believe in myself, I ain't leaving this fight.
You had your fun. Now it's my turn.
You can't take what I got. And I ain't gonna stop.
It's all you, little homie! Here comes the party!
Shall we go again?
Oh, I can't wait for that. But first, we got to see if our group stage teams can take on the teams in the playoff stage. The knockout stage on Master Tokyo starts right now.
グループステージが幕を閉じ、新たな4チームが戦いの舞台に上がる。
I think it's gonna be easy to beat the RX again. We just play like rain. Remember?
常識を覆すチーム、ペーパーレックス。その混沌としたアプローチの中心には、互いへの信頼という強い柱が立つ。
Okay, let's get guys.
勝ち進むチームには、再戦のチャンスが待ち受ける。今では VCT の頂点に立つ者も最初は目立たぬ存在だ。
Eu comecei a competir no Valorant na Argentina. Eu sabia que estava o que eu precisava para chegar a um torneio internacional e conseguir ganhar. Então, o destino, a vida me guió por Brasil.
ラウド IGL サダーキーのリーダーシップがルーキーたちをチャンピオンへと育て上げた。
Yo quiero ver que los niños crezcan, yo quiero ver que les den todo de sí.
How many tournaments I have left in me.
ボースターリーダーらしからぬリーダー朗らかな言動の下には VCT の厳しい試練で鍛えられた王者の不屈の魂が潜んでいる。今再び栄光の頂に登らんと彼らは挑む。だがどうすることもできない試練もある。
After winning the Masters Berlin, a lot of things changed. It was really tough. I don't want to let this opportunity slip away.
チームリキッドは周囲の疑念にも屈することなく結束し、高みを目指す。VCT の精鋭、チャンピオンでありながら、次のレベルを追い求める者たち。
It's time to prove that it wasn't just a random thing. It's time to prove that we are ready to win.
My goal here, destroy everyone. Just 站到世界之巅。
高みを追い求める心が全てを突き動かす。プレイオフの幕が上がる。
We'll start loud. You are the higher seed. Would you like team A or team B?
Team B.
Okay. So EG, we'll start with your first ban.
Okay, we'll ban bind.
Okay. And loud, your first ban.
Pearl.
Okay. EG, map number 1.
We'll pick fracture.
Okay. Side on fracture.
Defense.
And map number 2.
We'll pick Ascent.
Okay. Side on Ascent.
Defense.
We're going to go to the next set of bans starting with EG. You have Haven, Lotus, and Split.
We'll ban Haven.
Okay. Your ban, you have Lotus and Split.
We ban Split.
Ban Split. Map number 3 will be Lotus. EG side on Lotus.
Defense.
Okay, I'm gonna run through this really quick, make sure we're all good to go. First set of bans, we have Bind and Pearl. Map number 1 is Fracture with Loud on defense. Map number 2 is Ascent with EG on defense. Next set of bans are Haven and Split. Map number 3 will be Lotus with EG on defense. Sounds good? Okay, go ahead to both of you.
Evil geniuses. Loud.
A familiar matchup to kickstart the playoff stage. The stakes are so much higher. EG, they made it here in immaculate form, but Mimi in the past, it was always Loud that stopped them.
Twice now, it's been a 2-1 victory over EG for Loud. But EG right now look unstoppable. 4-0 in maps to make it out of the group stage. A miracle to make it to Tokyo, and they just keep going. The question is, now in playoffs, can they reverse history against Loud and continue their run?
Yeah, and now they've had 2 chances to really work at preparing. I'm not going to say they have like a mental block against Loud with only 2 of those series so far, but one thing I'm looking at is in that map veto, it felt like EG, when you're looking at Boostio and Potter's composure throughout that, it felt like they pushed Loud to a map pool. We knew what was going to happen in the first 2, but Lotus is the final one. Loud has only played twice and only once in the regular season.
Yeah, it's going to be something new if we get all the way there, but where we're starting is familiar for both these teams. It's the exact same 2 maps to start that these squads played on last time. Fracture, that's when Loud debuted that new comp, took EG by surprise, beat them on one of their best, but then EG turned it around and became one of only 3 teams in history to take down Loud on Ascent.
I mean, this is the thing, though. We are going to head to Fracture first, and ahead of the Prime Gaming Agent select, as you guys have both said, Loud, they've redefined the meta. They bring out something new for playoff stage. Vala, do they bring out something new for Masters Tokyo? Are you anticipating that?
I think for Fracture, no. I think for Fracture, I'm anticipating them going to what was very, very new for them already in playoffs in Americas, which is that neon, Aspas neon type of thing. It's really interesting to me for the rest of this, though. The Fracture and Ascent picks, I think, could be flipped either which way, because EG has already shown prowess on that map in this tournament. They beat DRX on that map, and then as well Ascent, Loud are just consistently so good. Even though they lost the last time, that could flip either way.
It really could. And in a matchup that I think could very much be defined between Aspas and Demon 1, 2 of the absolute stars from Americas. On map 1, we're going to start off likely with Demon 1 on Brimstone, and with Aspas actually playing the Neon, one of the few maps where he's not locking in that jet.
Well, here it is, the Prime Gaming Agent select, and you hit the nail on the head there, Bala.
Yeah, it's exactly the same sort of thing. Omen Viper, which is very odd. It's kind of like a mix of the Gen G comp that was running in Pacific and the Na'Vi sort of stuff that we didn't really get to see much this tournament, but then the Neon too, which Aspas played it so well in his first showing on it.
I think starting on this attack side for EG, where normally they're excellent, 65% win rate here, they really need to watch out for Loud's flood retakes. With this comp, they're really good at popping up that Neon wall, double flashing out, and being super effective at flooding these sites. EG really struggled to shut that down last time these squads played.
I think knowing what is coming, knowing the preparation for both sides, it's going to be really interesting to see that battle. You mentioned, Sue, Potter versus Fraud. The prep matters so much in this engagement.
Yeah, and this is the thing, Loud, they're coming into this tournament, into EG's playground. They've not dropped a single map just yet. And I want to send this over to your casters, Pansy and Hypok, and think if EG can pull off another miracle.
Well, miracles may be happening, but we're yet to see. Loud are a nasty opponent to start against. And Mike, this is one of the matchups I have been genuinely so excited about here. But what's got your attention now? What's got you ready for this?
I mean, this honestly is the test of some of the things we were talking about with EG. Obviously, the uptrend in form, sure, but to go against a familiar opponent now in the form of Loud, who we know are terrifying, this is the real test of their confidence, right? It's the test of this form that we're currently seeing here in Tokyo.
And that's the big thing for me as well. The desk kind of saying, maybe it's not a change-up of that form so much from EG, but I got to say, taking Lotus against Foot, the way they've been playing has been monstrous. I got to disagree with the desk there. I think we're seeing an evolution of EG.
For sure, yeah, but Loud coming in with the benefit of a couple of days to watch some games.
Oh.
I've got my on Fracture here is where EG ran away with the Protocols game. This utility synergy, constantly catching DRX off guard. Do they get away with the same thing here versus Loud?
That's the question, Demon. One already dealt with. Aspas, perfect start from him. Boostio, no opportunity to really trade much off that. It's already cut down in numbers. You're looking for some sort of flex back in from Dish. The timing's great for Boostio there, and they need to flood out now. You need to get that pressure building from Dish. They try and get to the site. The underhand flash was pretty good from Sadak, but they should still be able to get the plant here.
Will do. Sadak not spotted on the boombot, though. Jorgamo does have a deep position towards spawn, but less there. Gardner, Jorgamo.
No idea.
Yeah, no idea because of the boombot.
You're absolutely right there. That's a little devastating for them. Sadak can be grinning it. Yeah, what a shot! Com needs more though. Dark goes out to by a couple of seconds. Let's get to challenge. Ethan overwhelms. And now it's just Tui's. That young gun made a name for himself on this map not too long ago. But can he find these final two? Low HP, yes, but the time is already ticking. Com, heroic performance from the site there as well. Kept them in that round.
Beautiful recovery from EG to stabilize here. After losing D1, probably the most pivotal member of this composition in terms of going for a set execute here on the pistol. Fantastic stuff from Com to flip this back in their favor. And the fault line sets him up for success.
And statistically, we have to know how many of these pistols EG are winning, how many bonuses they've been converting throughout that group stage play. Now, we have to once again highlight, Loud are just a different team altogether. Obviously, those to the international scene may look towards that Brazil result, but you have to remark and note that regular season run coming into this. They were near on infallible the way they were playing. Absolutely monstrous. So I wonder if EG has that same sort of freedom here. We see very light investments, less just a little sheriff, frenzy with Aspas. We'll see if EG can keep this clean, keep methodical, go through that protocol list.
Sadak actually isolated here with Aspas tucked in behind. Paranoia sent through, but no follow-up just yet.
Surprising, no one tried to shut down that. That felt like a really good chance, but it's less to find Boostio. So first bit of chip damage done, successful for Loud here. Any more to come from it?
Slight upgrade. Les did get tagged up down to 30 HP, but Bulldog in hand. ZG looking to navigate their way towards A site. Loud have the reading on the timing, yeah, especially with a lot of freedom to Les. Is he going to take the rope? He's actually getting behind them.
Yeah, but the timing, they actually might be a little bit deeper towards A main, but again, he will have an opportunity to this. They are going to take a couple of seconds to get that utility down. Close smokes towards the A site. Yes, you're going to have one put back by Tui's, but that's fine. The flank may have lost a little bit of its punch to it because they're still going to be in the post farm. They've all opted to basically sit on site, excluding one. That's Demon 1 here. Stunned up, tries to fall away, find a safer position. Loud and knocking at the door now. Stunned to follow. He's in danger, needs some help. Ethan can't do it. Aspas is there. Loud trying to get dangerous here. Demon 1! Shot and a half! This guy is monstrous! That got so dangerous, Mike. Like, let's talk about what that was.
So well handled. Even with the second stun coming through from Aspas, Demon 1 has to re-tuck into the corner.
How is he not dead here?
That's ridiculous.
Especially after Ethan falls, right? Like, I thought that was the green light.
It's actually a crucial flash to come through from Ethan to stop Loud from following up on the fault line. Initially, that's when you expect Demon 1 to fall. So well handled.
Old progress-wise as well, Com's pretty close by to his. I mean, Demon 1 not a million miles away, Aspas very close by. Now into the bonus, we have seen statistically EG doing very well here. This one, not going to have as much punch to it, so I wonder if there's a plan in mind that they can maybe hit here. But Loud, let's have a little look as to what they're doing as well.
I mean, Boostio on the Sheriff, they obtained the Hunter's Fury as well, and 3 rifles to work with here, though, so it's not as if they're bringing a couple of SMGs in, Lauren. This is an opportunity to potentially stack up. Especially if they lean towards B, where Loud only have 2 players positioned right now. If they play the trades, this is the best possible situation for a bonus.
Yep. Sadak, though. Probably the first one to really feel that contact coming through. Does have less by his side. 3-play stack over towards 8. Will take a second or two to come into any sort of effective range. And tower controls there. So, speaking of the ult, noted it earlier, Com's going to send it, and it's actually Boostio to find Sadak. Okay, talk about on the site, light work towards Les, and Mike, this is gorgeous to watch.
Like I said, they actually identify the site where there's 2 positioned. Aspas and County need to find something here, but Boostio stands his ground.
Okay, surely not, no more, what? This is genuinely a treat to watch. These bonus conversions, this is getting to fall by from Loud. Note that, this isn't just an eco, this is nothing like the sword. They got 5 standing, they got upgrades galore, and Tui's is on 24 HP, he's dead. EG. There's the Prime Gaming Flawless, and that is a call to attention for Loud. They gotta wake up.
This is so beautifully set up as well. The Nano Swarm, the Paint Shell, the Aftershock, and then the Hunter's Fury on top of that, posted behind it. EG don't even need to take contact towards Arcade here. The utility combination forces Loud a little deeper. You see here, Sadak just has nowhere to go.
That is a brutal take towards tower. Wow.
What a huge tool to have at their disposal in the
How are you meant to be comfortable in tower ever?
It's... Again, this is invested from so deep as well. Loud can't aggress onto this.
And it's a very short list of those who've pressured Loud, who's taken maps against Loud, and EG are one of those teams here. Very exclusive list. Some of the best that we've seen throughout Valorant thus far, but converting it into a win is a different thing altogether. This is map 1. EG have done statistically what we've been discussing them being exceptionally good at so far. Now, can Loud get a little dangerous? Yes, they can. That's a rifle recovered and a player isolated, and they've read this correctly. Expecting that flex from the other side of the map now, over towards 8. Smoke does go in, but EG looking to disrespect that. They're straight on through.
Aspas does pop the ult, though.
He's a scary man.
There's no second layer to this right now. It's just Aspas on site. He goes 1 for 1. Ethan will find it.
Surprised no one tried to back him up a little bit, maybe put their life on the line to try and facilitate something. But speaking of that, life on the line, Com, just a perfect positioning here to make them so uncomfortable. Yes, there's still 3 alive for Loud, but Com's position is maintaining so much area of this map. Ethan, gonna find it hard to back away from this now, so could get isolated.
Tui's has only just gone and recovered the rifle. 2 sheriffs in his teammates' hands. Stun comes through, but Jorgamo able to cut line of sight here from Cowanzine. Loud maybe just going to look for a couple of exits here.
Yep, Ethan's going to deny Cowanzine. Jorgamo find Tui's, and less. How much more damage can you get? 2 more potential victims. Com's just going to play the timing, doesn't need to overdo this. And it should be hard for Les to really connect something clean here. Yeah, okay. EG navigating the threats in that round, but Loud getting a little bit more dangerous here, round by round. That's much closer.
So, 4 on the board for EG, nice and early, and getting close to some of these key ultimates. Demon 1-2 away from the orbital strike, 1 off the lockdown for Boostio. A Rolling Thunder at their disposal. Loud need to answer back early on in this half.
Yeah, I think if this one gets completely taken away from them, I'm wondering when that timeout hits. Could be
again, round 3, they played it very passively. As soon as they got rifles on the board, it was a lot of space conceded to EG. And like we said, the investment of utility in the ultimate was so deep. There's no answer back in for Loud there.
Okay, hearing enough steps, that paranoia is going to send most of EG scrambling. Les trying to buy some time. He's got Tui's by his side as well. This is very nice. And the crunch is on the way. It's just murder of Dish. Beautiful from Loud. Stunning shutdown of that. And Ethan's got nothing to say about the matter. That's the response they needed, and it was clear.
And we'll chip away, force a full repurchase here from EG. Should still be protected, though, in terms of the buy behind this. Again, you can see here on the X-ray how quickly Loud are looking to pinch 3 players. Barrel out of arcade, but not even necessary.
We have ult-wise. Rolling Thunder lockdown, 1 away from Orbital Strike 2.
The 2 off the Showstopper as well.
Yeah, wow. On the other side, TP's there, not as influential. Couple, only 1 away as well. Less, not too far off, but looks like Loud really prioritizing taking space here. North side is theirs.
EG, though, can they backfill this? They find an advantage on the other side.
You can already see they're coming back around. The lockdown's going to go in from Boostio. Trying to defend this. Loud looking to get a little closer by to it. Aspas trying to take a little bit of space, but he has to respect it now with only 3 seconds left on the lockdown. EG going to take towards the side, but this is where it gets interesting. Now we start to see that threat coming back through here, and surely EG questioning where the hell these boys are. That is massive! Can Jorgamo shut it down though? Can he close that gap? How far does he go? Loud being corralled around. Spots out 1, looks for the follow-up, he's got it! This is beautiful to watch. And Loud getting no access back towards this side after that perfect pinch towards the north side. There's nothing to be had. A little overzealous on this one, but it's all effective trades. Ethan still holding so much space here. Les trying to do the dance with him, and actually has the better moves too. He's now closing on in. But the time's been ticking this entire fight here. Overwhelmed, Les does well, takes down Demon 1. There's a real chance of this one. The smoke's still in play. They got to check on this man. Boostio, Com, dive in, take down Tui's. And Les knows the round's done. He's got to get out of there. Com and Boostio keep himself standing. Com better be ready. Hello. Bye-bye. Com caught napping a little here, but EG happy enough with the round.
I mean, this is a beautiful setup. The read is perfect from Loud to come through, pinch on the north side, remove that second wave, I guess, from the lockdown, and execute. But the response from EG is beautiful. You can see Jorgamo screaming for the Rolling Thunder to be sent through, and it sets him up to find 2 massive kills. Before Loud have even got a chance to even take back the space in arcade behind the lockdown.
Yeah, it was very nicely done. Quick, identifying very quickly what's been going on. Speaking of that timeout, we kind of discussed when do they hit that button? It's now. 5-1, feeling that's enough. We need to get a grip on this game. Pump the brakes a little. Still have a buy in hand here for Loud, so they can at least come in with that weaponry. They'll be fine with that. Ult-wise, as it sits, EG only have that orbital strike there. Yes, 2 away from the Hunter's Fury, but on the other side, you're going to have Sadak very close by with his. They're starting to get a couple of options here, but I want to see what that adaptation is. It looked like map territory gaining was one of the priority pieces, but it hasn't rewarded them as much as they wanted.
I think now they're looking to execute some set pieces here to deny some of the space for EG. Again, we know the utility synergy is the key to EG's success here on Fracture, and they want to remove some of those tools as early on in the round. Problem being, they have to mitigate some of that risk. If they start conceding or even trading out, it doesn't necessarily favor Loud in that regard.
And speaking of not favoring, I think, again, one of the statistics you have to kind of roll your mind back to during regular season for EG as well. Yeah, that's probably part of it. The fact that coming out of timeouts, EG have also been very good when they've been given a directive, right? Like, that has been something that's sat very well with them. Again, I do think Loud have that pedigree there to kind of kick into gear, but they feel like they're slightly behind the curve at this point. I want to see them activate a little more here, get a grip on the game, bring EG back to heel.
Investment out here, but no swing from Loud. I guess the fault lines trade off here. And a slow start to the round coming out of the timeout. Deep progress, yes. It looks like a paranoia set up here from 2Es. I see Ascent here on the back of the drone. Cover going out. So popped a little early. And that feels like a win for EG, honestly, to bait that out here and almost get a feel for the set piece or what Loud were trying to accomplish here towards A main. It wouldn't surprise me if Les and Sadak give up a little bit of sight here. Wait for those 3 players to actually set up and come through and flank if the execute onto B does come, Lauren.
So EG will have the green light towards the site. May get a little bit of pressure on the cross, but they should be there. There it is, Smokes, and a quick hit. So Jorgamo's going to get there. The strike comes down, clears out towards tower, but Jorgamo connects towards Les. Sadak with a great trade, and they haven't fully accessed the site. Look at the flank, it's on the way. This is where the danger's going to come in. Busio seems all too aware, but the stun's in. They're in danger. Loud now closing them down. They don't have any safety to fall back to, so they take the fight. And Aspas perfect positioning, punishing 2. Cowan's in there, but Demon 1. He's still alive. A 1v2. He's got to know where Sadak is. 2Es maybe a little bit harder to pin down. He's only got 14 seconds to find this. How much does he get? Jump spot, spots 1. It's not a comfortable plant. He's going to get it down for now. Closing the gap, though. You've got to respect this man. A danger! A danger through! Demon 1 is in the server. A little absent through groups, but playoffs, he has appeared.
That is disgusting. That is actually disgusting.
Run it back to me. Roll it back to me right now. Because this, I thought this was wraps, Mike. I thought this was wraps.
It should be. I mean, you can see Loud set up. Even at the first smoke being invested, Loud look to execute this flank.
What on earth? You got a smile from Ethan. That's saying something.
Beautiful stuff. You don't often win out those versus Loud.
Them,
no.
Come off it. We do need to take stock at some point. We are sitting at a 6-1 lead for EG here. But Loud getting more proactive, getting a little more aggressive. And I say a little, I mean a lot. Boostio trying to go anti-flash on this, but they just keep on walking. Demon 1's gone down. Boostio turns. It's traded out here. Now, EG on the other side of the map going to try and take that space. Loud looking like they just want to get brutal, get aggressive. And they're losing out on these fights here. And the other side of the map's completely open for EG.
Yeah, big gap here for EG to exploit. No command popped as well, so they almost get confirmation of further presence by Loud. Find themselves a free plant, have the Hunter's Fury as well to work with here, and an Aftershock, so if they go for a plant where they can play off both, definitely doable here for EG. Loud a million miles away from this as the plant comes through. Lots of question marks on the re-hit here through A main.
This is a little worrying. Now, Com has utility, still 2 shock darts as well. Ethan's got a little bit of kit left too, but he's just posted up on this. Okay, gonna slip back, hearing enough steps on Com caught just in the middle of no man's land. That's a lot of presence there for Ethan. He's got to be careful. Can he create a little crossfire, maybe with Jorgamo? Maybe a little bit of a pinch on this one. Jorgamo forced to commit to the site. It's Loud working their way back in. Gorgeous clear. And Jorgamo just trying to live behind that smoke. Spots out 1, overwhelmed. Loud getting hyper-aggressive, Mike.
Yeah, paying no respect to the scoreline right here. Loud barreling onto site. Actually, a beautiful pre-fire. I think Comms is completely caught off guard by the pacing, which Louder just clearing back through A main. Lots of tools available, like I said, but EG opting to leave Comm on site, not rely on the Hunter's Fury, and the fault line not really amounting to much.
But even the start of the round was almost bullish in approach, wasn't it? Just that almost overcommit through from B, taking those open challenges, which is traditionally not so favorable, but Loud just kind of going back to hyper-aggression as the answer, which may be enough, right? Disrupt EG early on, force them into unfavorable scenarios, and then just kind of run through them. But EG being humbled a little on the money as well, seeing a Guardian come out here, still able to get most of it by Bulldog with Ethan. Big info early on now.
Just waiting for a tag to come through there. Loud preemptively rotate away from this, or at least one. Cow and Zine will head across towards A side, maybe re-clear through A main. I think this might be Loud's plan going forward. Looking to address the back line as soon as this pressure is felt towards B site.
Yeah, totally different setup now from Loud, isn't it?
I mean, last time Les actually dipped out the smoke, got pinged by the bolt, so Loud's numbers were weakened ahead of that flank even coming into play here. I was going to say if he's opting for the same thing or does just concede some of the space with Sadak.
Yep, he's starting to respect that here. Not as much information they'd like off the knife, but they're going to be willing to commit that rotation now.
Yeah.
Oh, hold on. Here comes the counter hit again. So aggressive. Bursting forward. Big tag. 2 tags achieved. Jorgamo tries to make the most of it, but it's Aspas still standing. Still does a bit of damage. And now down to 3v2. Numbers in favor of Loud now. All on Jorgamo. This is so much to ask of him. He can't quite get the control. Oh, a valiant attempt from Jorgamo. But Cow and Zine standing on 19 HP. Is the one to do it. This is getting bloody now between these two.
Yeah, and Loud looking to get ahead of the curve actually here with the pre-take on the back of the spike being tapped. And you can see just how chaotic the exchange is here with utility and ultimates being dumped towards site. Maybe here with some of these, I guess, more retake-oriented setups, Loud want to create a little bit of chaos. There's not really taking much investment in terms of utility for EG on the way in. Louder happy to concede this space if they don't get some tangible information to start the round off, or a first blood, for example.
So that's what the questions will be kind of with this EG timeout now into effect. What are they coming up with now? They've had their money kind of, you know, put back down. They can go for maybe a little half filer, you know, a Shiko coming out or something of that ilk, but it's not going to be massive. So you're looking bigger picture here. Loud have responded first. They were being dictated to initially. Just kind of slip back into their more passive hold towards the B site, playing for the retake, still having that space being taken over towards A main, so they're still very aware of this. Now, what is that adaptation here from EG? What is that next step and answer for them? It's going to be hard to bring it out here. I doubt it's this round, but following this.
I'm curious if actually if Loud revert back to, if they're not rewarded for this setup in A main, if it is so heavily reliant on addressing the backline, removing Boostio, Demon 1 and Com potentially with its utility, and try and get behind some of these B-side executes, how long they actually sit with this 3-man setup towards A main, because it certainly doesn't feel comfortable. It gives Les and Sadak very little to do, honestly. They have to sit behind these smokes when they are invested, and you certainly don't want to be the one swinging out of smokes. In terms of the retake here, the flank definitely feels like the safer bet. Same thing once again, though. See EG pistols to bring into this. 3 sheriffs, a couple of frenzies to maybe run someone down. Well, they might have had the orbital strike set up there, but maybe no confirmation on the stun or...
Okay. I want to see if Boostio gets the timing right to maybe punish some of these players. Just going to be working towards his ult as well. This is just going to be a round of trying to get towards those ult orbs as well.
I was going to say, yeah, if Ethan actually gets Roaring Thunder on, the next round for EG looks very well equipped. Flashed over the top here, but less.
Doesn't find anything.
They've had no confirmation of presence outside here. Knife won't find anything either.
And maybe Boostio going to try and sell him something over towards A, but you can see the intention from EG is going to be this eventual B finish. Les forced a little deeper here, challenge, and it's achieved. That's the ult invested to. Boombot going to get dealt with. He should be on red alert here. Sadak, there's nothing to deny the cross, so he can watch this one. They actually make it through Ethan. That was risky as hell, but he's going to make it there. Plant's going to go down. How much can they hold back here? Keep in mind, they only have that one rifle with Demon 1, but maybe in his hands, it might be enough. This end scurrying away. Demon 1's going to catch Kalanzine, and the flank from Boostio. It's huge. Oh my God, EG. They had nothing but Sheriff's odds and ends and one recovered rifle. And it's Aspas, one of the world's greatest, chasing down 4 players now. He's being given nothing, Mike. They're giving him no quarter now.
Just rifle in hand, but time ticking away here. He's gonna find it. What a ridiculous read. The adjustment here on this B site here, they know that Les and Sadak are respecting it. They're giving it up. They're waiting time for this back line to be flanked. And the response here is the fault line comes through. And Jorgamo finds it with the showstopper. Such a beautiful switch up. You can see Busio even relaying that information. He was like, yeah, I'm good for 2 potentially here. The orbital strike buys more time. Beautiful investment here from EG. I love the tiny switch up here.
Just having Busio in that spot is going to command a response. Now, they've broken the buy of Loud, so you're looking at what they've got as Sheriffs and a Guardian, so stacking out towards B. I want to see if EG do go for a fact-finding mission of their own, make sure they don't fall to this, because we've been seeing this aggression, and Aspas is closing in. That's the first. Good trade for Ethan, though, not going to let that get too out of hand. Going to spiral away until then. Cowanzine filling that void, taking down Busio. Maybe Loud are going to do it right back to him. A little bit more to this buy, but not a great deal. And then just going to slip away. They've done the damage. They can fall back towards the site.
It's strange here to see that. Obviously, Tui's on the other side of the map, but no smoke to come through to block off that angle just to the backside of Tree to really truly isolate that first player. Guardian and Sheriffs to work with here. But EG in a 3v4.
Yeah, I'm looking at Les as well. His timing is going to be interesting. If he decides to get a little more involved. They have the steps towards the side, but they want to maybe chase down one. Ethan's found Cowanzine. How do you get that? And now, look at the awareness as well. Turns around to have a little look for Les, but he's not there. Missing the timing, gives an opportunity. Les waits, he strikes. That could be a second. Not just yet. Calm's still alive. Okay. Not out of the woods just yet. Sadak and Tui still alive. Looking at this, still one smoke, one flash for Sadak, and he's closing the gap a little here. Looking for the chip damage. Doesn't get the reward. And now just Tui's. This is brutal. This is hard to try and work against. Another check. Com's good for it. Stability found for EG now. Up to 8. And they get past those threats. But that was Stormy Waters. Loud got super in their face.
Com is playing so confidently here. The ping on the recon, and he's running knife out towards tower to charge down that kill. It's ridiculous. And yes, in this round, Loud take the initiative, but again, it's mitigated so well by EG, and they win out in terms of the pivot. The mid-round here suits them perfectly. Like I said, maybe if Aspas lives off that initial play, there's a smoke behind, it's a little more protected. That could have gone a different way.
They've got the same stack almost, but with a buy behind it. A little bit of a switch of positions, and Aspas, this timing, it's rough for him now, down to 14, forced away. It's Cowanzine to punish towards Jorgamo. And Cowanzine going to double down on this, still stunned up, still wants more. Maybe overzealous in this, a little call up, a little punish, and how is Ethan here? Yeah, even Aspas is surprised. Ethan taking so much space.
Have to respect the lockdown here. Flank for Tui's coming on the north side towards Arcade. The plant will be obtained. Some tools available. Another shock dart, still got the molly, and some nano swarms down, so Loud have to be quick about this. I'll just very close preemptively.
They're just going to send it, and it's, even if it's time bomb, but it's even a tag! Sadak's gone down. Less than 2, he's that flank being noted. Ethan, super heads up. Still looking towards it, just sitting out that traditional angle tucked into the corner, but he's going for a hunt on this one. He wants a bit more. He's out for blood frenzies, and up for it, Ethan! Seals it, signs it, delivers it. EG! What a goddamn half!
Beautiful reaction as well from Ethan. He actually gets into the backside of Underpass, actually all the way past Arcade. Loud leave the back door open, and the Rolling Thunder posted through. Results in a kill and leaves that B site once again on a platter. I mean, Loud just didn't have a response here. We didn't see enough versatility at all, Lauren.
And those questions hopefully will be answered on the desk where we're going to now.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypog. What a start to this game. Bala, EG are just so prepared on this map.
Yeah, this is a perfect map for them. I mean, they could get so many ults online, and Calm is a demon with them, and the plan that Potter has with these ults is beautiful. Let's look at a bonus run, actually, that really catapulted them to having a massive lead in this game. The thing that they do here, they throw a molly for Boostio that lands all the way up in tower and completely separates the entire team on Loud and the entire setup for Loud. And Calm has farmed up his ult because of a really fantastic pistol round. around. Jogamo, in this situation, you might think that he's just, you know, doing normal things. He gets naded in, whatever. He's going to follow up and get a kill. Those players, why are they so separated? It's because of this. If you could pause right here on this ping, this guy gets 2 players at the same time as they've cleared out halls at the top of this right here. All this space in tower is completely covered. This is getting aftershocked, it's getting stunned at the same time. There's a nade going in, and you'll see on Sadak's POV, if you can start it again right here, 2 pings out of comm. Both those players are now known. There's also a molly keeping them inside of this space. So Sadak's POV, it's just completely, I mean, what can you do in this space? He's like, okay, I'll just throw a nade. I'll do what I can. You see the aftershock. There's the Hunter's Fury. He has no room to move. And he actually walks back into that. And this is the type of thing that's just really, really nice to see from EG over and over.
And those are the preset ideas. They also had these rounds where it was really fast reactions with ult. They end the half with a breach ult coming in and forcing Loud into the EG players on the south side to punish them. One of their big priorities is collecting orbs on both sides of the map. And you saw towards the later part, Loud was trying to introduce some aggression to shut that down, but that was constantly getting punished. EG is so good at varying the pace.
I think Loud actually came into this strategically dealing with some of these ideas very well, but individually EG is just pounding.
Yeah, I mean, Loud, they have to dig a little bit deeper and find a next layer, Lauren, if they want to win this map. Let's see if they can.
You're right, there has to be more from Loud, right? We look at them as one of the best. There's no other way to phrase it. You kind of put them up there with Fnatic, you put them up there as one of the favorites coming into this event. And right now they have 3 rounds against EG, who scraped into this tournament. This could be the Cinderella run. We've been missing them for a while. But we wait and see. This is only the first half, best of 3. It's a long series. And Loud, more than capable of bringing this back into touching distance, but it has to start now.
Hold on, set up here.
Set up.
All right, yeah. Looking to pinch immediately, but a little bit of chip damage done. Aspas will be down to 58 HP now, and definitely weakens the front line here. Jogma, clearance might find it. No, Sadak gets it.
They're so hungry for this pinch, though. They're almost tripling, doubling, over-committing in towards that, and Loud so ready on the other side, brawling it out. Yes, taking a lot of damage, but it needs something almost tragic to go wrong, and maybe the tragedy's in the hands of this man, not this time. Aspas overwhelms, takes the site. More than likely takes the round. Comp has had a wonderful performance, but this is a very tough situation.
Aspas 28, Sadak 22, Chewy's 15. If he can find this first one, Les would be the one to fall first to make it doable, but Loud find the pistol.
Here we go.
EG very happy to take that engagement. I don't know if they feel like it's maybe 1 or 2 players, but spacing a little off. Jorgamo, yes, caught off guard, but second and third swings a little bit disjointed, which we haven't seen many examples of, to be honest with you. Took his time with that one.
The frenzy will still win.
Yeah.
It's inevitable. For this though, looking back here, just the frenzy for Demon 1. That's it. Everyone else on classics. Actually, he doesn't even go for that. So full on eco. Look at the buy coming out from Loud as well. Rifle straight up for Aspas. Guardian coming out for Kaunzin, and the rest just kind of filling the ranks. And just a bit of a walk back through. Now, the timing on this...
They're going to meet each other.
Yep. There shouldn't be a problem with this. The weaponry alone for Loud should be fine, but it's getting a little chaotic. Demon 1 going to find one, Demon finds another. Any more, and it would have been a question mark. For now, they can operate with 3. That would be just fine. What does Boostio do with this?
They spotted Boostio at the start of the round, so reading into the fact he's rotated back through spawn here after taking a little bit of damage. Was there a Bulldog missing?
There was a Bulldog on the buy, so I don't know where that's gone. Kaunzin had it at the start. So
yeah.
I wonder if that maybe Boostio's having a little bit of a glimpse, see what's about. Don't know if it's been... I don't know where that's gone. Neither does Boostio, so...
I mean, where the death marker is maybe fell over the side out of the map, but it's a big loss, to be honest with you. Obviously, you can throw away the pistols here, maybe even the Spectre. See if Boostio can get anything else done as well, to be honest with you.
Yep. Nah, not going to be. 3 alive, that's lovely for Loud. Just what they needed. It's not as clean as I'm sure they'd like, but at this point, you're closing in on that scoreline.
No,
that's
for sure.
the critical thing.
Yeah, with this purchase, again, you can give up 2 lives for sure. Like I said, it's tough that the Bulldog gets lost.
Yeah.
In that exchange.
It's where it was, so definitely, yeah, up and over the edge. Bye-bye. So yeah, Kalanzine down to just the Sheriff. So yeah, that could have been nice to bolster this purchase a little more. They still have the 3 rifles out, so it's not the end of the world for Loud. Again, very competitive purchase coming into this match, or at least into this round.
Aspas barreling towards it, yeah. Way ahead of the curve here. No flash, no stun, nothing. Team 1 will punish. So an early advantage here for EG. Spike not committed just yet. Sadak and Les to plant the seed here. Com's actually going to drone in this position. You got to be careful of that utility combo coming through.
Yeah, puts him down to 33. But he does get to keep his life, a little bit of support from CT, and they're responding quite quickly to this. Still going to have Jorgamo over towards Sand. Notice the player close, a little bit paranoid over towards Dish. No one's there.
See, Loud were ready to collapse here. They actually collected the spike and were ready to actually force their way onto A. It did draw the rotation, though.
Yeah, just double checking that no one had slipped up towards Sand just yet. They're still behind the door, so gives Jorgamo a little bit more of an angle to play with. Kalanzine, Sadak to his left, and a dry re-clear of this gives a fair fight to Jorgamo, and you can't be doing that. Down to 40, but he still fancies more, and he gets more. That's the 3rd for him this round. 4 still standing for EG. Can Tui's do some damage on this? This is rough for him. Does he get a fair fight? Demon 1 doesn't want it to be fair, but Tui's closing in a little bit. And drawn in, has a little look towards Ethan, confirms the position. Com's got to be careful. Was put down a little lower as Tui's just step by step trying to clear through this. Yeah, he's being toyed with. This is rough. 13 seconds. Not many options in this now. And yeah, gets found. Demon 1. Good for it. Jorgamo though, Mike. Not bad. Not bad at all.
Again, just Sadak swings onto the angle as the fault line's coming in. Commits to the engagement, and Jorgamo, he's got a corner to tuck into. This was very bizarre. I don't know if Aspas is maybe thinking he's going to catch somebody on a jump peak or something, but like I said, no utility at all to provide pressure to that first angle that opens up. I think it just so happens that EG are stacked in a high-low there.
Okay, that's double digits for EG now. Big buy coming out though for Loud. What's the game plan now? Ethan, gonna spot what's going on? What on earth is going on? This round is bizarre. EG just getting a little fast and loose with this. You can't be really doing that against Loud. I mean, something can be said, I guess, for Aspas flying through completely none the wiser. But while all this happens, while this little battle happens on Sand, they've slipped through towards the site.
EG maybe anticipating a rotation back towards B. Plant will come through. I think just in audible range here, the EG players all the way over in spawn. Some tools to work with. A smoke for Demon 1 and Molly, 1 off the orbital strike. Look at Jorgamo. Tons of utility to work with here.
They're going to have to price one of these players out. Some very deep positions though. Loud, all safely getting away from the site. Jorgamo put them under pressure though. They don't know this though. Now they do. No one's on site. This is a really hard position to try and play up against. Loud are going to run that clock to perfection. Paranoia Ascent doesn't catch. Jorgamo closing in. He needs to make sure he's got this, I don't know, on wraps somehow. Because there's still utility for Loud. They are defending this perfectly. They're basically making it impossible for EG, even in this situation. No time. Loud did enough in that post plant to get them up to 6.
Move everything, force a repurchase as well. Again, secondary objective achieved here. And even so, I didn't even actually spot that. It was still a snake bite in play for less. Did have the poison orb lined up, and aftershock to come through as well. So very tough for EG to actually pull off this retake.
Yeah. But also, I do have to put a little question mark towards Aspas in the last couple of rounds.
The start of that round was bizarre.
It was very strange, wasn't it?
Because there was investment this time around. It wasn't if it was just Aspas barreling onto, into A main. Really strange.
Loud, look at the pace on this. Yeah, absolute singular focus on this round. Gonna head on through. Held back by that smoke though. It's enough for them to rethink this approach. I thought they might have just committed through that potentially.
I mean, what, 2 flashes? The knife invested. And it's not really won them anything if you look at the minimap. Posturing up as if that fast hit was going to come through, and now they're going to recontact back onto site.
Looks like it. And we can see the 2 players Sat quite deep for EG. There is still one towards tower. It's going to be Jorgamo. D1 does have ult too. Now quietly as they could, trying to get towards the site. Now here comes a problem though, going to send them away, trying to isolate a few kills here. Jorgamo going to find Quarantine and retake towards the site here. Loud held at the door once again. Utility going to start dwindling as you can already see the pings coming out. They're starting to get the information now. The spike is down just from that Virgin Tower. Incredible reposition from Jorgamo, and the cross now gets punished. It's all on Aspas in a 1v3. This is wild for him. He needs to almost over-deliver here. They're starting to flood the site, get a little closer. Another tap on the spike. He ain't going to get that fight. EG really offsetting the pace that Loud wanted, but also Loud looking a little hesitant on some of these.
Yeah, I don't know if that was just intended or if it was just the smoke that slowed them down. But recontacting here with such a huge investment, they have to wait for the knife to come back through. And
I love that reposition from him here, though. Just tucking in the corner, making them to work towards that spike.
Deals with the one player that crosses, and there's another question mark created for Loud to have to re-clear default, and nobody does. Very, very concerned with how some of these rounds in the second half have looked. Loud are just throwing something out to see what sticks, but seeing Aspas way ahead of the curve and
disconnected like that.
Disconnected from not just the rest of his team, but absent of any utility to support him to make such brazen plays in the early round.
I don't mind him being audacious. It's one of my favorite things to see a Neon well supported.
Remember,
exactly. It's like this guy's one of the best in the world. He's still on 17-14. He's not having a bad game, but you want to see that kind of fit within the machine of it, right? You want to see that kind of supplemented, supported. It hasn't felt like it's got that synergy in the right place here. Some of that credit, sure, I'll put to EG, but a couple of these rounds have been, it looks like maybe a misplay, something that's just not quite right. And I do want to talk about this, and we'll talk bigger picture maybe after this map, because again, this is EG's choice, so they do look good here for now. Coming in cold to the playoffs is a conversation I want to have with you, especially for Loud. Now, I think we kind of talked about this at the start. We wouldn't put them as one of those teams who suffer that issue, but they're now presented potentially a map down going forward.
It looks like they actually are suffering from that issue, to be honest with you. This is very uncharacteristic, some of these rounds, the way... and again, this is not to discredit what EG are doing here on Fracture at all, but Loud look off their game. Yes, there's an adjustment period, sure, but...
Gotta get it going. We'll re-explore that once we get in towards map 2 here, because we're still not out of the game just yet. Loud have enough ult to be able to make something out of this round. Spray comes in, actually Comp does connect towards Sadak. So this suddenly isn't going as easy as expected. EG, yeah, these positions are beautiful. So prepared for what Loud are gonna do. It's clean. It's a Prime Gaming flawless to get to 12. EG looking near on untouchable here.
And Loud actually dump a couple of ultimates into that. Have the Rolling Thunder to work with, less 2 away from the pit, but see here, even catching Sadak here with that.
Spike down A.
1v5. He came in. Go Corbin! I killed
Yeah, 12-6 now.
One more. One more and the map 1 is theirs, right? That's such a hurdle to get past. Against Loud, pull this into context.
It's not close either.
It hasn't been. And it's leaving me with so many worries for Loud bigger picture, but for now we focus on this round. Round 19, 6-12, EG are in control, but Sadak has a lot of room to play with here. It's north side space for EG. They've prioritized this. And Demon 1 starts to come back through. He has no idea that Sadak's this deep. Oh my God, this guy! Apparently doesn't make a blind bit of difference, but look at the response though. It's quite quick. They're going to head right back over towards B. Loud leaning into this now.
This is almost what EG want though. Look at the ultimates here, the lockdown, the Hunter's Fury, the Rolling Thunder, all available. And an early advantage created by EG.
And the ult sent back through from Quarantine finds nothing. No one was even close to CT, but we wait. Let's see what this pack of 3 can find, kind of filtering through that southern side. Loud going to try and set up their best defenses here.
They're reflanking to put down the attacker lockdown in underpass. There's the awareness there from Loud. Couple of players positioned towards Arcade. They can get on the outside of this.
Here we go. There go the alarm bells. They're ringing. They're going to handle this.
Hunter's Fury behind this as well.
And the combo coming in from Ethan though. Can they get this one started? Oh, the cross gets caught. Big shot and a bigger follow-up. Aspas, he's not out of it yet. This is still a great hold from him. Jorgamo is on the defuse though, tagged up and not going to be stopping just yet. Aspas is doing so much damage and it's all just come. This one slipped between their fingertips. There's a little bit of that magic we know that Loud have.
First round that actually feels like Loud withstand the game plan from EG.
Convincing round for me.
Again, set up perfectly to get on the outside of that lockdown, and I was surprised we didn't actually see the combo. Maybe it happened off screen, but these are the sort of rounds where, like I said, they play perfectly into EG's game plan, and there's usually a Hunter's Fury behind this to clear up on the outside of the lockdown. Big round from Aspas, though.
Yep. If he starts activating, it does get scary. His movement's so gorgeous when you watch him play. Like, wow. I've missed watching that man work. Let's see what he's up to this time around, though. We've kind of seen that kind of, I guess, almost overheated times, a little bit overzealous in some of these approaches to the site. But for now, Loud taking a little bit more of a different route, a little bit more cautious, a little bit more passive. You can see EG on the other side responding by taking map control. So we're going to clear through that northern side.
Jorgamo might even catch Kawanzine and Aspas on the backside of this.
This is purely a timing game. I want to see from that northern side, that perspective coming in from Jorgamo. Okay, he's got contact, but he didn't get the kill. So that's one thing, that's a small bonus, but he's actually going to double down on the chase here. They want to try and connect towards this. They get out with their lives though, and Com's going to burn the ult for this too. There's the tag that he was looking for. But now the cross is going to be made. Good timing from the Molly to come down, but Busio the one to find Sadak. The site is not safe at all. Aspas forced away. He's got so many problems. Oh, and Jorgamo is the biggest one of them all, making issues for Loud and leaving them in tatters. Less is all that's standing. It's the 5 of EG. How much can he achieve out of this one? The spike is a million miles away, and so is map 1 for Loud. Beautiful from EG, holding on to this Cinderella run now.
The confidence continues to flow here for EG. Loud, I gotta say it, a couple of rounds there where they just looked a little stunned, a little shocked. Lacking answers in the first half, and in the second, I don't know if it's frustration coming into a few of these, but definitely got to keep that in check here. This is a familiar opponent here.
It is. But again, we talk about the capabilities that come with being a favored side, an experienced side. All of that Loud still has. They still have that pedigree, that ability to go backstage, take a moment, mentally reset, come back in. Their map next, it's Ascent. I mean, this map sits with them so perfectly. Yes, EG have done damage on this. It's not a bad map for EG, but still, it's going to be a reminder you can never write Loud out. But EG deserve a lot of credit for this map, Mike.
Absolutely, yeah, and we see them execute the same sort of set pieces we saw previously versus DRX, but then on top of that, a couple of the players really actually excelling beyond that, coming out in gunfights in 1vx situations. Demon 1, man, that clutch early on was ridiculous.
Yes.
Completely forgot about that until we saw it, the replay there.
Yeah.
So yeah, very few positives, very few, you know, rounds that Loud can really pin onto in terms of successes here. And EG actually winning out in some of the adjustments beautifully in the first half.
This could be one of the bigger upsets of the tournament so far. They've taken the first steps towards it. We're not
Loud's
there yet.
opening game.
This is their debut on the stage. Last international affair for them didn't go so well. So a little bit of a reminder, maybe a little bit of a nightmare reoccurring here, but they're gonna be having it with their eyes wide open, and EG carrying on from the group stage. This has been a very good confidence builder here for EG. This will get them knowing, hey, playoff stage, just the same as those groups for us. We can keep doing this. Ascent is a different beast, Mike. This could be where Loud bring back the game. They have the pedigree, they have the reputation for a reason, and you at home do not want to miss it.
Have you ever asked yourself?
俺は呪われてる喉から出る手追われてる脳が鍛れてる右脳で吐き溜めてる向こうから来るハートに溺れる内向囚われの向こう途方もない壮大なるビッグボールいけるかどうか頭口だけを頼りロービーツ浴び三々浴び共感ないないでは
Have you ever asked yourself after a bad game, what am I missing? Or sought help from impatient friends? Or browsed desperately for answers that only bring up more questions? Your self-doubting days are over with Discovery, the first game-focused AI. Discovery is trained on the world's leading esports athletes to be your everyday personal coach. That's right, Discovery can help you improve your gameplay by giving you tips and strategies to take your game to the next level. Get started at aimlabs.com/discovery.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Of course, here with Coach Potter as we break down what just happened in the last game. Potter, first and foremost, this Loud team has been a thorn on your side throughout this season, but this is not the same EG team that got 13-0'd by this squad before. This is a different beast altogether. How are you keeping the boys mental in this game? But most importantly, how are you going to keep the momentum moving forward into map number 2?
Yeah, I mean, it's been a learning process for us, for sure. Third time's a charm, and it seems like each time we play versus Loud, we just get better and better. We feed off their energy, and we learn a lot each series. So this time around, there was not a lot of motivating words I had to give to the boys. We were feeling very confident. As soon as we woke up this morning, we were feeling very good. No jinxing here, but we've got one more map. Job's not done. Ascent. Yeah, we beat them for the first time. I think Loud, they lost for the first time versus us the last time we played. So they're definitely going to be ready. They're definitely going to be ready, but we've got something prepared for them.
Well, I mean, this has been an exciting game for EG nonetheless. Coach Potter, always a pleasure to chat with you. Go up there, chat with the boys, and we'll see what you guys got cooked up for map 2. Back to you.
What a great start for EG there. Potter, as she said, she's got something prepared for them. I think we witnessed everything that they have prepared for every single team they go up against. I've got Bola and Mimi joining me here. And Bola, they just can't lose.
Yeah.
They just can't.
That was so impressive. I mean, a lot of the same sort of ideas where it's like a lot of trap plays, that sort of thing, worked so well. And Calm was a beast in some of those moments. We already talked about it at halftime. It just continued, though.
Yeah, and talk about countering. Loud is one of the few teams who's gotten to play against this composition from EG twice, and it seems like they had good ideas. In this one, trying to punish Calm when he anchors A by droning. Well, he's droning by double mollying. Didn't really work out, and then in the late round, it's just Jojimo who cleans them up. And I feel like that was the story of this map. Loud had some solid early ideas of how to bait out some of EG's utility and play against it, but in the late round, EG had a second option, and their individuals were all continuing the insane confidence we saw in groups.
And I think as well, you started to see that sort of idea continue to seep in for Loud. Look for where Calm is going to early drone. If he doesn't, take more space and try to punish his deeper drone. You saw that with the nade molly combo there. And what fell apart, though, was after looking where Calm is, after finding what out his drone is, that leaves so much room for the rest of the players on EG to dominate. You saw Jogamo with an ult one round just coming out of nowhere. Loud didn't consider it. The Brim ult as well, separating so many different players up. I think that really was a great game plan from Loud, but they need to be able to have follow-ups, and also the individual form needs to be there when they step on the stage the first time.
Well, let's head to the stage right now for the Aim Lab shoot around and check in on Sadak on how he is doing here. But Mimi, they got to step it up.
Yeah, they absolutely do. I think that first game really speaks to the quality of EG. They can go back in against a team that they have already played against, on a comp they have already shown, and continue to add new little ideas, new combinations to it, and pop off. But for Loud right now, they've had a rough start, but this is something they're familiar with. In America's groups, it felt like every game they were losing map 1, then they would barely rally map 2, and still close out this series. This is a very familiar situation for the boys, and force it off.
It's weird because I feel like there's a situation right now where Loud is getting in really, really tough territory. They've now lost Split against EG, they've lost Ascent, and they've lost Fracture. All these maps continue to get flipped, and that gives them such an advantage in a long series like this. Now we go to Ascent, though, and to me, it would be mind-blowing if EG is able to flip Ascent twice in a row. Barely anybody's being able to take down Loud on this map. I feel out of anything, no matter what the strategy, no matter what the game plan, this should be a map where there's resiliency from Loud. And if there's not, that's terrifying for the team going forward.
And it was a close game last time, Mimi. EG, they didn't win it dominantly against Loud.
They won 13-11, and it was off of getting 8 rounds on their attacking side. This is the map where I think you see EG's improvement in the fundamentals the most. They went from early in Americas looking kind of lost, really struggling in their mid-rounds, to here constantly having a really clear idea of what they want to reclear in the mid-round, of how they can pull out their opponent's utility and find the gap in the later parts of these rounds. They really punished Loud in this way, but in history, this Ascent, it's been their best map. It was their best map throughout Americas, so it would be a shock if they lose here.
Yeah, it would be indeed. We heard from Potter already. Let's see what's going on over in the Loud camp. Golden Boy, he's standing by with Fraud.
Hey guys, here with Coach Fraud. Now Fraud, I know after that last game, a lot of words were shared with the players, but you know, the competition has gotten so fierce, especially in the Americas region, but also in the global stage as well. What are you doing to keep the boys mental prepared for this map too? And also, what did you tell them in the back before you came out to talk to me?
Just really focus on ourselves. Every team here is very talented across all the regions as well. We just really have to focus on ourselves. Everyone's preparing hard, so are we, but at the same time, if we just focus on ourselves, I think we give ourselves the best chance possible.
What are you looking to hopefully isolate and maybe try and punish for map 2?
Just change up our style a little bit differently. You know, yeah, we're going to come out with a little bit more fire, and hopefully that works out for us.
If there's one team that can do it, it's most definitely Loud. Always a pleasure to talk to you, my friend. Back to you.
I can't wait to see that fire. And as we head to the Prime Gaming agent select, that fire, you know, could be under, well, we're expecting it to come from Aspas. We're going to get the Demon 1 Aspas Jet versus Jet battle now, which we didn't get on Fracture.
Yeah, we didn't. And Demon 1 was the guy in my mind who was just doing what he needed to do. Aspas was having to have a little bit more of a spearhead position. He was playing the more traditional duelist, and he was getting punished when he was looking for openings that the strategy allowed him to, and that really hurt because there was never the pivot possibility. On Jet, I think he should be able to shine a little bit more here.
I think he absolutely will. Loud are starting on the attacking side here, and it's actually been a really strong side for them in the finals against NRG. I think this was one of the defining maps of that series, where they came back after really getting read into the first half and slowed down their pace significantly, found a gap in energy late, and were able to punish it. This team is so good at adapting within series.
They've only lost to 3 teams on this map, Loud has. It's EG, it's the Optic Core, and it's Fnatic. It will be crazy if they're able to do it twice in a row.
Yeah, and Loud, they have to bring it back if they want to avoid that lower bracket this early on. Pansy and Hypog, let's see if they can.
It's absolutely game on now between these two, and I think the desk kind of highlighted being able to win against someone like Loud twice on a map like this might be out of the realms of possibility. I don't know. This was like a cornerstone for Loud.
Sure, yeah, but it's a little concerning to see that map 1 performance. It's interesting to hear Fraud say that they kind of want to then double down and play with a bit more aggression. Yeah, a bit more fiery, because that really wasn't working. You could see the synergies, the timings were completely off in a few examples on Fracture. The other thing being, with the way that EG approached versus DRX the other day on this map, Demon 1, you loosen the leash a little bit, man, and you know just how much EG are willing to build behind that. Very excited to see that here. Obviously, a big head-to-head with both of them facing off on the Jet now.
Loud going to be starting this one out on the attacking side, EG on the defense. And we have to see that head-to-head at some point, that Aspas Demon 1 head-to-head. I'm so glad you brought up some of those, I guess, worries from map 1, because I do think if they double down on that, it could further expose those problems, but we're yet to see if that comes in here into map 2. Loud taking the tour, though, heading back round towards B.
I'm not sure if Demon 1 did get a sound here, but found a kill nonetheless. Less will fall to reset away from this now, and no possibility of Loud finding a trade.
They've got the players in the right position. You basically have 4 players on this B site for EG. You kind of throw in Jorgamo towards that, playing towards middle. So Loud maybe look at some other options, but they've got a lot of space to cross, and doing so blindly is hard. Fortunately for them, they will have safe passage through middle. Leaning up towards Cat, and on the other side it would be Boostio On towards A, still with this setup here, so they've still got a lot of problems in front of them.
Sadak will disconnect a little bit. Try and take some control back towards main. That's what we spotted out here. Turret dealt with early, but Busio does have his setup to protect him in hell here.
Yep. He's doing so much. Aspas! He gets melted! Busio just creates the perfect trap, sits on the side of the smoke. EG! Pure control here. Prime Gaming flawless.
Busio with a little TikTok setup to tuck himself into hell. Does so much damage when Loud finally get onto site. Cowanzine just honestly forced into a position where he's got nowhere to play underneath hell. And even then, Sadak disconnecting to make sure they have some information. I didn't even notice the dart over the top as well. Perfectly timed from Com to come in.
You know what, obviously we mostly watch EMEA during regular seasons. What a treat to get eyes on with EG in some of these rounds. Obviously seeing it online's one thing, but seeing it in person here, quite spectacular. Obviously Loud, wait and see if they activate. Ethan getting a little confident. Does have a challenge or two on the other side, so has to be cautious here. Doesn't want to overdo it. Knife should confirm attendance, but Tui's slipping up middle. It's going to be Demon 1 to keep him in check.
Tui's does have a Sheriff. Hasn't been spotted on across this, so a chance to swing onto it, but you know how snappy Demon 1 can be. Now potentially waiting for a cross back over, but Ethan will be challenged. Aspas will fall though.
Yeah, they're not making it through that choke point, are they? Yeah, EG, hand around the throat on this one. No way out of it really for Cowanzine and Les. Not even really given many opportunities to close any of these kills.
Ethan would have been the first there with the timing, hopping back up towards default. 2v5 for Loud, try and do some further damage here, but less down to 31 HP and huddled in. You can see on the minimap already, EG looking to suffocate and smother Loud outside A site.
30 seconds left.
We still see him keep it clean.
Last player.
Seeing it from the other perspective of Demon 1 getting kills is actually horrifically terrifying.
Back-to-back Prime Gaming flawless is the start on Ascent here. Now we'll come back into their first buy round.
Not drawing blood once. 0-2 across the board. Wow.
Not a single kill. See if EG want to get a little proactive here. As I said, we saw loads of examples versus DRX. Them looking to take the fight to them on their defensive half.
No massive progress towards any of the ults coming out for EG yet, though kind of spread across the board. Yes, Demon 1 a little further ahead, and there's the aggression. You called it. And EG agreed to it. And that's a lot of space that Demon 1's commanding here. He knows that, well, mid somewhat clear, obviously can't fully confirm, but now with that contact of that utility on towards A, they got to know what's coming. As already Aspas going to take towards the site. And EG have to somewhat respect this. They can't do too much damage from here.
EG have cleared so much so early. Actually, they're in a position to do a lot of damage when the site hit finally comes through. Jorgamo will find Tui's.
Okay, and Cowan seems low. Sadak a bit of chip damage. Timing on this could be terrifying. Aspas got to be careful as well. Might have been noted, he has been. Now takes a step out, still had the rifle overwhelmed. Busio finds Aspas, and now they're doing some serious damage. It's only on less. This is madness, EG. You are not meant to be doing this. How many bonus rounds can these boys convert? Less! Gave it a damn good go! But that's simply not good enough. EG posting up a third.
Beautiful conversion. Like I said, the clearance from EG comes through so early that you don't want to see Loud stack up for an execute there. They need to re-clear that space because EG react perfectly. They set up, they even get a kill ahead of the spike coming down, I believe. Cowanzine, a ton of chip damage done. I think it's the fragment from Ethan to even finish that off.
What an anomaly of a team. I don't know how they continuously do this. But I'm so glad you kind of step-by-step that, because it makes sense, right? They take so much of the space, all that information. Let's get the players in the right place. But now, Demon 1's, you don't.
Flash over here?
Someone's gonna, okay, Ethan's just gonna swing it apparently, and there it is. It's murder in middle. Tui's down a little low, but revealed. They know his position through the wall. This crunch in middle is just gorgeous, and it's bold to be doing it against these sheriffs and odds and ends. It could be a little bit more risky, but Gotta make that impression. They are. Let's go try and keep himself standing, but gotta be cautious on the other side as well. Com can't fall in that position.
Actually, Les has got way out of B main here. See Busio falling the utility disabled.
But I'm wondering if does Com recheck? No, okay, he's sat on a deeper angle.
I mean, he's got 2 seconds still to recon, so he's probably just looking for a wallbang to come back up. Spike will drop to site now as Les has already fallen.
Standing ahead.
Doesn't get the scan.
Spike planted.
Careful, we have a wallbang from the Sheriff. No, come through.
Good luck, County. Yeah, not gonna happen. EG, carry on through. That little mid piece. Ooh.
Yeah, that almost feels like EG looking to kind of flex a little bit, honestly. Yeah. Send a message here, not respecting the Sheriffs whatsoever. And they're so quick as well. You can see, I think Ethan's tucked up there. The only reason he doesn't flash out, well, there's not a dart over the top, I think, because they read into the fact that Loud have pushed up Catwalk so quickly. That was a big question for me, though, is how proactive EG want to execute this defensive half. We've already seen some similar examples to what we saw versus DRX.
And is this another little set piece in mind? I'm looking at kind of a lean towards middle, 2 on towards Cat. Operator in the hands of Boostio. Yeah, Demon 1, he's off the leash. He is absolutely off the leash. He's just pushing forward. That's an opportunity and a missed one. 2 he's gonna punish, but it's not just 1. They've doubled down, tripled down. They're trying to get so aggressive across the map. And it's cost them casualties. Down to 3 here, EG not sticking the landing on this one.
A rare miss, actually, from Demon 1. So last time, snappy with the Guardian in that situation. Lucio still finds one, though. Swings back onto the Aldrone. And comes found across map, Hunter's Fury.
How are they still in this round? It looks so over.
Tui's down to 33 HP as well. Very disconnected from this.
Revealing area.
Are they going to disrespect that? Yeah, they are. Trying to check for anyone close by, but
Sadak just took a ton of damage with that wallbang.
How? I didn't even look close to him, but Tui's positioning should be the end of this, right? There's no way they turn around and check now. Calm down, last one standing. Not gonna have so much fun here. Tui's is down on 10 HP. Like, Com is connecting all of these shots. It's kind of obscene to see, but he just hasn't really got the time for this. So many unknown quantities on the side. He's gonna have to relinquish any of this sort of threat, but he could maybe do some damage on the way out. And maybe just keep that operator in hand.
Sadak might catch him.
Oh, he was tempted.
Come on, you can see him laughing about it. He's like, yeah.
They're still trying to chase. How close does Sadak get? Keeps it, no worries there. Okay, so what happened in this round? Because we just saw that almost double down, triple down on aggression throughout the map, but was it just that miss from Demon 1?
I think this is exactly the same game plan we saw previously. The only difference here being that Demon 1's not found this kill. I think on the other side of things, I'm not sure how the kill outside B came. Loud, spread very thin in that default, were equipped to deal with, I guess, a push on both sides.
Okay, so lockdown there, TP there. Nice little purchase back for Loud. I'll take this default throughout. I don't want to say they've completely quelled the aggression from EG just yet. I'm still seeing them take a little bit of a glance through towards B main, but it's deeper this time. Not exploring middle, not exploring short. Sitting very deep, excluding that B main. A little bit of presence here from Demon 1.
With the change being, Demon 1 now has the operator, so EG not going to look to send him into a deep position this time around. And Loud very cautious, though.
Yeah, maybe looking to identify if that operator or where that operator is actually positioned.
Won't get spotted with a drone, though. Demon 1 will slip up behind it.
His timing on this is gorgeous as well. But look at the reclear. That recheck from Les could have been lovely, but it does give them at least a signifier that this could be that A piece, but Loud still don't look fully committed to that idea either.
Very late pop of the null command from Ethan as well. As Loud looked to try and catch a little bit of timing back through mid. Alarm bot removed, but down to 30 seconds. It's taken Loud so long to achieve anything with this default.
And Com's position turns the flash well. Does get checked on. Aspas very heads up there. Going to take down Com. Jorgamo's in danger. He's got a lot of pressure coming his way. A little bit of help from Ethan from up above, but still he's living on borrowed time here. Loud sweeping through the site, taking all the control they need. That's the Loud I wanted to see. Demon One can only find one. Probably time to fall away from this. Might get hunted down on short. Reads it, connects it. He's not going to get much more play on this though. Just going to try and keep his life.
A ton of time for Loud to try and chase this down, and you look at the funds. They can afford to throw another rifle or two at this. Loud have so much time throughout this. This is the one round, like I said, where Demon One, the operator, usually decide to play a little slower. But even so, it's like, it's down to, what, 30 seconds by the time the alarm bot's removed. Didn't even force an over-rotation there from EG either. It's now just winning out a couple. I'm not even sure, actually, if Com has a dart for that setup to make Jorgamo's position inside the smoke a little more comfortable. Maybe EG's just mispositioned ever so slightly there in the late round.
We're good to see a lifeline for Loud. I felt like they were getting kind of blown out at the start of this, but nice responses back-to-back now. Converting two. Once they got to that side, it was clean work from them. A couple of ults coming online for both sides now. I want to see if Demon One does invest the knives. It looks like he will be. They have something in mind. How do they want to facilitate him in this round?
You see the pings on the minimap towards top mid here. Is he just bursting straight out? The paranoia towards Tiles, potentially?
Could be. Through towards Tiles, as a check sees nothing. He's going to continue this path. Those spots out too, and taken down. Ethan with a follow-up punish can at least catch Kalenzine, so even the numbers out. But by now you can already see it. Loud looking towards the other side of the map too. Maybe a chance to explore towards A as Busio desperate to try and get back in time.
Well, Aspas got tagged down to 5 HP. Not sure if that was a headshot from a Sheriff somewhere.
Yeah, he's very low.
So again, it's going to make it a little more awkward for him to commit to an entry here. Does have the Blade Storm, obviously lockdown available for less as well. The problem could be presented here for EG if Ethan is left to try and defend alone here.
Do still see Ethan being one of those safe pair of hands, but this is a lot. 4 players, no support really anywhere nearby. Closest would be Jorgamo. Not an easy situation. A re-smoke put towards A main, but we can see where Loud are heading towards. Lockdown going to come in. What option does he have? Can he take it down?
Does have the
30 seconds left.
She doesn't catch, no.
Nope.
Sends it on the other side of the wall.
And Ethan's gone through the smoke. The trade out comes in though. Ethan's removed, so the cross feels a bit safer, but 13 seconds, they're running low on time here. Spike still down by A main. 10 seconds now. Spike back into hand. They've got to make their way towards the site. Busio trying to catch that cross, but it's Tui's with a great shot. Takes him out. Oh my word, Tui's heating up now. Sadak and Jorgamo to 1v1. Jorgamo's got him. EG up to 5.
Where did Jorgamo get that Sheriff kill from? What was that? You said Ethan's going to have his hands full. Can't deal with the lockdown, unfortunately, but EG still come out on top of this? Yeah.
Last
The 5 HP guy, by the way.
One enemy remaining. Spike planted.
Nice, let's go.
What a round from Jorgamo.
Deep breath. Yeah. I mean, I was looking at their money. I was a bit worried. They can still get an okay buy. Yeah, the judge coming in for Ethan, but that's kind of the tail end of it. On the other side, yeah, I mean, well, to be fair, Aspas does have the knives as well, so he's fine being where he's at. So, still a very competitive round here for Loud. Gonna get a grip back on this game. Demon One willing to fight. Wants a player on the cross, but does have to fall away here. Busio willing to put his body on the line for it, but now fighting out early on. Plenty of ults here for Loud as well.
Is there a quick decision on the back of the operators being spotted? My question, yeah, maybe the no command popped here. Ethan, though, going to slip in with the judge.
Gonna hear one.
Do some serious damage.
How long does he stand here? How long can he wait? Perfect work, takes down Kalenzine, and he's still holding the space. There's the counter pressure coming in through short. Jorgamo trying to backfill that, but the paranoia going to be sent. He can't even see Aspas. Delivers the knife to the throat, and now Com gets overwhelmed. The Demon One's on the line. Oh my god, this guy's quick as lightning. I've never seen anything like it. And Aspas has his work cut out now. Suddenly this situation ain't feeling so good. 2 HP apparently is more than enough for Demon One. Boostio just holding. Got to be so ready for this though. 44 seconds, a lot of time for Aspas to work with.
Do they respect him enough to use the lockdown? I think so, Lauren.
Of course you do.
Not going to be able to catch the retreat here, so Aspas will be given an opportunity to tuck into Wine. But if Demon 1 can repost up on this angle onto main, it's going to be very problematic.
But it's Aspas, this guy is world class. The fuse started, Demon 1 now called in. 2 HP, shot comes in, there's a chance. Goes back through, 9 HP now for Aspas. He's trying to toy with the time, but the defuse, it's going to be coming in right under his nose. He can't deny it, and he can't even get the kill. EG holding on now.
What a ridiculous round from Demon 1.
Show me that again.
That was beautiful. And Aspas is desperate to trade it. I mean, Jorgamo goes huge here as well. To even slow this down on the way in. This second shot.
The fact he even lives there, Aspas
Yeah.
like on him.
Like I said, composure as well. Respect Loud enough and Aspas enough to put the lockdown in, but it allows Demon 1 to repost up on that angle. No risk taken there from EG on the retake. And we're in another situation where there's a big deficit here. Loud are trailing by 4 rounds.
I find it hard to put faith in EX. Like, okay, again, we don't cover NA ourselves, right? So when we look at international, we've seen Loud. And Loud have been just incredible, right? Historically, one of the best teams there are. You'd say individually, still one of the best players there in the form of Aspas. You can't discredit what that man's been able to achieve. And I'm seeing the scoreline at 6-2. The team that barely made it here. Running on dreams alone, EG are leading this. They forced the timeout out of Loud. And there's something about the mental game in that. You go, yeah, we got him a little bit there. We got him to try and adapt. Now, to be fair, Loud did have that nice adaptation before on map 1. They started to a little bit deeper, work it out a little bit, close the scoreline a touch on that first half of Fracture, but that still got taken away from them.
I think it's tough though, because there's not as much of an opportunity to do so here on the attacking side. Sure, Loud statistically lean, I guess heavier in terms of, well, Ascent in general, sure, but you don't want to see another 9-3, for example.
No.
You need to leave enough of a gap here for Loud to make something happen here. Well, Loud were looking to, pop behind this. Smoke will slow it down. Ethan will detect too, but yeah, they are looking to pop.
Yeah, Aspas is on the site now. I don't know how much they know about this one. There is still a player below. Jorgamo trying to go undetected at this point. There's so many players here though. Jorgamo could have punished one. Loud with a great trade back. Gonna find 2. You can see him trying to clear, but Jorgamo, he's still here! How's he got undetected this long? 2 more bullets, can't find him. And now it's on Demon 1, deleted that sharp from less. A 1v2 for Boostio. The spike is in the hands of Tui, so it's already on the site. Turret goes in, smoke goes up. The second he goes out of that smoke, Turret's gonna note him, Les has him dead. How does he play this? Oh, that's how! Oh my god! He almost played that to perfection.
He swings so wide, the confidence to swing out of smoke like that.
Bloody hell.
You see as well, Loud cautious. They didn't want to commit to that plant. Loud to find their 3rd. A pace change potentially catching EG off guard. Yeah, Jorgamo, I'm not even sure if he's caught by paranoia or something, or the information's not relayed that Aspas has found his way onto top gen. Just a couple of the individuals caught off guard in this execute.
But it's done enough to shatter the money from EG.
Yeah,
that's
which is crazy when you look at the scoreline.
Kind of, I guess it tells how close some of these rounds have been getting. Money's certainly not stable by any means.
Standing ahead.
I'll make it up to 3. And it looks quite clear-cut so far. Straight in towards B. You know, Boostio here. Demon 1 on the way. And Com on the back of the side. This is lovely though, the push and the pull between the 2.
How far Aspas is ahead?
And look at Ethan! Oh! He just dives in, head first! Could not care less, and the spike gets left in the corner. Can they defend this? Can they punish on it? No. 2 and less bailing him out, but Demon 1's on the site now. The final boss is here. The flank's already coming in as well from Jorgamo. Com's got a rifle. This is worrying for Loud. This is problems.
Tui's can retrieve the spike here with the TP, sure, but
early rotation.
EG have got the read on it. And Jorgamo and Demon 1 here are so early. Whoa. He doesn't know he slipped ahead again.
Oh, He's got to have heard that. Less. Oh, come on! Another 1v1. Com had the rifle.
30 seconds
Has
left.
his dart. But Tui's is toying with the time. 25 seconds. He has no idea where Com is. Now he's going to have a little bit of a concept of this. 2 kills already. The spam going to come in. Smoke goes through, gives himself a chance for a plant. Com's taking the long way round. He doesn't want to drop down. Doesn't want to play that game, but does Tui's read it well? Yes.
It's pinged onto the minimap, yeah.
Absolutely reads it to perfection. This should be a round for Tui's, and it is! Safe pair of hands at the end of the day, but that round had very little investment from EG, and it still got that close. Ooh, getting on nuts.
Yeah, a little BM on the way out there. Aspas is just so far ahead of everyone else. And EG, I said, made the perfect decision to reinforce this pressure. It's only the fact that Tui's has the TP, they can safely retrieve that spike.
Now again, the game we wanted. Now we're starting to heat up a little bit here. Tui's starting to have a big game himself as well. 12-7 so far for Loud. This is the timeout for EG though. Time to talk options.
They're getting closer and closer to some ultimates. Hunter's Fury 2 away, 2 off the lockdown as well. EG with Demon 1 on a rifle here. We'll resort back to some of these explosive set pieces, take the fight back to Loud. 2-round lead here, but come out with a 6-6 all even. Loud will feel fantastic about that considering how it started.
This is tense now. This could be a turning point of the game. Closing up for Loud maybe. Get that, you know, back to a nice 6-6, competitive on that half. Just get torn away from him a little more. As you noted, couple of options with those ults coming through very soon. The other side, the lockdown there for less. Hunter's Fury for Counting. Counting having a quiet game so far. Not having what he wants in this. 6-4. We go back in. EG leading as it stands. And Loud changing the tempo.
One's cleared. Pretty deep in towards B main already though. And will deal with the alarm bot. Did see on the minimap get removed there, so EG have to be conscious of the possibility. Ethan posted up on the angle regardless. Like Loud probably want to split through A here with this lockdown placement. Dealt with, but Boostio, is he going to try and slip into wine here?
That's audacious, and it's worked. I don't know what else you're meant to do in this one. Jorgmo's still got his gun out though. Can he defend him? He's still alive in the smoke. How is... Hello? How is Boostio still here? Thank you, Tui's going to take him down. There is still so much presence on this A side though. They brought over that additional player. Ethan's now here. In 38 seconds, Loud really toying with the timing.
Not necessarily through to sight. Kaunzin looking to plant the seed of doubt.
30 seconds left.
And looks like it's actually pulling Com. Just for the time being now, Jorgmo will confirm the other side of it.
Ethan waiting, bated breath. Jorgmo's got Tui's, Ethan's got Aspas. Kaunzin gonna let rip with Hunter's Fury, and it's only on to Kaunzin now. They got to know where he is, and he ain't got the time for this 8 seconds. He'd need to run straight to that spike and somehow get an instant plant. It's not going to work. EG weathering the storm here. Loud using a great deal of those ults that we just discussed. And actually, Ethan going to fall now. Team might want to be staying alive here. But EG making a go of this, but I'm looking at the money. It's a little on the lower end, but...
Yeah, Loud's money's in the bin.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
My double stick.
So wait to see what the full purchase looks like, but Ethan does so well to navigate his way through this Hunter's Fury and find 2 kills in the mix.
Oh, bloody hell, you weren't lying. Seeing Sheriff Stingers. Eesh.
Most of the utils there, so possibility for Loud to at least make this competitive here. On the other side, actually, yeah, a Guardian, a Spectre, and a Judge. But a key ultimate in the form of the lockdown. Make that to the Hunter's Fury available now for EG.
You can see the temptation from Sadak maybe to try and punish that presence, but you can see
any other gun.
Yeah, any other gun. It just doesn't sound very intimidating, does it? And there's the Hunter's Fury. Tags there. Not gonna get the follow-up just yet. And actually stays alive. Down so low. Sadak is standing on 5 HP. Tui's gonna try and take a little space towards middle. They're getting very close to this. Look and see if Tui tries to make something happen for himself here. Demon 1, did he note it? I think he did. Yeah, there's the underhand flash turn. Goes back in, overwhelmed. Demon 1 with that wide swing on this. Gonna be up in the ult as well. Nice work from Les. The spike. Was it? It was looking to be for a second, but it's falling away.
Aspas looking to backfill this space towards market. But look who's set up here with the utility on short and a judge in hand.
Oh.
30 seconds
They're going back. They're going back to B. It's a double pump. They're going to leave Aspas posted up towards middle as they try and run back towards the B side.
Again, though. The awareness is there from EG.
Oh, the shot! It's perfect from Demon 1. But the site's now going to be under scrutiny. You can see Loud trying to pour on through Galaxy with the punish. Oh, Ethan just about gets one trade, but there's still a chance. 10 seconds here, they need to get that plant in.
He's coming with a lockdown in towards main. It could be a very deep investment here, Lauren. It's going to force them towards spawn.
How quickly do they identify this? I don't know how much they can even do with it. There's the lockdown. Oh.
They're worried it can get wallbanged.
It may just be. Let's see if Counting's got it. He's not certain enough. Yeah, they're peeling away. They're falling off from this. Can they catch the cross? Great shot from Cowanteen! Oh, incredible from Cowanteen!
This is that. If I still wallbang with the Odin. I mean, the stars almost aligned for EG here in this last round. Ethan unfortunately can't grasp either of these kills. Actually finds it on the transfer, but scraping through a 7-5 here, Loud. It's a miracle, Lauren, honestly.
Yeah, and let's leave it on that note for the desk to take it away.
Thank you very much, Pansy and Hypog. I think the star was a little bit worrying for Lau, but Mimi, they are pulling it back.
They absolutely are, and they needed some miracle rounds to get back into that one. EG started on another hot streak, looking really good, converting a bonus here. But in the second half, this team has started, or excuse me, in this half, this team has started to really turn things around. EG were going for some of their standard forward execs that they do on this map often, and Cloud had answers for that one. In that one, shutting down that A main aggression, and it was really defined by the late rounds in this game.
Yeah, I mean, you can actually think back to Fracture as well and think about some of the game plan ideas that Loud have, which was withstand the combinations that EG throw at you. For example, this dash paranoia up top mid. And once they did that, they're able to pivot around. But the thing is, they're not landing all of those rounds that they should be able to once they check off those first couple of boxes. And that's been a problem. But finally, you're seeing some of those clutch rounds actually fall in their way because Kawanzine, for example, having those big moments. Aspas almost having a couple of those big moments. Tui specifically, that one where he TP'd and grabbed the spike. All those things falling their way makes this a lot easier for them to do in the second half.
And those aren't normally the rounds that Loud are winning to get ahead on a map like Ascent, but it is what they've gotten to find a really good half here. Now we head to EG's attack side, where generally they're not great. 44% win rate, as you'd expect from Ascent, but last time these two teams played, EG ran 8 attack side rounds to close out the map versus Loud. They had a really good job of pulling out utility from Loud, baiting that in the early rounds, and having a very clear idea of how they wanted to execute at the end.
Yeah, and all that came down to Demon 1 as well. Last time they met, 6-0 on the attack side, first kill, and 19 kills, by the way, he got on that attack side. So I can't wait to see if he can do that here, because Bala, if he is able to put out a performance like that, I think it might be a 2-0.
Oh, absolutely. Demon 1, I think he definitely had some very impactful rounds early on in that game. You could see some of those flicks always on. But I think turning it back towards the meta discussion about this map and how we've actually had a lot of attack-sided halves this time around. You just mentioned Demon 1 in that instance, the really, really good half by EG against Loud last time. NRG had a really good one against Loud specifically. These types of things are getting more and more common. So honestly, 7-5 might very well be enough.
Yeah, it might be. In that last game these two teams played, the defining factor of EG's attacking side was their ability to get Demon 1 into mid after breaking the Killjoy utility and entrenching him, to go for these like late round lurks before pivoting into splits. But Loud went back in the finals, played this map versus NRG, and NRG tried to play to that same style, trying to find that gap in mid, set up Artist for success, and Loud was shutting it down so well. This team is really quick to fix those gaps, so EG, I think, are going to have to find something new to beat Loud again.
I think they might rely on that a little bit, and we've already seen Loud be very prepared for those sorts of ideas. I think the difference between EG and NRG in terms of like the inserts that they tried to do on Ascent attack sides against Loud was specifically EG was a lot more passive with them, and NRG was trying to find the rotates with them, trying to find the openings with those rather than allowing them to find passive information with you. So Loud specifically, I think they should be prepped for that, and if they aren't, we're going to be scratching our heads, but they should 100% be favored here in the second half.
Yeah, as you guys can see on stage, we're just getting an in-ears replaced right now, so we should get back into the game pretty soon. But for EG, Mimi, if they can close this out 2-0, how big of an achievement do you think that is?
It's massive. I mean, we keep saying this next win is going to be the one where people finally believe, where everyone's on board with this run. And I think everyone is a believer in EG now. They've seen what this team can do. But beating Loud, one of the tournament favorites, that goes from, okay, this is a miracle run. EG is playing insane too. EG could be a tournament favorite. They could be a team in competition for pushing towards that grand finals.
I think on this side of the bracket for them, if they take down Loud, all of a sudden you're thinking that the rest of the side should be fairly easy up until maybe they get up against like a Fnatic or whatever's on the other side of the bracket, maybe like a HyperX or something like that, or a DRX again. But we've already seen them have success against teams like that. So you're really thinking this is the biggest hurdle for them to, finally start to think about them as contenders for this Tokyo event.
Well, we are good to go here. Let's see if EG can get the job done. But Pansy and HyperX, we're talking about Loud here. They always find a way.
Spot on. There's a reason they have a big reputation by the name. Loud are one of the best there is. If there's an opportunity, if there's a chance, they're going to take it with both hands. But Mike, EG have had victories here before. They've beaten this team on this map. Do you see it being a possibility, or is that depth for Loud going to kick in?
For sure, and I actually think back to the interview we caught with GB and Potter where she's talking about having cooked something up. This is obviously statistically the side of this veto that probably looks the most concerning. Previous performance apart, yes, it was a beautifully strung together set of rounds to close out 13-11 previously on Ascent versus Loud, but this is where I'm looking for some changes.
I have the spike.
Something to catch Loud off guard. I guess deny that statistical probability that we do have.
So, starting the round, EG have made a little bit of intention known towards A, or at least kind of feigning that attention, and then going to be leaning back towards a speed piece. They have drawn the additional player away, which was going to be Kaunzi. He's kind of sitting towards top middle. Commitment from Les towards the side, but he will be alone, as EG going to be running through the traditional paces of taking that big site here. For now, Loud have to respect this. See, what can Les do? How much can he achieve? Right now, not enough. Good response from Kaunzi, though, going to punish Demon 1 just through that smoke, but the plant will be coming in.
Tui still a million miles away from this. Does have a smoke, but no paranoia. Got a fragment to work with, and Aspas got to be the playmaker here to get back on site with this frenzy.
Again, though, EG playing all on site. Paranoia still in hand as well for Jorgamo.
As well now.
Yeah, this is huge. The timing on that is lovely. Doesn't get what he wants. Turned, smoked. Jorgamo waiting with that Paranoia. Might have to send it soon. They've already taken a bit of chip damage here. Com still standing. Does a bit of work, but Loud. Good trade's going to come back through. Leaving it all down to Cowan. He flies into his death. EG kicking off the second half with a bang.
It's another pistol posted by EG as well. An insane record here in Tokyo. Can they follow through once again? What start can they have here in the second half? Because that small advantage, 2 rounds, can be huge. They can do what they have been doing consistently here with a round 2 and round D conversion. So yeah, well invested as well for EG to get weapons across the board. Guardian and the Bulldog probably the focal point here for EG in the hands of Demon 1, Jorgamo.
Oh, Aspas! Oh!
Second!
Incredible shots coming out, taking down 2. Tui's going to spot the player as well, gets ready for it. Jorgamo punish, this is massive from Loud. This could be the first time we see real problems brought to EG in these sort of rounds. They're making a run for it. See if they can get that plant down, see what they can do in this 2v4.
And upgrades here on the side for Loud as well. A Guardian and a Spectre to work with. Com's going to clear some space back through Heaven, but I thought maybe Ethan was going to post up on this.
It's a lot of room, though. Kind of implying that attention's coming through from short. Ethan needs to go big, and he does! Ethan! Oh, what a time for him to be doing this! Gets this round back on track, gives Com a chance. The flash gonna come in. Did he note him? Did he spot him? I don't think he has. Peekaboo! Com's got EG. Running through this. What a round from Ethan, though.
They certainly don't need 2v4s to be going in their favor to make it any easier here. Second on the board here.
Because look at this start. It's dreamy, right?
Aspas, 2 ridiculous shots. And like I said, the upgrades come through, but Ethan finds 4. They're loving it.
Oh no, they're having fun. It's even worse. Well, now this bonus round might fall out of the wheelhouse, but you know what? I'm open to ideas. This should be Louds. This should be 9-6. I feel like I'm saying should a lot.
Well,
but
I mean, Demon 1's got a Guardian,
yeah,
so
there's
that's
a
a concern.
Just terrifying, isn't it, really? And it's up Cat. 4-1 split. Excuse me. 1-3-1 split. Nice flash going to force Sadik away. Knows his pathing well enough to get a little bit of safety. Paranoia said they want to try and close him down. Tui's going to keep him safe though, but only for a moment's time, because you're going to see it. Jorgamo, he wants in. Ethan's taken down Sadak. They've taken down Tui's. They've got the site. This is unthinkable. That's 3 players now remaining for Loud, and Les just takes a bit of a stride out of the smoke. Maybe trying to catch someone ahead of the timing they'd expected. But now there's problems. Ethan going to try and play his life, get out of hell. But they've got the upgrades. Ethan's got a rifle, as does Jorgamo. What does Loud do on the way back in here?
Then the Null Command slows things down. The knife as well. Ethan goes 1-for-1. Aspas finds the trade.
Needs more. Oh, Jorgamo! How dare I doubt EG? How dare I doubt their conversion in bonus rounds?
So consistent.
They had nothing, Mike. Look at the buy they had. It was rotten.
That's a heartbreaker.
Whoa.
I said 3 on the bounce, and it puts Loud on a light buy. They can force a little into this, but they almost have to concede the 11th, unless they've got something to pull off here.
This feels like 11 to me. I mean,
Should
how far away is Aspas?
I was going to say, Aspas is brought down with the Guardian. He's 1 away from the Blade Storm, so he can afford to invest a little here.
Sadok's gone for the Judge. Guardian there for Aspas. If you weren't paying attention, now you need to. This game has suddenly gotten terrifying. Loud are very much on the verge of being broken here. This could be 11. If it goes the way it traditionally should, this buy very much overwhelms Louds. But can they kindle something? Has Aspas got something up his sleeve? We need a round from him. Because EG are just demonic the way they're playing at the moment. That's going to be less noted.
Less dead.
He's extremely
100%.
dead. And looking for the follow-up as well. They get the info, I'm pretty sure. Tui's patience pays. The corner seems a bit more shallow. Hello? Someone's going to turn around soon. Tui's, please don't.
This is it. Please don't mess this up.
Tui's, don't mess this up. I'm just going to tell you right now, do not. Oh! No! Not like this.
I can't believe it. It's the Soulcaster 2023 moment. That is.
I don't want to look at my. I don't want to look at the screen.
Yeah.
Can we have a?
I mean,
can we have a timeout?
You can see Sadak just shaking his head and laughing.
One enemy remaining.
Oh.
Yeah. Uncomfortable viewing, Lauren.
Oh, they're happy about it.
This is unprecedented to see some of the things we've seen from Loud today. On the other hand, EG running away from this. I said before the series started, this would be the true validation, the test of this confidence to come out here and execute versus Loud. Oh, it looks even worse for Jorgamo's.
And that's hard on a young player. Like, we say this about Soulcast as well. You say it about players who are quite emotional, who can get a little caught up in those feelings. Like, it's going to be rough. Now, luckily, obviously, for Loud, they have a great IGL, great coach who's going to talk him back into the game, but still, you're not feeling great. And bigger picture, Mike.
I mean, look at this half. Like, there's a 2v4 that EG flipped. There are further blows to the confidence to throw Loud off their game. Like I said, sure, there's an adjustment period allowed, But to come here, lose 13-7 on map 1 and potentially be faced, dare I say it, 13-5 here on map 2 on Ascent of all maps.
This is a credit I do want to give to EG as well. They've been walking into a couple of the team's specialty maps and doing exceptionally well.
But on Lotus,
that's the big marker for me.
There are more and more examples to see where EG just defy the odds, honestly.
Yes. And maybe some people at home aren't so familiar with, you know, when we were talking about that win against Foot, for example, they're like, oh, I mean, maybe they're good, but I mean, they were arguably almost untouchable at times. And doing this here, doing this now, not just
Again,
once, it's
on
repetition.
Ascent versus Loud.
Exactly. Like, can we just put into context? Take a second. If you're at home, you're like, oh yeah, I mean, like, if you just play a good game, you'll probably win. No, you don't. Not against Loud. That's so rare. EG are playing gorgeous Valorant, and this is a rarity and something to be really, really paid mind to. Now, Loud, this has been the timeout that they just called. They've come out of this now.
Yeah, I mean, we need the response here in round 17. Bladestorm in hand, rifles, and then Odin elsewhere. EG slowing things down ever so slightly, but Aspas will be noted very early on here. Didn't want trying to post up behind that drone, or at least the space that is cleared on the back of it. But we halted by the alarm bot for the time being. GP to a backside here. Jogamo sticks it.
Okay, Les is now worried he's going to be noting Galaxy in the play. The combination between him and Com is just unthinkable. Jogamo is just...
No way.
Come on! There's no way you're getting away with that. Aspas has fallen, though. The support system's not there. It's just Les on the side, and he's down so low. Boostio accepting a little bit of damage to have a little look towards CT. Spot the players. That's a little overheat there, but they won out on the site, so they should be able to get the plant down, and Demon 1, it's easy for him. Sadak so unaware of the possibility that he could be still standing. Maybe it ought to 2 easy, and this is 12. Mike, I feel like I'm living in just a different reality here. Demon 1 waiting and greets him with a smile. EG have made it to 12. They're making this look easy against Loud.
Yeah, they're making it look like a walk in the park. I mean, even here, Jogamo, he's just commanding so much pressure on side there. Even this TP here comes through, doesn't even matter, he's baited perfectly. They kill enough time where the rest of EG can flood through and, like you said, win out that engagement on site.
Enemy remaining.
EG in total control, giving Loud a rude awakening here upon landing in Tokyo.
Even I'm stunned. 12-5. Loud down in the doldrums here, struggling to make anything work. Losing scenarios that can break the mental, and now being put in this position. They're trying to go for a bit of mid-pressure. Trying to up the tempo a little. Aspas. Got to be careful on the timing here. That out drone could be the downfall of him. Flash ready for Ethan. There it is, the pressure Com can't stand it. Aspas gonna draw blood. Response in kind though! Ethan, sharp as a knife, but Loud are holding on. Clawing into this, but look who still stands. It's Demon 1 and it's Jogamo. And Jogamo's position could be deadly. They have no idea. Demon 1's found 2Es. They're about to, surely not. Oh dear, Jogamo around the back of Stadak. It's all down to Galantine. A 1v2. And oh dear, he's gone. Jogamo, game back on. County, can he find it? No, EG! The dream continues here in Tokyo. EG shatter Loud. That's not just a win, Mike. They devastated them.
No, an absolute statement made by EG. I come back to that same discussion, a test of the confidence here. What we've seen from EG, and it's validated. Loud step onto the stage, and EG put on a masterclass.
This is the Cinderella story, but with just that heavier weight to it. We've seen it before, upsets, yes, maybe a couple of group stage glimmers. This is in playoffs. That's Loud that they've just beaten. On Ascent of all things, on maps that they're notoriously good for. This team is something else. They have been doubted from the start. They have been questioned the entire way. And today, they just beat Loud in the playoffs.
If for some reason you were still waiting for a reason, today is it. 13-7 and 13-5. EG embarrassing Loud here on their debut. on the stage in Tokyo. And I gotta say, barely breaking a sweat.
That looked like one of the more comfortable games. And that's worrying. Loud coming in cold, it felt like. Hitting the ground running, not at all. The playoffs eluding them so far, but yeah, the moment is with those boys on the stage. I feel like that reality hasn't even set in with them yet. Like, this is a team that was almost statistically so heavily doubted that no one thought they'd even be here.
And the crazy thing to consider as well is Potter was even saying, yeah, coming into this, you know, we've cooked up a couple of pieces. I don't even think we saw them. There wasn't even a need to rely on some of these, I guess, aspects of the preparation that EG had made. Because Loud just, again, it felt like an off day. I've got to say it, that there were certain things that usually look absolutely textbook from them. And you throw into that, losing 2v4s, coin flips not going their way, some of these 50-50 rounds not paying off for them. And this is the byproduct. Unfortunately, it's another series that is going to be a boost to the confidence of EG here.
Absolutely.
And they don't need any more of those.
And again, you can roll your mind back to other times where underdogs have done well, be it a cheesy meta, be it maybe an overperformance here or there, underperformance from other teams. There have been so many other ways you could look at it if you're going to be a bit of a cynic, which I love to be. But right now, I can't actually question the route that EG have taken. From start to finish in this tournament, Foot coming out first. Probably one of the dark horses of being a nasty team to meet up with. Best them on their best map, no less. Follow that up, DRX. I mean, again, the group stage demons of DRX who've never faltered. They fell to EG. And then Loud. Mike, this route is infallible. You can't question them anymore.
Now, like I said, if you were still waiting for a reason, today is the validation. These guys are the real deal. They've got still more to give, I feel.
I just want to see how far they can go. And if you've beaten Loud, everyone else becomes human. Suddenly, you're not afraid of anyone. You've bested the best in the world, one of the best teams that made it to the last grand finals, that are faultless throughout the Americas League. This is something different for EG. This must mean the world to them. I cannot believe what we've witnessed here today, and I cannot wait to hear from the players and the desk after the break.
This is Sadie. She's on Verizon, and she has the new My Plan, where she gets exactly what she wants and only pays for what she needs. She picks only the perks she wants and saves on every one, all with an incredible new iPhone. Get iPhone 14 Pro on us when you switch. It's your Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
The win streak continues for EG. They have just taken down Loud on the international stage. I'm your host, Yingsu, and I'm joined by Bola. And Mimi, this is a crazy occasion, and Mimi, well-deserved win.
Before this game, Loud had only ever lost to 3 teams internationally. Fnatic, the NRG Core, and Crew. And now EG add their name to that list. They've lost to this team 2 times already in Americas, but they pull up to Tokyo, they go flawless through the groups, and now they've just 2-0'd Loud. This run is incredible.
It's definitely a very formidable list to be on if you're EG, but for Loud, it's starting to be a lot less impressive, that list of people that they've lost to now. I mean, it's 4 teams now. They just showed up in the first game that they played on playoffs and lose to EG, who looked insane. But that's not the Loud that I'm used to seeing step on the stage.
The thing is, Bola, we've never seen them in the lower bracket before, and now they maybe get to pull off their own miracle run.
Yeah, it's a completely different scenario for them to be in. I mean, EG's the first team to knock them to the lower bracket, which is just crazy. The only times they've lost once they've gotten to playoffs, both regionally and in international global events, is grand finals. That's crazy.
Yeah, this is a new path for Loud, really, and it's a question of, is this form we saw today going to continue for them? Because, well, this is an exceptional game for EG. There were a lot of mistakes made by Loud, but they were exploited, and I think that's what's important to take away from EG. They're such a good team at fast reacting to mistakes their opponents make, being so intentional with their ults and their utility usage. It's just been incredible from them.
Speaking of the incredible things from EG, let's check out our Verizon high-speed moment of the match from Demon 1, from Map 1 on Fracture. When he turned on his jet as well, you guys on Ascent, this guy was just unstoppable.
We didn't even think he would be in Tokyo, and he showed up and is just harvesting.
The dude went from, like, what, Seattle to DC, back to Seattle to get his visa sorted, now to Japan. It's been a while, and I think the other thing that we've barely even talked about, because this has just been so fast, it was EG just played in group stages. They didn't have that much time to prepare for Loud after. I think the real battle between the 2 coaches was so fun to watch. Potter and Fraud and the game plans was immense.
Yeah, and one guy as well, he was absolutely popping off today. And in the group stage is Ethan. He is standing by with Golden Boy for the Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you so much, homies. Of course, I'm joined here by Ethan. And man, first and foremost, you just walked up on this stage with all the confidence in the world and just 2-0 the America's champions. I just want to get reactions right now, just reactions. How you feeling?
Yeah, it feels good, especially that being the third time. You know, those guys are insane.
Yeah.
So I mean, us doing it that cleanly, especially, it feels even better for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, you know, I guess what a lot of us always wonder, it's like, what is that preparation going to be like going into the game? You know, talk to me about the night before, or what you guys were doing to get ready for this, because it felt like you came into this one hell-bent on a mission to make a statement today, and the statement has certainly been made.
Yeah, I mean, teams like that, they're not new, right? Everyone kind of, we know what they do, they know what we do. It's our third time playing them, so
yeah,
it's a little different than a team that maybe we haven't played before or haven't even seen before. But honestly, prep was light. We know, like I said, we know what they do. So
yeah, you knew the tendencies, you knew exactly where to punish. But now that leads me to wonder, it's like, at some point, right, and it feels like a lot of people in the community, there's people starting to come around on this EG team, right? But there's always been that seed of doubt where they're like, they're good, but I don't know, right? What do you have to say to those people that keep doubting what you can do, especially after what we just saw right now?
Yeah, I mean, not gonna lie, we are lucky to be here for sure. We got out by luck, I'd say, but you know, we're showing what we can. We're showing we can hang. We're showing we can hang with the big dogs, and you know, we're undefeated right now. So hopefully we can keep that up.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, as far as like the pacing and what you guys have been able to accomplish, especially in that match against Loud, it's very clear that the homework has been done, and also that the job's not done yet. But now, as you get ready for these next few games, you start to see some of the, you know, the EMEA #1 seed coming out, right? You start to see EDG start to build up. What are some of the things that you know that you're going to have to really focus on in order to potentially take a championship?
Yeah, prep will be heavier for the EMEA teams, especially the APAC teams too. I mean, I said before, I think Loud was the best team here. I think they were better than all the other regions here.
So you just 2-0'd them.
Yeah, so
you're the best team here now?
I wouldn't go that far, but I think we're doing good right now. I think we can keep it up.
It's always a pleasure to talk with you. Always appreciate your professionalism, and I'm looking forward to seeing what you all do moving forward. Of course, that was your Verizon post-match interview, but for now, though, we'll leave you with the Prime Gaming post-match highlights, and when we come back, plenty more Valorant. You see it setting up already. We'll see you then.
A familiar matchup to kickstart the playoff stage. The stakes are so much higher. EG, they made it here in immaculate form, but in the past, it was always Loud that stopped them.
Loud starting to get dangerous here. Demon 1, shot and a half. This guy is monstrous. Let's try to buy some time. He's got 2s by his side as well. This is very nice. Beautiful from Loud. Stunning shutdown of that. Punishing 2. Cowanzine there, but Demon 1 closing the gap though. You got to respect this man. A danger! A danger through and through. Demon 1 is in the server. Beautiful from EG, holding on to the Cinderella run now.
Where did Jorgamo get that Sheriff kill from?
Heating up now, Sack and Jorgamo in the 1v1. Jorgamo's got him. EG up to 5. Yeah, they're peeling away. Falling off from this, can they catch the cross? Great shot from Cowanzine! Oh, incredible from Cowanzine!
What is that?
Implying that attention's coming through from short. Ethan needs to go big, and he does! Ethan! Oh, what a time for him to be doing this!
Come on, that's time for the trade.
Needs more. Oh, Jorgamo! The dream continues here in Tokyo. EG shatter Loud.
This is Sadie. She's on Verizon, and she has the new My Plan, where she gets exactly what she wants and only pays for what she needs. She picks only the perks she wants and saves on every one, all with an incredible new iPhone. Get iPhone 14 Pro on us when you switch. It's your Verizon.
I got that cash. Show me how you bump out. Hey, baby girl, bounce that. She got that Hellcat. Shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash. Leaning so hard, he hit that sub. Looking for itchy on the plug. That shit hit harder than a funk beat. Exclusive, bitch, you know it ain't cheap. Matsuwa, send it till you see me. Fuck out my face, no, this ain't no freebie. Don't need no built to anime eyes. That you see, almost with the thigh highs. Ja, money kure, bimbo, doko machi irane. Pay me the money to sound like his wife. Who's sending my clip, but don't ask me to. She ain't no ego, she a savage. On the track with Shiki, so you know that she a bad bitch. Getting rich, like I'm in a Karakura. Money got me wetter than a champagne cava. Know that I get down. Send me that PayPal, show me how you run out. Hey, baby, go bounce that. She got that Hellcat. Shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash. Click on me now. Send that PayPal, show me how you run out. Hey, baby, go bounce that. She got that Hellcat. Shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash. You know, Simp, I fuck like a hentai. Give her back shots to the baseline. Fucking on the cold high, show you back, no lie. Gonna be busy for a long time. Only fans on my paying a fee. Discount cause she fucking with me. Cosplayers keep 2 on my D. 3 if I count your sis, my G. Girl pulling her tail, she a neck on douche. I gonna be a freak from the get-go. Laying her down like a make instrument. No skip that bitch like a Keno. My hoes know I don't fuck with the friend zone. Always score like I see that end zone. J-pop girl look good with the hair long. But I won't fuck in the vibe wrong. Cheeky and Pinky making tracks that's freaky. E-girl wanna get itchy. I'm on fans lead spinning stacks. It's so sexy when a Gyaru texts me. If I tip her ass, I bet she'll let me see that. Know that I get down. Send me that PayPal, show me how you run out. Hey, baby, go bounce that. She got that Hellcat. Shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash. Click on me now. Send that PayPal, show me how you run out. Hey, baby, go bounce that. She got that Hellcat. Shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash. like a game, I'm trying to get to the tokens. And that's why y'all some NPCs and I'm the one who was chosen. Trying to get some XP, so I'm sipping on potion. I got crystals in my veins covered and ice with some frozen. I can feel the earthquake whenever my skin shakes. Drowning my emotions and I'm kneeling in a healing lake. Head is stuck up in space, I ain't never coming down. Tripping in a red room and I'm blowing Akatsuki clouds. He talking tough, but to me, bitch, just nothing. Cause the lames always be tripping, yeah, we keeping them ducking. It's the end of discussion, re-up on green just like a stamina. Girls keep on flocking cause I got with like a Madara. Up all night and I stay up till the AM. Rolling with some misfits, I got all my homies with me. Shrooms got me feeling animated in the digital world. And I'm posted up with Pinky. Life is like a game, I'm trying to get to the tokens. And that's why y'all some NPCs and I'm the one who was chosen. Trying to get some XP, so I'm sipping on potion. I got crystals in my veins covered in ice, bitch, I'm frozen. I could feel the earthquake whenever my skin shakes. Drowning my emotions and I'm kneeling in a healing lake. Head is stuck up in space, I ain't never coming down. Tripping in a red room and I'm blowing Akatsuki clouds.
Akatsuki with the black, I got blue tank. Bad bitch like Sakura, gotta have my hair pink. Wanna buy my bubble gum, but sorry, boy, I gotta run. Jason, oh big bag, I only come with a bun. And I got that baby face, so they call me Tokyo Bun. I'm like, the day, she can act around the world. But what I like and I say what I want, cause you know I'm that kawaii bitch. Otoko no me wa kiri shinai kara thirsty mo, I'm getting rich. Simulated MPG, I bet you flying so high. If I take a L, I'm coming back, I still got more guys. Should you put your on another planet till the sunrise? As I'm lighted back, you should do like any shady night.
Life is like a game, I'm trying to get to the tokens. And that's why y'all some NPCs and I'm the one who was chosen. Trying to get some XP, so I'm sipping on potion. I got crystals in my veins covered in ice, bitch, I'm frozen. I could feel the earthquake whenever my skin shakes. Drowning my emotions and I'm kneeling in a healing lake. Head is stuck up in space, I ain't never coming down. Tripping in a red room and I'm blowing Akatsuki clouds.
Welcome back to day 5 of Masters Tokyo on our second match of the day, and one genuinely I don't think anyone thought was going to happen, but we're very glad it is. It's the EMEA champs of Team Liquid taking on China's Edwards' very own gaming. Of course, I'm Golden Boy here, joined by Kakuka. Wait, Kakuka and Doug.
Did you hit the point wrong?
It happens.
I did.
I'm flagging this.
Okay, it's okay. Well, human resources, you're getting a call. In any case, here's an interesting fact, because I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but time is a meaningless construct that has no basis in reality. These two teams have played each other before. That's right. They actually faced off against one another in Istanbul, of all places. But as you can see, the result down there, Team Liquid versus EDG, 2-0. Kakuka,
Yeah.
These are two different teams now, without a doubt, though.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's the same amount of liquid, of that liquid, in this one as the amount of mech or gambit right now because of how many things have changed and the players coming in, and of course how different this year is. But the biggest highlight is that many people did not expect Team Liquid to actually be the winners of EMEA. So of course a lot of things have changed. We are seeing an EDG that is coming and destroying spectatives, and now the Team Liquid, we can say that they did the same in the region.
Yeah, that's right. It really has been cool to see all of these teams throughout this split start off rough starts, right? We just saw with EG, now we're getting with Liquid, we got it with EDG. It really has been cool to just see the trajectory of these teams.
And it feels like they're all peaking at just the right time, right? Like there are so many times we've seen teams, be it esports, traditional sports, wherever, where you're hitting your stride, but it's not at the right time, right? It ends up being insignificant, and then you flatten out when it matters the most, and that just hasn't been the case.
And especially during the regular season, we can say that that happened to a lot of teams in all three regions. You have a peak moment at the beginning, maybe at the middle, and you cannot keep that up. You cannot make it to playoffs. For Liquid, this line has just been going upwards until they managed to secure that trophy for them at the end of the season.
Hey, you know, we were just taking a look at Liquid, you know, walking away with the chip over Fnatic, and I can't help but wonder, if you're Liquid, you're hearing what people are saying, right? Oh, they shouldn't have beat Fnatic. Oh, that was a blip on the radar. Oh, that was a fluke, right? Like, I can't help but wonder if you're those players, you go, we've got something to prove out here, because yeah, we came in as the #1 seed, but they're still haters.
There really is.
I feel like everybody, well, not everybody, but some people are still in that point of being like, I can't wait until they lose to be like, oh yeah, I was right.
Yeah.
It was-
Oh,
it
no,
was a
no, no.
one-time thing.
Sure.
People love saying I
But
I
you
was
even
right.
saw it there in those stats, right? That there was a very clear path of improvement that this
Exactly.
Liquid
Yeah.
team has had. And obviously, a big part of that is the IGL. It's my homie Redgar. I, for one, just so glad to see this team popping off the way that they have been. And it's because they got someone in here who knows how to lead a team to victory, has done it before, and has now done it again, Kakuka.
And he does it in so many different ways, but for this team Liquid for such a long time, let's say for years, the big question is, can they have a real IGL? And definitely the difference between the match last year and this one, I think the major one is going to be Redgar. The way that he's implemented and actually created a new one, just merging these two teams and actually getting the best out of the two, I think it's something that is going to be a major difference on the stage.
Oh, I mean, it has to be, right? If you think about the previous matchup, it was just Yampi and Soulcast who were there, right? Now they have Nats, now they have Safe, and now they have Redgar. And you're right, you're answering questions on, do you guys have an IGL? Do you have someone who can call? And let's be perfectly clear about Redgar, because as much as I love the guy too, he was the recipient of a fair amount of criticism at the beginning of the year.
Yeah.
He didn't look great, but much like the trajectory for the rest of the team, he's gotten better. Liquid's getting better, and they're peaking at the right time.
Hey, you know, for Redgar, I mean, he's been there, he's done that. It's like a bike, you know. Sometimes you kind of stumble a little bit when you get on it for the first time. I know I definitely do. But then after a while, you just start to look like you're just out there ready to run some kind of bike race.
I just have a feeling you have no idea how to ride a bike. I don't know if that's true or not at all, but there's just something in it that
tell you what,
GB can't ride a bike.
I see content.
Your boy knows how to rip it in a tricycle. In any case, though, let's go ahead and talk about EDG, Edward Gaming. Of course, the biggest surprise here in Tokyo by a landslide. And most importantly, they got their first international win, and then they followed it up by making it out of knockouts. And Kakuka, this team has really lit up this stage. I mean, everyone's talking about Kong Kong, but I feel like it truly has been the sum of all of its parts.
Oh, yeah, totally. Like, Smoggy, so many players within this, and as you're saying, even if they don't win on the stage, they have already won our hearts. We always have this kind of runs. It's kind of surprising that this year we're having two with EG and EDG breaking and destroying expectations, and it's so good to see in the fashion in which they did it, because now teams really respect them in the sense of we know it's something that we cannot forget from one game to another, how things really unravel, because EDG on the last time they played, they looked very solid there. There were plans on the attack. It wasn't just the crazy shots. It was a lot of planning behind that.
And there were still plenty of crazy shots, which was
Yeah,
fun.
that
But
too.
you're right, there was a lot of depth to it. I think the fun thing about watching EDG has been, for a team that hasn't had very much success, right, up until this point, you see them start to hit their stride, and you go, all right, you came off of a really big emotional win. Where's the hangover?
Wait, do it.
Yeah.
Yes!
And he just
He reloads!
Yeah.
My guy is thriving up there, dude.
He's just been so electric to watch. There hasn't been any emotional, like, fall off or let down or hangover, if you will, whatever you want to call it. Like, they just continue to execute. They continue to improve. And the flashy plays haven't slowed down. And the fun thing about them is that's not what they're relying on, right? Like, there's so much more to their game that, yeah, you're going to have the best op in the world do his thing, right? Like, he's going to pop off, but there's so much more depth to their game that they don't have to rely on that and still succeed.
Yeah, and that truly has been really the part where you see this EDG team blossom. It's that you see their layers there. They're really beginning to hone in on that. But also, and this is an important thing to note here, is that, you know, this team, right, win or lose, set out to accomplish the thing that they wanted to do. They got to this moment here, and this is actually from Haldong himself. He actually said, our goal this time is to achieve our first victory in international tournaments. Additionally, we aim to make it to the top 8 if possible. So, buddy,
it's all done.
Job done there.
Yeah, we need to repeat this interview. I mean, for them right now, after the wins that they've gotten and all the love that they're receiving from the community, maybe this has changed, because I don't think that they want to go home.
But think about how impactful that is, Doug. You came here to achieve a goal. You not only did one, you did both, and now you're just thriving on that stage.
It becomes intoxicating, to be honest, because you come in with a very low bar, right? You just want to get a win. You get the win. You're like, cool, man, that feels good. All right, top 8, that was just stretch goal. We hit that too, and all of a sudden, you can't help it. Well, you can't help it, and you go, we can freaking do this thing. Like,
exactly, you have to stop for a minute and be like, guys, have you all realized what is going on here? Like, we can actually make this.
Like, we're actually gonna win. That's crazy. Well, actually, you want to know what's even more mental is the fact that we actually did get an opportunity to talk to the one and only Chichu. The Chichu train decided that he wanted to run over Team Liquid. Check out what he had to say when I interviewed him in the Verizon post-match interview. So I guess the final question I'll ask you then is, well, you're going to the playoffs. Who do you want to play?
你要进入到下一轮了。现在的话，最想要遇到哪一位选手呢
？Liquid Nats.
He wants Liquid Nats. That's right. He wants Team Liquid. Chichu, congratulations, my friend. So I a little bit more on that because I did
everything they want.
Well, yeah, it's very true. I mean, yeah, these guys are just winning.
Yeah, they're just winning.
Get them a lottery ticket. Yeah. No, the thing that I wanted to highlight on that was before the interview, I actually was talking with Chichu out on the side, and I just asked him, I was like, you know, any teams you want to play against? Because it seems like you guys are just having a great time out here. And he did go into detail, and he said that we idolize Team Liquid, and we really want to play this team. But now, well, Chichu's getting his wish. They're going to go head-to-head against Team Liquid. Let's take a look at the tail of the tape. He's going to play Nats here today, Doug. And, well, I think this is ask and you shall receive.
And the funny thing is, too, when you look at some of these stats, they're not as different as you would expect them to be.
Yeah.
Right? Like, Nats, for as long as has dominated the professional Valorant scene, only has one more international event than Chichu. They have more records, or more series played, excuse me, but they match up surprisingly well.
Yeah, exactly, because we need to remember that Gambit, that Meg, did not make a single international event last year, so of course that number is not going to be that different. I'm also very happy that they were to say Liquid instead of, you know, the usual suspects of Fnatic and Lavi, and like, oh yeah, we want to get... No, we want Liquid. Like, they're very specific about it. And I think that this matchup is very important also because of the roles and the agents, because for Nats, we literally spent the entire season asking and begging of him to play that Killjoy, and he didn't do it until playoffs. And actually, probably that is one of the reasons why the layers and the depth onto Team Liquid gathered them and actually made them get that win.
Yeah, but also, and I think that this needs to be said, right? We just saw Loud get 2-0'd on that stage. They were the America's champs, right? We haven't seen HyperX yet, but we do know HyperX might be coming in a little wounded, not having something potentially. But then, you know, now with Team Liquid, Doug, there has to be that doubt creeping in the back of your head, like, oh no, are we as good as we thought we were? Like, and I'm not trying to say Team Liquid aren't. I think they definitely are. Sure. But let's be honest here. This event has been really topsy-turvy.
Oh yeah, and I also think it's hard to feel exceptionally confident when you're going against what has been throughout this tournament run, the best player in the game. Right? Like, you know, you're watching the highlights, you're hearing the reactions of these insane moments that this team has put together. And yeah, there's a very natural, like, okay, yeah, we're the #1 seed, but hang on. Those guys across the stage, they know what they're doing. Like, they're real.
Yeah, they are. And it's going to be an intense matchup. But earlier, we actually did get an opportunity to sit down with EDG's Haodong for his thoughts on making playoffs and why he's excited to face Team Liquid.
现在感觉心情肯定是很兴奋的吧，因为我们已经进入到淘汰赛，也是第一次进入淘汰赛，内心又紧张又兴奋。觉得代表 CN VALORANT 第一次进入季后赛，这也是跨的比较大的一步吧。然后也从前面的失败当中学习到各个赛区的对于心态方面的处理吧。当比分越来越接近的时候，我们的压力是会很大的，但是 反观我们的对手，压力就没有那么大。然后这次每当比分接近的时候，我们都是没什么压力的。
Away, an attempt made. And look at this guy. He's so hungry, so out for blood. No time player, yeah, he does absolutely. There's the classic.
我认为 Liquid 打法上面是处于欧洲的传统 FPS 游戏上这么玩游戏的，但是我们不一样，我们会 经常的去创新一些新的打法吧。我对于 Socas 只是因为第一次在伊斯坦布尔的时候是 Socas 把我们送走的。其实，我认为像 Team Liquid 的 Redgar and Nave Angel， 其实他们的指挥风格，我认为是差不多的，就是欧洲 FPS 方面的话，而且我感觉我能更胜一筹。我觉得他们一定会小心我们的。
Well, now I'm fascinated. A European FPS style. Well, Kakuka is our resident European here on the desk.
Yes.
Your thoughts?
I think that he has studied, he's done his homework definitely, because there is a lot of similarities in how they want to do things. Yeah. In fact, you know that in EMEA we're pretty slow, and I think Team Liquid is actually the slowest team getting a first kill on the attack. This is going to clash a lot with EDG and how fast they run things and they want to do it, but he has acknowledged that. Like, he knows that the performance is going to be different, and he needs to swap out a little bit and create something different to actually be able to win against Team Liquid.
I'm looking forward to that, you know, and look, we have a lot of head-to-head matchups to pay attention to, but one head-to-head matchup that I think everyone's got their eyes on here, Safe versus Kong, Doug, without a doubt, this is going to be a matchup to pay attention to, but also just because Kong has been so electric on this stage.
I mean, it's a matchup that's going to be impossible to ignore. I absolutely agree with you. You talked about how electric Kong has been. You know how good Safe is. He's been showing it all year. So yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. I think the fun thing, again, to go back to Kong is this, like, they're just playing with so much confidence, man. Like, how do you look at a guy like that in the eye and think you can go toe-to-toe with him? Because right now, he seems untouchable.
Yeah, I think that also Safe, you know, coming without that previous warm-up that EDG, of course, has had during the groups. We want the flexibility for him. I'm also looking at that operator duo, because we know that in Team Liquid, Redguard has been picking it up a lot on Lotus, on the Omen. Yampi can play it from literally any agent because he doesn't care, but Safe can also do it. So, of course, I feel like they have more ways of shutting down and actually look at that head-to-head a little bit differently.
It's going to be awesome. I can't wait. We've been treated to a great game as it is, but now our coaches are standing by for the picks and bans. Let's go ahead and have a little listen in.
All right, congrats both of you for making it to playoffs. Nice to see you guys. So we're going to go ahead and get started. You guys will come in as the higher seed. Do you want Team A or Team B? Team B. Team B. So EDG, you will be Team A, and we will start with your first ban. They ban Ascent, your ban? They ban Pearl? Yeah. They ban Pearl, your first mapping? Side on Haven. Map number 2. Split. Side on Split. Attack. So we're going to go into the next set of bans, starting with EDG. You have Fracture, Bind, Lotus. Ban Bind. Your ban, you have Lotus and Fracture. Fracture. Okay, so map number 3 will be Lotus. EDG side on Lotus. Attack. Okay, I'm going to run through this, make sure we're all good to go. So first set of bans, I have Ascent and Pearl. Map number 1 is Haven with the Team Liquid on defense. Map number 2 is Split with EDG on attack. Next set of bans were Bind and Fracture. Map number 3 is Lotus with EDG on attack. Good? All right, good luck to you both.
Gaming. Team Liquid.
EDG idolizes Team Liquid, but sometimes those idols need to fall. And for Team Liquid, they need to hold true, because if they don't, well, they will prove the doubters wrong. EDG versus Team Liquid. This matchup has all the makings, Doug, to be a banger.
Oh yeah, individually the matchups are there, the storylines that are there, the fact that you're looking at a Titan from EMEA against this like blossoming star in EDG, all of it matches up well.
We know how powerful headbands are. Breaker told me yesterday that he bought several of them, so he expects to be here for a while. He told me what was in this, but I honestly forgot because he told me last night, and but we know how powerful they are. I love to see the smile on the faces. They're really excited to be here. Yeah. They know what is at stake, of course. They raised the lower bracket, but after that performance that you had regionally, you want to translate that onto the international stage. And more on And Nats and Redguard just want to join Chronicle on having 2 titles, and that has to start here.
Yeah, it really does. But, you know, and they know what they need to do, but they also know that they cannot risk anything. So there is a lot of pressure on this Team Liquid squad to overperform, I might say, because imagine this. You're going to the EMEA finals, you take out one of the greatest teams that Valorant has ever seen in Fnatic, and then you come here and you lose to EDG, a squad duck that's genuinely just, the term we keep saying it, but they're playing with house money. So that is problematic if Team Liquid were to struggle here today.
Yeah, I do think there's a lot to be said about the fact that they're playing with house money, though, right? Because it's not only is their playstyle so unique, right, that it's impossible to play against. There's nobody in EMEA who plays with that pace, with that style, with that swagger. So you think about how like tactically and fundamentally sound Liquid are. The fact that your Redgar is as traditional as it comes, and I say that as someone who loves fundamental like traditional Valor. Like that's how I think the game should be played. You can't match up against that. You can't necessarily prep against that well. I think it's a hard setup.
Yeah, and also another fascinating bit. We've been talking to a lot of players here.
Yep.
And across the board, every team, every player has told me EDG is a good team to scrim against because they learn a lot and they're really good.
Funny enough, I also asked Team Liquid, like, hey, have you been practicing against them? They said that, yeah, of course, they practiced against them a lot, and they actually had very good screams.
Well, here's your Prime Gaming Agent Select and what we're going to get out of this one here. And of course, you know, you're going to get the Cypher for Chichu there. I mean, Kukuka, anything here that particularly stands out to you?
Well, the only 2 things besides the Sentinels and how they played and what they can offer to you on the attack is that Sky versus Soba. We know how good Solkas was on this agent. He was a legend. So the fact that he's back on this for Haven, by the way, Haven is a map that for a very long time Gambit could not play. So the fact that they have played it and now actually improved it to a point that they've decided that they want to play this over Pearl definitely shows some confidence and probably some preparation against EDG.
The pressure is on. This guy, by the way,
I love it,
man. I love the crowd's hot. Everyone's electric. Let's make this game happen and send it over to 2 guys that are all about twirling mustaches and tying ladies to trains. It's the dastardly Brennan Sideshow.
Don't know where to go with that one, man.
That's quite the allegation, actually, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll give you a real review. I missed the second part of the whole thing, but
yeah, well, that's all right. That's all right. You don't have to worry about that part then.
Yeah, let's get into it. Edward Gaming versus Team Liquid, and honestly, at this point, Josh, in Masters Tokyo, it feels like we're reaching a bit of a turning point in the tournament. Early on, it was quite predictable, but now we're reaching a stage where you've got EG over Loud, you've got Edward Gaming that have achieved all of their goals. The first win for China, top 8 within their grasp. In fact, now here they are playing against the #1 seed of EMEA.
Yeah, one of the great things about going on a Cinderella run like that is that you get to meet your heroes. You get to potentially beat your heroes too. And I think it's just started out in such a cool way with Chichu being able to play up against Nats. And Chichu is one of the only players that's sticking to playing Cypher on Haven. Whereas even Nats himself, after having played Cypher on Haven in weeks 1 and weeks 3, yeah, he was talking in the press conference about how you should not be playing Cypher on this map, okay? He said it was boring, you're not able to fight at any point, and that he, you know, was looking to pivot away from it. And here he is again, second time playing the Killjoy. I believe this kind of split, if you want to talk about it like that.
Yeah, it was the only time they brought out Haven with the Killjoy on this map was in the grand finals. So.
Right, and now here again.
Let's get this one started. Pistol round for map #1 here on Haven. It's important that EDG, a lot of their game plan centering around, of course, Kang. We have to talk about this guy. We will be talking about him as well, but you know, he loves to op. Unfortunately, there's no loans in this game. You have to earn the money. So you want to get off to that great beginning. Incredibly slow at the beginning, isn't it? Just
yeah, very.
Really making sure that nobody oversteps themselves.
Howdong using that smoke twice in the same place there just to deny short information. Safe loves playing in those kind of spots, but Team Liquid have gambled that it's going to be a B hit. Now as the drone comes down over towards A, you see a migration.
Yeah, starting to shore up.
Trailblazer, though, doesn't see anything.
It clears down. Wow, okay, Kang was just contacting all the way. Flash through. Enough Liquid players, though, onto the site that...
Yeah, they bailed. I mean, that was a stun recon combo. And Team Liquid were able to just fend it off in terms of sheer bodies. EDG, though, leaving nobody in this spot. Maybe to stop a reclear or possibly to have people go back in this direction, but the spike looks like it's heading rapidly over towards C. Nobody now becomes alert.
So many contact plays. I mean, nobody's just lurking his way up there. That's the Sova spotted, honestly. That's going to keep a bunch of Team Liquid players just tethered to this A site, because they're like, why would your initiator be lurking in this scenario?
But it's kind of got EDG into a decent spot. They're in a 4v5, but they get a plant down here, aware of the nanoswarm. And I think now with a player down, you usually are looking to make some level of an aggressive play. They have that fault line recon dart back online. It's what this composition relies on so heavily.
Smoggy's holding his own stun here. First sign of utility gets used. We're going to let this one rip. What's he waiting for? Stun, flash, there it is. Lets loose his own. That's going to be pushing him back. Time's starting to really become a bit of a problem now. Team Liquid need to get a move on. They need to land these shots here. Cross stuff, lined up. And with the pistols, it's all guns, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, Edward Gaming came out with a fantastic game plan there, but Team Liquid were really quite slow to adjust to all of that.
They were very convinced that EDG were going to go for a re-hit. And to be honest, EDG a lot of the time do like to play that kind of style. Cut noise, go for a repop into a site.
One enemy remaining.
Liquid there with Rega at the helm making the wrong call, and yet still confident they could win the 5v4 retake. Didn't quite work. It's a really important pistol because, like you said, it starts to get the economy flowing. Kankan's going to take full armor and a Marshal into this round, but keeps 1,200 in the bank for him to buy up an op later on.
That's exactly what that indicates. Deep smoke into lobby. Familiar beginnings to the start of this. No one on the EDG willing to, again, overstep themselves towards a lobby. They're just willing to play it slow at the beginning. And now they're going to be droning again. Look at how far back that is. All the way close to the corner. Will it clear anybody? It does get the tag on to save. He has to back away. Needs a flash as well to just get around the corner. While all this is happening, the rest of Team Liquid also going for a bit of exploration, seeing if they can catch one of those cheeky kills. But
in the grand finals and all throughout playoffs, actually, these were some of the most dangerous rounds for Team Liquid's opponents. Nats with the Ghost just looked absolutely different. So even though you might just be thinking, yeah, of course, plain sailing for EDG, this, I think, will be a good way of kind of starting out utterly flawlessly. Kankan also getting 4 kills there, 800 extra credits that he'll be very happy to put into the operator fund.
It's 2 away from the knives as well.
Yeah. I mean, all of this helps their flow massively. And I'm wondering if at some point here Team Liquid try to up the pace. We saw them go for a lobby pressure this round. But you see how far back the drone is being used. You called it out, Brent. I think that's because they're anticipating Safe and Soulcast being pushed up like that over towards a lobby. And they're just going to get flushed out in those kind of situations. All right, good start. And a slow tempo to begin.
Deep cam to mid. He's going to be watching for any exploration. Doesn't actually catch the close corner, if anybody from Liquid did push out of double doors, but we can see on our screens these setups. Not as likely.
Soulcast has used both of his flashes for Safe to get information. Safe is fairly confident there's nobody short right now, although he's given it another little check. Now as the cage goes up, he's in a bit of a difficult spot. This is again where nobody's been using his drone previously.
Yeah.
See what the util looks like now.
Doesn't have anybody else to play with him though, and here we go, Smoggy holding some util, just a corner check, shoulder check, there it is. Kill found, cannot get out of there. Dug himself into a bit of a hole.
But look, EDG not accelerating. And Liquid not over-rotating either, though Yampi does come to try and support Soulcast. EDG are just backing up. I mean, look at the lurk from Shichu. Quite reminiscent of the pistol round here, no?
Yeah, he's all the way up. He has a cage as well if he wanted to block off that sightline angle from where the turret is, but he's just going to hold C long.
Guiding light out from Soulcast. Does not see anything A long whatsoever, so now they read it. You see Redgar sprinting his way over to C. What does the timing look like? It looks like EDG are going to be able to get in.
20 seconds. I mean, yeah, they do get themselves into the site. What's the attempt and what's the call from Liquid? Players are only just starting to get into position. Do they want to try and flood in? Plants down. Not too much to offset it. Kang. So locking that one down. It's a flash play. Lovely angle on that one. Doesn't actually det it though. Just forces a couple of these lines and the angles here. Soulcast with the rifle resetting. Chichu though cleaned up and traded. With a gun advantage, player advantage. Get themselves into the site easily enough.
And Soulcast there, the player on your screen. He's a big difference maker in that situation. Swings backside with the Vandal, manages to pick up 2. Though, of course, Team Liquid had the better weaponry, and that is going to do some serious economical damage. Oh, wow. They knew that Safe was there, and I'm sure they would have continued to chase, but the fact he doesn't even manage to get out with a dash.
Let's go!
The energy's good, the economy isn't. It's a Spectre and a Judge for Liquid.
That is interesting. So, maintaining, at least with that gun advantage. EDG not running away with a bonus round here, but this is a heavy A play from EDG. Real disrespectful. They've been playing this so slow off the rip now, but this time just taking all that space on A long.
Safe is playing another kind of one-and-done spot, though. He's relying on his dash and maybe a Trailblazer to bail him out in these kind of spots.
There's a Soulcast with him, but it's being held. Drone. It's from nobody now. It's going to be clear and close. That means the dash is activated. Here's a stun, an attempt to try and play. Nope, just getting out of there. Once more, pump with the util. Trying to buy a bit of that space, but we're down to the minute mark.
This looks way more committed, though, from EDG. They don't have any lurks on the other side of the map.
Flash into the corner, listening for footsteps just in case they are still there. May have heard one player move. Here's the dog being used now. Bit of re-clearance. Soulcast also has Seekers, but here we go. Go button is pressed. That's a fault line. Paranoia, flash, and the dash is actually quite excellent inside the smoke. Kang is still safe, but he haven't cleared Sean. There we go. Soulcast is finished, but still players, they maintain the grasp. The defensive play, just crossfire. Yampy really just turning up here.
30 seconds left.
Choo-choo. Last one standing. Players to try and muscle his way through. Safe really putting a stop to it.
Another big performance from those 2 old guard Liquid players. It's Yampy this time that steps up. Wow, gorgeous spray transfer onto Kankan there, and dealing with Smoggy too. Kankan, I think, just staying inside his cloudburst for a little too long there, not confident in the utility. And he did also get counter flash, again, by Yampy. Those 2, Yampy and Soulcast, the only members of the roster that were part of the Team Liquid that eliminated EDG from Champs last time they played. Yeah. So, in some sense, a revenge match, but I don't think that'll really be what's on Edward Gaming's mind here. It's just about how far you can go in the tournament at this point.
Absolutely. Achieving that first win, making the top 8, those were the goals that they set themselves out to get with this tournament. At this point now, how far can they go? Aldong was talking about, the potential of revenge against Liquid after being eliminated. But these are new teams. Shock darts close, not breaking that alarm bot. Here's the dash though, over the top. Round the sides, and there's the right click. So Yampy falls, hands a rifle over.
They look very prepared for the areas that Team Liquid are going to be fighting.
This time though, shutting down a bit of a garage pivot. Players trying to work their way through. Kang falls back and definitely aware of it. And that's tried to, again, adjust that movement backwards and forwards. And wow, while Redgar was smoking. Kang not wasting any time. Vacuums up the back of the site, and now he is a nuisance. Look at this guy, all the way towards the back, forcing out the Secret.
Oh, the team flash
timing. With the flash, he was flashed up safe. He's alone here, has the dash, the updraft, the shorty! Claims the kill, can he get the 4th? It's shut down. Nobody pushed up to help it out. But Safe almost salvaging it.
Okay, a very slow beginning to Haven, punctuated by some insanity there towards the end. I mean, both Jet players making the play for their team. Kankan gets into the backside there. Yampy's got no chance of winning that, absolutely none. They just predicted his position perfectly, but this play, to dash onto Redgar and catch him in that timing, beautiful. And this really gave Safe a chance of winning the round in return. That's a thrifty that will massively help EDG. And now Operator online for Safe.
Operator online for Safe is already making the peek through double doors. Inside the cage, has to use the dash to disengage. There's a lot of util being lobbed at him, making sure they can't get away with too much.
And there's the value of the cyber cages for sure. It gives you that audio cue on when someone's actually pushing and contesting them. So everybody on EDG ready to punish that. And Safe decides to back up without even firing a shot. Here's that same kind of drone being used. I wonder if Liquid try and find timings to push up after they hear this one. I mean, there's a stun being held right now. Yampy decides not to use it.
It's been quite an interesting game so far, just in terms of the timings they're taken. I mean, it's being slowed down frequently, but you see those bursts explosive play. Deep smoke all the way down, trying to fake like Kang does have his presence there.
They're heading into the op though, and they have no drone.
Yeah, it's used very early. I think.
Oh, Safe's not watching.
Smoggy's flashes, isn't it? That's going to have to push him off this angle.
Except he's not even there. He's not even on the long angle.
30 seconds left.
Here we go, right up close. And Smoggy survives on 1 health, almost getting the collateral. Here's the Blade Storms. Hop over the top, Safe. Let's try and make quick work of this. Shunt this before they can even get into the site. Rolling Thunder collects all of them, corralled up. 12 seconds remaining. Not a chance in hell of trying to get themselves into this one. It's a TP onto B of all places. Howdong, aftershock in his face, 6 seconds left. He has the spike, needs to plant it just in time, but it can be denied. A peek, an attempt to try and again play for it. Fault lines all over the place, just absolute anarchy. At the attempt to just try and adjust and pivot.
Liquid are finding their opportunities to hold on here. They're not getting baited too heavily into EDG's very slow play. They're so happy just to hold themselves and rely on Safe to deliver. This pick is good, and then Yampi immediately coming in and being able to deliver that Rolling Thunder stops anybody from pushing onto Safe. The 1-2 punches have actually worked quite nicely. Now we've got EDG taking a bit of a timeout here as the score is 3-3. It's definitely been a lot of map working. You know, one of the key things that you're noticing from EDG is that one of the key things you're noticing from EDG is that Shishu is giving them options in the late round on the lurk, but it also means that he doesn't commit into sites with them as heavily.
I'm going to give credit to Team Liquid. I mean, most teams, when they're planning around a lot of the defensive protocols on Haven, they will want to try and get an operator in their Jet's hands as soon as possible. It's pretty standard, but with the amount that Edward Gaming is slowing it down, contacting, trying to get away with things at various areas, the op is a great tool for that.
Absolutely. And, you know, changing the pace can be a major tool. It doesn't mean that playing slow or playing fast is better in Valorant, but mixing those two is really important to throw defensive teams off their game. And thus far, we've only seen the slow style from EDG, apart from that one round where Kankan went crazy with the Blade Storm on a Thrifty. They're coming into another Thrifty here again with an operator in the hands of Kankan.
This is, nobody has purchased this for Kankan. So they are intentionally doing this in a timeout.
Somebody must have.
Oh, okay. All right, well, baited me with that one. Absolutely baited me with that one. Where did you want me to continue it? Something. It's not here yet. Yeah. Is that what you wanted me to go with that? I'm not doing it. I'm not stooping to your lows.
And so this isn't, again, going to be a really slow round, right? So maybe Team Liquid are going to be expecting the tempo to be increased off the back of a Thrifty. Actually, Kankan's just going to be walking around trying to find picks.
This op is really going to catch somebody off guard, but it's revealed. First shot doesn't land. That was an important one, because now Team Liquid are going to be aware that they've made this purchase. And this deep push from Safe, all the information he's going to be gathering for his team.
This is one of the first times since the second round where they've gone for a reactive push to try and catch EDG.
Spike up close to the corner.
Off right guard's contact.
Kankan has a dash, it's not active though, and yep, some sort of timing. I mean, they take the pop flash, but
I think Soulcast just blinded himself and Red Guard.
It's the bait and switch! Nobody! He lands his shot. Chev straight to the head.
What an absolute mess from Team Liquid there.
The drone as well to clear this one forward. Soulcast is kind of trapped into the corner. Rolling Thunder, a choice to commit it, but well, Soulcast is stunned up, yet still stunned, lands it. Shot still there, over the top, trying to offset as well the crosshair placement. Howdong has really just, forced this one.
But also what an incredible recovery from Soulcast. After a bit of a whiff flash, being able to pick up 2 while stunned has actually kept Liquid in this.
That's his load up.
Safe is the player on the flank right now.
And here on A-Long needs to make best of the moment. Close to the left. Didn't catch it, but no kills going either way, and he's still got the dash. Goes for it, lands that shot. And there's a couple more waiting for him. Smoke at the feet. How does he want to try and get into it? Smoke, drop down, half onto the defuse. That's already in, but he's on 20 health. 4, half onto it, over the top with the shorty. Not the weapon of choice, but again, just didn't really have too many options at his disposal. 4 in the round for Howdong to shut that one down, and we're looking at 4-3. This has been very back and forth.
Yeah, but it's been back and forth in the most bizarre way possible, Brent. EDG won the pistol and the follow-up, and then 2 thrifties. These rounds are really bizarre. I mean, the first thrifty, I feel like Kankan went crazy with it. And this time, it's a Team Liquid mistake down short to offer them that opportunity. And EDG are going to capitalize. We've seen from them so far in this tournament, if you offer them an in, they're going to take it. And now it's an op-v-op battle, though not going to start the round with that. Safe takes the standard line down A long as Kankan goes and watches towards Garage to start with, and then it's going to come back over here. Yeah, it's a bit more pushed up than standard.
Yeah, this is aggressive. I mean, Safe, he is that guy. Something to prove, honestly, as well. There's a lot of people doubting his Team Liquid squad. Making excuses. Spots the barrel, sees the shoulder, takes the shot, dash into the wall. Still backs away, but Smoke, yeah, not dissipating. Give the clean angle, wants to re-aggress onto this.
What a play by Safe.
This is insane.
I mean, he's just got back onto this angle perfectly. He's giving his team maximum information.
Not that close though. Exploration into mid. It's the alarm bot dealt with. Nobody trying to hold this ground as well. And now he's worked himself into this lurking position. A cage.
The lurking Sova.
All over the place. Yeah, I mean, this is just adding so many different things into the mix. Trying to keep Team Liquid reeling, but player disadvantage now. A tap onto the plant. Howdon just trying to bait the utility, now actually choosing to stick it, and they've got themselves into that B post plant situation, a smoke.
I love this. Nobody just holds for Howdon to plant, and then Howdon gives him a smoke to play even further.
Here's the lockdown, and nobody does have the Hunter's Fury for it, but he's in a smoke, man. He can't play for this. He's going to try and take the fight well. Wiggles himself into that angle, jumping down, trying to double up. Nats covering it, so the lockdown was destroyed. This can play out close here. It's down to Chichu. He doesn't have that angle on him, but he's not watching for the bottom of mid. That's Redgar spraying down. Damage done, but not enough to claim the 2. And so, Josh, I gotta say, one of the most bizarre maps I feel like I've casted. I can't really get a feel for the flow of this because it's just all over the place.
Yeah, it's because EDG are playing so slowly and then using lurk timings in bizarre ways. I mean, that's one of the things that's actually good about EDG, and one of the reasons why I think they've got chances to win even against top teams is that they just play the game very differently compared to what a lot of the regions are expecting. But you got to say, the player that's actually winning this for Team Liquid, I feel, consistently is Safe. He's been able to get so much value with the operator, whether that be like one pick and falling off or just holding the line over towards A. They're giving him ultimate responsibility of holding C all on his own or A all on his own. And it gives the rest of Liquid all the freedom.
Player like Safe as well. You got to think he's coming into this matchup. Everybody's gassing up the whole Kang versus Safe matchup with the duelists. Safe is a player who's been popping off, honestly, the entirety of the EMEA season.
Yeah.
He's been dominant.
He's been hard carrying Liquid in a lot of the situations. Probably not, you would say, the Grand Finals, which is their biggest win. But throughout the rest of the season, Safe was the guy. And he's supported Redgar to get into a very deep position over towards C, which again allows Team Liquid to stack over towards the middle of the map and towards A. They have chances of being able to play a flood retake here off the Seekers. See what they decide to go for.
Gosh, into the back spam from the Heaven location. I know the Yampi's up there. They do have access to the site. Anything to push this back.
So it's going to be a set retake from Team Liquid. Redgar could have met up with the rest of his team using that Omen ult, and instead he's going on a very slow flank here.
All the way through. I mean, he does have one TP to navigate this trip as well that's on the flank. We'll see if he chooses to do so.
Chichu can hear it though if he uses it, surely.
Yeah, TP's across. I think that is heard by Chichu. It's an important fight again. It's on 2 different fronts. Safe already jumping all the way down, close to the corner. Chichu captures Redgar when he was trying to make the play. Flash and backing away. Team Liquid already make the call. Discipline to back away from this when they realize it's a lost cause. Oh.
Can get him punished. Yeah, there's another round that's just a bit of a misread, I think, from Liquid. You know, the overall game plan from them is to have Safe providing them huge information so that they can make the right reads. And this time, just not quite. They thought the read was that EDG were going to back away from A and end towards B. That's why they moved Safe over there. They had 3 players around the B area, playing retake A really without any major ultimates with which to do so. Only the Seekers. I don't think that's enough, necessarily. I'd like to see them play retake A with, you know, Lockdown or Rolling Thunder, something of that nature. Bit of a miscall there, I think, from Team Liquid, but that's also the first rifle round that EDG have won. So, how they're in the lead is a bit of a miracle.
It is quite strange.
But they've pulled out some crazy stuff when it was required of them.
It's going against those expectations of how you'd expect the game to be going at this point. It does feel quite bizarre. There's an early util that was pumped into A lobby. Trailblazers being used as well. Quite early on here by Solcas, just to clear out towards A lobby as well. Cam spotting out where Nats is playing. There's a push into mid. This is a double contact call. Paranoia, Hunter's Fury all the way through. Flash as well from behind. Nats holding down the fire. Buys enough time for Safe to also respond. Redcar playing up close, wants to take the fight as well. Just pushes right past it. He's eager for it. Kang still in the action, still in the fight, but the Blade Storms just couldn't quite land it. The micro adjustment's not there with the aim, and so 5-5, Team Liquid. It's evened up.
Redgar's hit is Super Saiyan mode. The grand finals, it felt like watching a different player with Redgar. The regular season, it was up and down. He had some horrendous games. He had some good ones too, thrown in there. But when I watched him play in the grand finals, he's just hitting every shot. He's challenging like this, going for plays, confident with the swings. And I think that was one of the big reasons why they kind of brutalized Fnatic in a major upset. They're looking to carry that momentum forwards here too. They don't look scared of EDG.
It's necessary, I think. Like we've been talking about, a lot of hype around EDG, the firepower that they've got, the incredible plays they've been able to pull off.
There are 3 players in A-Long right now, but pings all over the minimap towards B. And I'm not sure what Haodong's cooking up here, but it's some kind of set pre-planned round from EDG. What is the play? They don't have Spike.
Trailblazer, I think spots at least 2 there, up onto A as well. This is all over the place, but...
And they've got nobody playing more of a lurk than I've ever seen from a Sova on Haven.
Safe. Does disengage inside the smoke. Oh my god, it's all over the place. Labored with the spray. Chichu claims the kill though, takes out the opposing Jet player.
And it looks like the idea there is to pull people away from A. It's actually triggered a reaction from Nats.
Yeah, and he's also pushed his watch though. That's 2 players. Still, Nats lands one of the kills.
There go the Nanoswarms on A. It's all down to Solcas and Yampi to make something happen. Yampi caught.
Util out. Solcas is pushing now. He's got his knife out, man.
How? As much as we're finding it difficult to find the read on the flow of this game, you can see Liquid are having the same issues. That none of the Team Liquid players had a clue what was going on in this round, and for good reason. Again, this is scramble. This is how EDG are going to mess with you, because they just play some of these maps so differently. Gone are the days where they just held W and were extraordinarily predictable. They're now going to mess with your heads, mess with the flow of the game. I mean, who expects the Cypher Sova to be aggressively taking garage control to bait out A pushes?
It is so quite odd. I mean,
they play differently.
They do play differently. Credit to Haodong as well, his calling style. He's added that nuance with every single international event Edward Gaming have just been developing. And the sky's the limit. They achieved their goals that they set out for, making the top 8. That's where they are right now.
Starting the final round again, and Safe and Yampi are playing for a bit of mid control. They've spotted it now. And look, immediately, as soon as they know they're pushing Safe away from that spot, instantly pivot to A. I mean, the calls, the way that they're moving the map is really quite nice.
Haven't wasted time with it. Smoke's dropped down. Still with the dash, Kang. He's buying a lot of time, actually, with that Nanoswarm for the rest of the team to get in, because Team Liquid, they choose to flood all the way through. Haodong just TP'd right up close. Sinjoga will make a couple of plays like that. Chichu had the knife out. Definitely don't want to bring that one to the gunfight. Down towards short. Everybody fell. That's a flawless. What a weird and wacky half of Valorant we've just witnessed.
Yeah. I mean, if this is what the rest of the match is going to feel like, then we've got some bizarre situations in front of us. But I think, you know, you see the 2 Jets at the top of the screen. They've been delivering. I feel like the map, though, has come more down to who's got the read on what their opponents are doing.
Absolutely. 6-6 then. Let's decide this first half here of Haven. Even scoreline between both of these teams. Yet to see which direction as well it will continue to go in, but let's send it down to the desk to break it down so far.
Thank you so much, fellas. And again, 6-6 half. a closely contested game, but there were a few moments there where I agree with Brendan Sideshow, where I was like, man, what in tarnations are EDG doing? And they pull it off sometimes.
Yeah, I think that they were having the same experience as some players were having inside the server. I think that is the read on the read. Also, the kind of playstyle that maybe Liquid was not used to playing against regionally, but actually on the stage, trying to, you know, be innovative and get them off guard, catch them off guard, but not actually achieving that.
What's interesting too is to watch how EDG started their attacking half. We're talking Haven on attack, EDG. What are we expecting? I'm expecting Konkon hitting left, right, soaring across the side, dropping freaking bombs as he goes, like just destroying things, and it wasn't that. Right? It was very meticulous. It was very pacey. It was very cautious. Right? Chichu kept trying to find timings. Konkon had his moments, but it just wasn't what I expected.
But despite all of that, though, the Jets have showed up. They have been the difference makers, just not, as you said, Doug, in that bombastic, wild way that we would come to expect.
I think throughout the regular season in EMEA, we're getting a lot of that coming in from Safe. But if we also think about the compositions that they're playing and acknowledging the fact that they do not have a Sova, that duel, that initial duel that you have onto Aloe is going to be different. Of course, moving on to the defense, Solkas is going to get creative. Of course, I think it's in some ways going to be easier to execute knowing that you have the power of those two flashers, but I don't know.
I want to see how Konkon does on the defensive side, right? Get him posted up with an op. He had it early in the first half, and he even had instances when he was glaring across the stage in the first half. Never really materialized to what we're expecting.
Well, if you're Team Liquid, you're not believing on those attack win stats, you got to make sure that you put a stamp on this one and send it back over to Brendan Sideshow.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, you know, while the halftime is going on as well, me and Josh, we had a discussion. We've come to an agreement as well. We've been applying, I think, a little bit too much critical thought into the going on of the game.
Absolutely.
And we've agreed to
give up.
Well, maybe not give up, but we're gonna be rolling with it a little bit more, I think. Because
give up and enjoy the moment.
I think that is an important takeaway from this because
Konkon has a sheriff.
He's got a sheriff. He's purchased it. He's 11 and 10. He's feeling it, and he wants to take it to the opposition of Safe. But we see some aggression out of double doors, though.
Look at this setup in Garage. It's such a hard read. I think that's part of why the first half was bizarre too. Both teams so willing to stack areas on the defense. And it's not where Liquid are going to again.
Yeah, so they're going to go straight down through into B. Dash now into the right side. Kankang, that's a deep dart to clear some of it. He's just lurking this entire time. It was watched by Nats yet. Well, he falls. And they pounce straight out of double doors. Two of the players colliding, collapsing now onto it, but positions have been flipped around. Team Liquid, they want to take up the extremities on the one side of the map. Safe has to be aware of it. Could be that flank timing, a stun into the corner. Shots rattled, only needs the two. Sokas, he's got to hold his line towards the back of the site with the ghost. Tap, 6 bullets left, cannot get the second. It's traded up to Redgar. It's planted for him. Out in the open, it could have bit of a tap. Players are low, just trying to bait out and hunt out a position. Redgar with that kill, time really running short. Nobody needs to kill well. That's confidence, isn't it? The IGL feeling it.
These are
self-known.
These are the moments that Redgar is just pulling out of nowhere. Out of nowhere. He's just pulling magic out for Team Liquid in some of their most recent matches. It's a delight to watch. It reminds me of him running around playing Rainer on this map, back when they used to ban it all the time on Mech.
Let's fucking go.
All right, language. I know you're having fun out there.
Yeah. Keep it PG, get a rule book out.
That's a huge round. You think about this. EDG, 4 out of 6 of the rounds that they've won have come out of pistol, follow-up, and 2 thrifties. So Liquid really have been getting over the line in most of these similar situations, but I just said it, the thrifties have been big for EDG.
The Marshall purchase pushing forwards. Information trying to be gathered here. Safe making the most of it as a stun. His face, 47 health, drops down. Smoggy's in. Oh, this is going a little bit all over the place. It needs to be contained, needs to be watched for. With the classics. Has enough been done? Can nobody clean this one up? 2 players left standing. Safe will go down to really light breeze. He should be able to hear those footsteps.
Yeah, they can definitely hear him. Oh, nobody's going for the sound bait. He's faking like he's gone all the way through.
What will be watched? Plan goes down, though. I think Team Liquid should just play this quite safely. They have a turret. Take contact of main. Nana Swarm as well. As long as Nats plays his life, it really shouldn't be winnable for nobody. I mean, does have a shock dart to clear some area of the plant, but well, it's deaded early, so not even having that option, that chance. There it is, has to reload because the turret took up most of his time. First shot going to be missed there by Safe. We'll try and bait one of the fights as well, misses the first. And yeah, Team Liquid are really just playing this one excellently. There's a discipline, a wide swing, a wider facing as well. Just buying all that time. Blood off the clock, one player left standing, it is Safe. So an expensive round. A round win nevertheless here for Team Liquid.
And it feels like they're slowly pulling out into the lead. Now we'll have to see what kind of buy they can get together for this one. It looks like they'd be incentivized to full commit. Soulcast going for a hero rifle, just taking a glance at the economy at the moment. It's kind of a tough decision for Liquid. You don't want to let EDG back into the game. You don't want to let them build up too much of an economy. You do want to try and keep it suppressed so Kang struggles to buy that operator. And here's another question, Brent. What is the pace going to look like for Team Liquid? Are they going to play as slowly as EDG did? Kakuka talked about it on the desk, how the stats say Team Liquid are one of the slowest teams on attack side to get that first pick.
Yeah, the embodiment of that EMEA playstyle. A lot of the EDG players were talking about it, not long in particular. And style of play. Flash re-clearance now into Garage. Breaking the cam. Taking a bit of that space, even a Nana Swarm into the corner as well. A lot of util being used to clear close to the Garage.
It's not a full commitment though. Not a C-split. It's baited out a bit of a defensive reaction from EDG. Liquid are just prodding around the map. That Nana Swarm, great for getting rid of enemy Killjoy utility. Not so great when Shishu's playing Cypher.
Yeah, that was a flash re-clearance. Sure nobody's in there. Now Trailblazer being used quite far back. Angle watch for. It's back and forth.
Again,
players still
slow.
From EDG.
It's been over a minute here, Bren, and Team Liquid still looking just to now recommit back through Garage, which they cleared earlier, so now they're just going to contact in.
They gave it up and they heard the flash, I think, so they're worried about it being taken up again.
They still have 3 players over here towards C.
Here we go. Dash is there, fault line into the corner, stunned up. He needs some help, but Kang will not be receiving it. Where's the team to try and bail him out? Chichu's there. Dodge to the side with a flash, no kill. Found, time running short. Aftershock to try and disrupt this plan. They want to flood right back into it. Where's the util? Just raw gun duels, beaming them down. The clock just bled down a little bit too much there. Time was of the essence, and it really did turn up the heat, I think, for Team Liquid to try and win out those gun duels.
So not the most expensive one in the world. But now Team Liquid are going to have rifles on board. This game is so close. Kang's not built up enough money to be able to buy his operator, though. And he's still one away from the Blade Storm. So that major win condition of getting Kang an op on defense side is not going to be there.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining. Spike.
If they win this round, though, that's when you start to see the Kang op come out. So this one is going to be massively important. Team Liquid would love to win it, not just to get them up to 9, but to stop one of EDG's major win conditions.
Here.
Fight taken towards a lobby, flash corner. No one breaking the dart though, so nobody will pick up the orb, get his ult online. Does Fury now around and available? Just in case.
And with how slow Liquid have been playing, that Hunter's Fury may end up being very decisive, you know, about 40 seconds to a minute from now. Having said that, Team Liquid are grouping up towards B with the spike as if they may want to hit here a little earlier than they did last time.
Spamming to see if they can catch some of this Cypher utility.
That's something EDG don't have to deal with very much in China. I think they've got away with running the Cypher comp because the other Chinese teams really don't prioritize that.
Same pathing from Safe. He's done that a few times now. He's getting spammed out by Smoggy. Lucky to get away with his life, but they do gain the sight as a result of it.
Hunter's Fury?
Here it is. It's being unleashed. Doesn't get a tag, though. It's slightly delayed. Does clear out towards the front section of B, so his team can start to get back into it, but there's not really too much urgency from EDG, and now a call is made. So it's going to be a re-clearance through Garage.
Yeah, and a reflank through A short.
Still, this trip in their face, and it's being watched. Haodong's there. Has to expect a second. Was actually clearing that close corner, just ends up losing the duel. Here we go. It's all over the place. Util, 10 straight flying, walking, wading right through the smoke. What is that from Soulcast? Resetting for it, buying time for Redgar, and he strikes back. Kang, it's a 1v3. Time running short. Man's just contacting, walking all over the place, looking to try and save there, but doesn't get away with it, does not save that weapon into the next.
This is what we're talking about with Team Liquid. Their game plan there looks lovely. They changed the pace. Team Liquid was slightly faster in their ability to get a B plan down. They hadn't defaulted towards Garage, broken the trip. They just went for it. They went for it, they planted, and then afterwards, they instantly pushed the main amount of their team through Garage to try and create pressure in the C connector, and they have Redgar lurking through A. They wasted not a moment. And now they've hurt the economy desperately of Edward Gaming. They need a Kankang round from the Bladestorm. They need it now.
They certainly do. This map could quickly spiral out of their control. It's EDG's map pick. Kankang's going to be pushed up into the 4 position. With the amount that Team Liquid have been putting into like the slow attacking mid-default, trying to break a lot of the Cypher utility, it's a bit of a gamble. It's a good one. Because guess what? He might have some targets. They are slowly creeping onto his corners. A jump spot and a face by Safe. He was not worried.
He's been so good. Safe has just been incredible at finding these players in dodgy little spots and rooting them out.
Credit to Team Liquid there as well. I mean, Safe just had full confidence that he was being covered. He heard the jump spot, but he didn't, swap his crosshair placement over towards the middle area. They knew what their goal was, and it was to clear close. Here's a Seeker, used up close, nobody trying to get away with it inside. The smoke Seekers are broken, but this time Team Liquid going all the way over towards C. Still, players towards the back, that's Howdong inside the smoke still. When will it be going down? Not too sure, but he's trying to play inside of it, hoping somebody walks himself in. Another smoke, drop down at the choke towards the back, Safe clears it. Adjustment with the aim of the team as well. They've got his back, Shorty. Out in his hands, might want to try and take it straight to them. There it is, there's one beat. One in the chamber left still. Nobody know brings him down. Confidence trying to slow down the shots in between as well to land it, but it is cleaned up with 4 players surviving of Liquid. That's going to be the 10th round that they get. Steadily getting closer now as well.
Redgar looks so chilled out. He's taking a sip of his drink towards the end there.
30 seconds left.
The round had only ended. He's just like, yeah, all right, we got it. No worries. On to the next. Round 18. Kankang finally has an operator in his hand. Could that be the game changer?
It's going to have to be, but I mean, Safe is running away with it. 19,
certainly is.
13, playing with something to prove. A lot of people, the community narratives making excuses for Fnatic losing that finals. They got something to prove indeed, and well, okay, bit of an omen battle.
Yeah, that one.
What was Redgar doing?
Well, Redgar was just inside his smoke. That's Redgar's smoke. You expect that to be a safe area. I would ask, what is Howdong doing? He just ran in there, but he just acted like it was a Thunderdome and took the duel.
They're running straight in now. They're going to take the C site. That's waiting as well for the reswing. It's all being cut up by the dash in play. There's a plan.
Spike planted.
Salves into the post. Kankang with a dash here. Flash not connecting.
Yampi is about to rip the ult.
Yeah, it's a Rolling Thunder right in his hands, but he's out in the open. His backside showing, mate. Pull the trousers up, come on, get on with it. Kankang round the side now, using smokes to reposition. Spots it, potentially. One head there, no, not quite. Nats, he's still there. Peekaboo, right round the sides. Doesn't get the second kill he was looking for. 2 players left standing here for Liquid. Players flooding in, but his timing is everything from Safe. He's flashed. It's a bit of a team flash. Soulcast, he goes down to Safe. Half on the defuse, updraft over the top. Howdong puts it down and claims the round.
Another quicker one from Team Liquid, EDG. It feels like they want to fight. Right from the beginning, as soon as Howdong just sprinted into the smoke and took down Redgar, which we'll see look at this replay. I mean, they get a stun.
Yeah, it's a stun replay.
But they don't know, as far as I'm aware, that Redgar's in there. I think Redgar must have teleported, and they
he was spamming before he jumped into the smoke.
Absolutely.
Which means he must have had some indication.
Yeah, I heard a footstep or something. But EDG get a much-needed round here that keeps the operator in Kankang's hands. He's going to be taking it on a walk down C long. With the camera to start with.
Yeah, taking liberties.
Yeah, and that's going to allow Shishu to rotate off. But it doesn't really look like Kankang's op is going to be the difference maker here. He's so far away from where the action's actually going to be happening. And Team Liquid, they dictate the place of battle.
You should run.
Again, it's the same foresight that's being put in by this Liquid squad. Lockdown here is going to clear all the way through to B, the backside of C. They can go in whatever direction they want. Wait it out, try and re-clear. Now, they didn't break the trip close. That's actually going to be catching onto, I believe, was that Yampi?
Yeah, Yampi.
So Yampi's going to be beamed down. Here's a Rolling Thunder. Attempting to play. EDG just pushing on every single section of the map right now. Kang with the operator. Decided to take that flank timing with still chance. There it is, hits the flick. The wide face by Nats. Spike's been dropped down into the middle of nowhere, 2v5. Nobody doesn't aim to take another aim duel to give away their chances. This time, quite patient. Ping into the corner, letting his team know that could be a player close there tucked.
He's right.
Certainly is. But despite drop down, there's 20 seconds left. Oh, the timing on that. Yeah, just looking the wrong way for it. First part of the puzzle taken care of, but Kang immediately answers back and he says, okay, I'm going to flip the puzzle table. Not getting away with it, you're not going to be able to carry it forwards.
And Soulcast has no chance of being able to win this one. So it's so strange watching Team Liquid run these fast plays, actually, because they're running all of their protocols as if they're playing against a Killjoy. They're not breaking the trip at the front, but Nats is throwing a Nanoswarm to get rid of Killjoy utility. That doesn't exist, but he's just doing it because he's used to doing it, because he's normally playing against Killjoy players. And he's not adapting, saving the Nanoswarm for post plan and looking for a trip to break. That's just lost them that round, because they're not thinking about how to adjust based on playing against the Cypher. Which is weird to me, Brent, because they were actually defaulting Garage and breaking cam and breaking trips when they were thinking about it.
And also Team Liquid were the one team that were running the Cypher the most on this map.
Absolutely.
No more than anyone, right? How to be taking care of the Cypher util, but...
So this is a couple of rounds towards the end here. They're about the only ones that EDG have been able to string together in a row this entire map.
Yeah.
And yet the score is still 10-9. It feels like Liquid are in control of the game. And then you look at the scoreboard and they just simply aren't. EDG have been able to find those moments and, you know, put together a couple good ones in round 18-19 to still make a serious run of this.
Vibing to this music.
Bobbing
away, man.
I don't know where the Liquid will be. They might be feeling the pressure just a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, I thought it was very interesting. We were talking to Emil, the head coach of Team Liquid, about why he thought they won against Fnatic. And I was expecting to hear a response about the strategy or, you know, map pool or something like that. He said, I think he brought more energy that day. You just need a certain energy when you come into games where you know you're going to win and you feel confident you're going to win. He said, we had that on that day. They haven't played in a while. They're kind of cold, you know?
Yeah.
You might need a bit of a warm-up. Yampi barking in order to get into a match like this properly.
Yeah. Please do not repeat in my ranked games. Okay, Dog forwards into the back. That's going to clear out towards Gong. It's a stun and a dart, but, well, Smoke's watched for. Into the corner goes safe, and, well, the Aftershock actually didn't do any damage. He's able to get out of there with the updraft. It's a flood attempt into the back. Look at that crosshair placement.
He looks
immaculate. The precision from Safe. It's just sublime, but it's answered. It's met. Howdong's there. And guess what? Kang also on the flank with this. Oh! Ooh, just getting a sightline onto it, a tap onto it. That's going to force Yampi to look the other direction with the Rolling Thunder, just in case they are on it. No kills claimed off of it, but Kang is taken care of now. Brought down. Two left standing here for EDG with Nats on this reflank. There's the one. Chichu not able to get out alive. So 11-9. Adjustments were made off the back of that timeout, and Team Liquid actually looked quite in control of everything that was going on.
Yep. They lean heavily on Safe to get them into the site and get the plant down, and he is delivering today. 23 kills. Absolute perfection in terms of the space that he's controlling and the shots he's hitting. And this one's gorgeous. And then their post plants are really dynamic. They always have plans for them. Nats was on a flank. Yampi had his ult. They're developing plans for the post plant before the spike even goes down. EDG aren't really stopping them from getting those plants on B. They're always trying to spam where Safe is, but they haven't got the kill just yet. Kankan maybe feels like he needs to force the issue. There it is again, Redgar punished. All right, Redgar, you need to chill on that one now.
Kankan's also going to be taken out. Oh my, swing through the double doors. It's your Cypher player who's doing that. Oh, popped up. Gonna be giving them information at least that, yeah, now they see where Safe is on the minimap. So a bit of chaos just sowed in at the beginning. Cam finally taken care of. Not even at the minute mark yet in the round, but it's a two-player disadvantage. Anything's possible though when Safe has those knives.
And they give him a lot of space.
Yeah, he's just able to wade and walk all the way through into this.
They've given him respect because he's good, but that gives him more room to work with.
Spots it. Here's the pressure being applied now towards C as well. Up, barreling through into C long.
He's running around.
Still a trip in their face. Yeah, it's finally broken. Backing away and regrouping with the rest of the team. So EDG actually did use that as a chance to try and get out of there. As the tap comes through, it's a stun. A Hunter's Fury just trying to flood potentially back into this one. Do they want to take a fight off of it? Gonna have to adjust it. No one's actually really getting into the sight off the back of that big ult. In fact, they've stopped it. Yambi now, with plenty of time left, is going to get that plan down after baiting out all of these key pieces of util, and Soulcast is definitely feeling it. Wide-faced Chichu, only the one before traded. Nobody. Looked his way into the back of the sides. He sees the barrel. Sees the barrel, doesn't land the shot though. It's baited to the side and the spray. Rifle not cooled down. Yampi can take that fight cleanly.
There was a chance, and yet Team Liquid moved their way up to map point. On their opponent's map pick, no less. Things are not going to get easier for EDG. They haven't played Split or Lotus at all. Most recently in China. So we have no idea what's going to happen map 2, map 3.
Deeper into the series.
But they would have liked an early start. Something to work off.
Timeout taken though. Map's not over just yet. 12-9 with Team Liquid. More round, that'll put Haven under their belt.
Kangkang's negative towards the end of a game. I feel like we haven't seen that all tournament long. And of course, EDG have been playing in the groups. They've been playing against the number 4 seed in EMEA, which is weird. So that's Na'Vi.
Na'Vi.
Yeah, and they've been playing against the number 3 seed in Pacific as well in T1. So this is a big step up, right? Team Liquid have achieved much more than those opponents that EDG have been able to be. The Cinderella runs get more and more difficult as you go. That's part of what was so impressive about EG just beating Loud right before this match. But in terms of Kangkang, what we've seen from him so far in the tournament, he's averaged 280 ACS with a kill per round.
Which is just ludicrous.
And like, about once every 4 rounds, he's going to give you a first kill as well. It has been bonkers. Easily the highest producing player in the tournament so far. And yet, Safe and the rest of Liquid have waded in here, ready to show them how it's done in playoffs.
This is that number 1 EMEA seed. Liquid also, a team that we haven't spoken about it as much, but they do have quite a bit to prove. People making a lot of excuses for Fnatic. Isn't that finals? Here we go. Cage brought up close here. Still a trip in the face as well. Updraft dash forwards onto the platform.
It's so perfect.
Oh my goodness. And a flash and a repeat. Way to the side. He brought down 2 of them. It crumbles. EDG have to do so much here. You can feel it. Kangkang with the updraft and a Knives of Blade. Someone in one left in his back pocket. Yambi takes a swing of things. Why not? Push back. Nobody who was pushing deep. 2 players close. Round here. It's all on Kangkang and so much to do. Just cannot quite get it done. Map 1. Team Liquid lock it up. 13-9.
Close game. A fairly fun one. But Team Liquid will be happy about that. They eased into it towards the end. And Safe just looked unstoppable. All of their execs set him up to succeed. I mean, here, he is inside the cage. He's waiting for defensive utility. Okay, no defensive utility gets used. Now I'll commit. He's in, he checks the close corner. He's correct, he gets the kill. I feel like we saw Safe destroying the Edward Gaming players that were tucked into one-and-dones so often, just all the time. And he ends with 8 first bloods. He had 80% of his team's first bloods.
Yeah, he's delivering. Usual day in the office, really, for Safe as well. That's the crazy thing about him, man. Yeah. You cannot forget about this guy. There's a lot of hype.
1 enemy remaining.
Aspas, Durka, of course, for good reasons as well, but the seed of EDG is Liquid looking to see if they can really set the tone of this tournament here in the playoffs.
It's going to be intriguing to see what they go for. I mean, like I said,
going to get the split.
Next map, we've got no clue. I'm pretty sure the big reason that Team Liquid have gone for split, I mean, as their map pick, they're good on this map too. It's because EDG just haven't been playing it. It's not, EDG have been banning Lotus in China, and that's map 3, and they've also just not been playing split at all. They were winning it but they haven't played it since, I think, mid-April.
Yeah, since the Act 1 of FGC.
That is a long, long time ago.
Yeah, in case you're not in the know, they played the entirety of Act 2. And so they haven't played Split in that time. It's not a map that they've played much, so it's really going to be a lot of unknowns that we're going to be finding out here. But Liquid definitely came here to play. The vibes are good. It's hearing as well the behind the scenes, they're taking it easier to practice. They're exploring Tokyo, they're making the most of it. You can feel it. How they're playing.
10 seconds left. One enemy remaining.
The having fun buff really does seem real here in Tokyo. And there is no team, in my opinion, that embodies that more than Liquid.
Yeah, they are definitely just enjoying the moment throughout, of course. Well, that's just map 1 in this series. That was wrapped up, of course, by Team Liquid. Plenty more to go. Let's send it to a quick break on the other side of things. Our analyst desk will be breaking it all down.
I got that cash. Show me how you ball. Hey, baby girl, bounce that. She got that Hellcat. Shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash. Leaning so hard, he hit that sub. Looking for itchy on the bug. That shit hit harder than a funk beat. Exclusive, but you know it ain't cheap. Matsuwa, send it till you see me. Fuck out my face, no, this ain't no freebie. Don't need no built to anime eyes. That juicy, almost with the thigh highs. Ja, money 그래. 빙보 조금만 지으라네. Baby, been money to sound like his wife. Who's sending my clip, but don't ask me to. She ain't no ego, she a savage. On the track with Shiki, so you know that she a bad bitch. Getting rich like I'm in a Java. Good nah, money got me wetter than a champagne top. Know that I get down. Speed up, PayPal, show me how you run out. Hey, baby, go bounce that. She got a Hellcat. Shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash. Got my cheek down. Click on me now. Send up, PayPal, show me how you run out. Hey, baby, go bounce that. She got a Hellcat. Shake it for me fast. You know, Simp, I got that cash. You know, Simp, I fuck like a hentai. Give her back shots to the baseline. Fucking on the cold high, show you back, no lie. Gonna be busy for a long time. Only fans on my paying a fee. Discount cause she fucking with me. Cosplayers keep 2 on my D. 3 if I count your sis, my G. Girl on her tail, she a neck on do shit. Don't be a freak from the get-go. Laying her down like a make instrument. No skip that bitch like a Keno. My hoes know I don't fuck with the friend zone. Always score like a seed that ends on. J-pop girl look good with the hair long. But I won't fuck at the vibe on. Cheeky and Pinky making tracks that's freaky. Girl wanna get itchy. I'm on fans lead spinning stacks. It's so sexy when a Gyaru texts me. If I tip her ass, I bet she'll let me see that. Know that I get down. Speed up, PayPal, show me how you run out. Hey, baby, go bounce that.
Wow, what a start for Team Liquid here at Masters Tokyo. I'm joined by their coach, Emil. Now, Emil, every team so far has really struggled against Kankan, but you guys did not let him take the game away from you. What is the plan to shut him down? How do you actually do it?
So I think you don't give him the respect.
right? You don't think about him being someone you have to shut down, someone you have to give a lot of attention to. Just treat it as a normal game, right? Maybe you map out what he likes to do, right? But as long as you have good fundamentals and don't give him all the respect in the world or stuff like this, it's gonna be fine. So.
Do you think that's what your players did on that map?
They didn't think about him a single time. Didn't even say his name, so.
All right, thank you very much, Emil, and good luck in map 2. We'll see if Liquid can close it out.
Well, with that kind of attitude, I don't see how they wouldn't be able to. A lot of confidence there coming from Emil, the coach of Team Liquid here. Welcome back to the desk. Of course, Doug alongside Kukuka. And I think immediately the thing that just sticks out to me was you treat the boy just like any other player. You get out there, disrespect him on the stage. You know, I love that.
The fact that he said that they didn't say his name at all, it's just
crazy.
blowing my mind because of how electric of a player he's been.
But you know what, though? When you consider the fact that Kong really took a long time to get started in that game, even if at all, I kind of understand why. Of course you wouldn't need to talk about him. He was barely there.
We were talking about the operator being a little bit, absent in this game. Well, we were watching it, and it's probably because you have that amount, 4 flashes just from initiators, plus the paranoia, like holding an angle is going to be extremely complicated. And then they're going to run onto you, and then what are you going to do? Brilliant performance from Team Liquid. I think that something that the casters alluded to and was completely spot on is the fact that safe success has to do a lot with how the rest of the ground is prepped for him. And you could definitely see it on Haven.
Oh, 100%. Safe looked dynamic in that game, and he needed to, right? Because obviously you want to come out this with a strong statement being made here, Doug. But yeah, you got to be happy if you're safe from map 1.
Yeah, and I think as much as they may say they weren't talking about Kong or anything like that, like they were very intentional things that they were checking to make sure that he did not punish them. I think about that push-up mid on attack where they had Chichu jump spotting in B, and he never bothered trying to spam that angle with Chichu jump spotting. He pushed up, instantly checked Cubby. Right? When there's so much of EDG's approach that is set around like activating their star player, they had those protocols prepared, they had those protocols ready to go, and it paid off. And then also Kong was almost non-existent in the second half while Safe took over.
Yeah, he most definitely did. Of course, if you're just joining us here, Team Liquid does go up in the series 1-0 as we get ready though for Split. And I think that Brennan Sideshow Kukuka brought up some really good points as far as like the familiarity that this team, that Edward Gaming has with some of these maps here. And this, not only is this going to be pivotal, obviously, for EDG to win this, but then you go to Lotus, a map that they barely play. So at this point, it feels like the road is only going to become more perilous for EDG.
Yeah, but everything has to start with Split, right? Because they need to win that map. If we want to think about the next one, of course, there's a map that regionally they've been doing pretty good, but they haven't tested yet on this international stage. Although, I will give them that the composition that they played is not something that we see every day. So maybe they have an edge there.
Yeah, well, let's actually go ahead and jump over to the coach and see what the coach thinks going into this one. I know we have Yinsu standing by with After.
I'm joined by EDG's coach After and Iris as well. After, we haven't seen your split in this tournament yet, but it is very, very strong. So what do you think is your biggest win condition? 我们在这个比赛上还没有见过你的 split， 但是你觉得你们在 split 上最强的一个地方是什么？
我对我们的进攻有信心，因为我们有自己的理解跟打法。
I think we're very confident on our attack side because we have our approach and our understanding of this map, especially on attack side.
Well, you're going to need a very good attack side to be able to take it to map 3. Thank you very much, After and Iris, and I'll take this back to the desk.
Thank you so much, Yinsu, for that. And they're going to need to have a strong attack side indeed. She's 100% right on that one because as it stands right now, it feels like Liquid does have their number.
Yeah, exactly. And probably that has to do with the composition. The Breeds, the Raze, the Astra is something that we have seen in the past. You add a KO to the mix, everything is going to be ready for Kankan to shine. Maybe it's not on the operator, it's actually on those explosive plays and actually the moving forward and opening the space for his team.
It's interesting too because you think about this team and you expect them to run a double duelist on Split. Given the tools that they have,
and they're doing it.
I imagine, yeah, like a Smoggy, exactly.
Yeah,
that's what I was so confused about initially, but this might be why we haven't seen it in a while because they have this prepped. And then also very quickly to allude to what After was saying, I mean, the man talked about attack side, Split a lot. Where does a double duelist thrive on Split? Attack side.
Yeah. It's very true. It's very true. Kukuka, this composition, though, does look quite dicey. I'm interested to see how it's going to play out.
you're looking at the double duelist, I'm looking at the double controller. I think that that opens up a world of possibilities, not only attack, but also on the defense. We know how important on this map mid-control is, and definitely having the Sage on the other side, plus the Cypher, we know how that is going to run, more or less. I think that if Team Liquid had any preparation, it's just going out through the window.
Well, let's see how this all is going to play out and send it over to the residents of Mustache Mountain. It's Brennan Sideshow.
Is that a real place? Mustache Mountain? Not
yeah.
I don't know. How do we go off that? how do we go off that? Let's get into map 2.
Yeah, let's do it. I'm really excited to start this map up because I think what Kakuka said towards the end, if Liquid had any preparation for Split, it's gone out the window. Yeah. I also think they probably had no preparation for Split because EDG hadn't played it in, what even is this? I mean, what month are we in right now? It's like 3 months ago. It was 3 months ago the last time they played Split. So I think this has got to be a confidence pick for Team Liquid in 2 portions. One, because EDG have only been scrimming it. They haven't had any match testing with their new composition. And also because Team Liquid are confident in it themselves. And Team Liquid have pulled out some big wins on this map. And it's usually an area where they get that thriving from safe. That to me is a big duel again, a big battle. Seeing safe play up against now Smoggy and Kama.
It's an interesting one. Here we go. Let's get into the piss around here. Map number 2. Must win for EDG to stay in this series. And off the rip, you're seeing the potential for a trap play. That's his cam, flashed up. Red guard pops his head up, wants to try and take a fight to them, but they're not wasting time, are they? There's the paranoia, there's the swing. It's beautiful.
Gorgeous thing, gorgeous play. To be able to get a kill on the board.
Still trying to deal with this camera. It's pesky, Trailblazer. They got the spike. Just disengage. What is the call right now for EDG? How do they want to fight this? How do they want to play it? Still looking for the camera. They just cannot reach it. He's so scared. He's so scared of it, man. He's like, oh god, are they going to swing me? And yeah, here it is. Rico finally strikes.
He pays for it with his life.
Oh, what is that?
Howdong is so favored there. And it's all just gone in the bin for Edward Gaming. Five players stay alive for Team Liquid there. Yeah. They have a great idea, and EDG run into the trap completely.
You see the level of thought that Team Liquid do put into this composition. They have really great ideas. I mean, the bait and switch, the cam contact, safe re-clearing. I mean, with the way that this guy's playing as well, so much confidence to be able to take a fight like that.
How you doing, Howdong?
Okay.
I'm telling you, the energy this team brings to games is sometimes unmatched. You know, normally I would listen to an answer, like the one I was talking about before, right? Where Emil was saying they just brought more energy in the game against Fnatic. Normally I'd hear that and I'd be like, classic coach BS answer. But I actually believe it with this team, man. Liquid just, when they get themselves riled up, they look fantastic. And they also have great game plans too. It's not just all based on momentum and confidence. You know, the airy-fairy words. But yeah, when they're snowballing like this, they seem a bit unstoppable. EDG are really going to have to pull something deep out in this round to answer. And it's got to come from Smoggy and Kangkang.
Yeah, the double duelist comp. It's quite good on the attack side. You can take a lot of that rapid space. See teams trend their approach over towards ramp. The reason I'm keeping this general, Josh, is because we haven't seen this team play. We don't really know what they've got cooked up, but it looks like they are leaning over towards A.
But also, have you seen EDG run a really fast default at any point so far today?
No, it's all been slow.
They were criminally slow on Haven. Yeah. They need to be taking quick A-ramp control. That's what this composition really thrives on.
Again, they waited out. There's no real threat here. I mean, you're running the Astra as well. There's not even a star on the top section of this. They're just spamming it down, trading. Bullets raining down on either side, so happy with the one, but taken out. But yeah, you know, there's not even the threat of Asher Star close up towards ramp. I mean, Liquid are...
That's his tongue in hell.
Oh, yeah. Trip gets broken. Cage to reposition.
All this time, by the way, 3 players, now 4 players, everybody on Team Liquid committed to the A side of the map because they've got a wall in mid. They're not worried about anybody lurking through. They still know that there's people around here.
Howdong is just walking through spawn, thinking that somebody might have pushed through B main. He's eyeing it this entire time, but yeah, I mean, 50 seconds left.
Here.
Hasn't been any re-exploration from EDG. No util being used into mid. Paranoia. Fight taken. Right for it. A wall! Kang! That's what his team needed. Inside the smoke. Nats will not get away with too much.
And he's done it, hasn't he? For what feels like the first time in the match, actually, apart from that Blade Storm round on Haven, Kang has just straight up won them around with his individual brilliance. He was paranoid in the corner, manages to take down one and another, puts Soulcast in a very, very difficult 1v3.
Glimpses of that old Edward gaming as well, when they were so damn good with the Vandal spray transfers. I mean, I've seen a team like it. Brings it out there. Should be the round win. And yeah, with Soulcast falling, 3 in the round, Kang. That is well earned. Let us scream out. You deserve it for that one. Bring your team finally getting that 1 round on the board.
And again, bring the energy, bring the confidence. Maybe even bring the tempo up a little bit. Yeah, massive 2K there from Kang to be able to keep his team in that situation. Now Safe has the operator online. His op on Haven, Team Liquid put so much faith into it. He was holding down whole areas of the map just by himself. They have the utmost trust that Safe is going to be able to get onto a line at the start with a bit of assistance and then hold it forever.
So the start of this backside protocol, they do break a portion of the wall.
Risky from Redgar, crossing like that in mid.
Yeah, out in the open. I mean,
is he even going to think about?
Hold up. Smoke in his face. What's he going for? Trailblazer, he wants to take a time in. Oh, it's a half clearance. It is traded though. Kang willing and ready to run him down, and now they want to just burst themselves straight into Heaven. It's going to be, again, Trailblazer taken care of, but they don't have as much control of B main. Looking to try and take this slowly. Nats holding up close, Cage at his feet. Yampi's there. He supplements, he supports, and he helps out his teammate. Lovely movement. Chichu makes him favored in that particular fight. Dash still there. Again, walking onto it. Noise has been cut, slowed all the way down. Safe still active. Yeah, Chichu puts a stop to it. They know where Soulcast is. The throw that util. He's isolated the fight though. Brought it into a 1 versus 1. Chichu faces and wins.
Major round. Major round by Shishu there. He was so close to just getting caught out when he goes into rafters through B. And instead has a little jiggle peek with the snakebite in hand, drops down, trades nobody, wins the clutch, picks off Safe. He did everything there for his team. Absolutely everything. And we've seen him in clutches. We've seen him win clutches. We know he's good at that. So off the back of a couple of rounds where EDG have had a player step up, Kang, and then Shishu, they've knocked Team Liquid's economy. Instantly take the op out of Safe's hands.
And they could do some damage. 1 step away from the ult. Safe though. He's making a go of it. I appreciate it. Good try.
Got to make plays, of course, when you're on the Nico, but that one not particularly set up. Just Safe looking for his own little individual performance. EDG are definitely approaching this in a somewhat slow-paced manner, but so far we've seen more pace adjustments, even just in the first 4 or 5 rounds, than I feel like we saw from them on the attack side of Haven the entire time. Yeah. They have played slow, but then they've also pressured towards Ram.
Could this get dangerous? Okay.
Not anymore.
Yeah, Boomer spots it. Both cages used for the reposition. Oh, Kang is not letting him escape. Goodness me. Even faking me out there. Soulcast with the reposition. That's a Bucky in his hand. Shot he's going to be taking any long-range fights at all. So planking starting to go down here. Bit of a tap.
30 seconds
left. Bait out a swing,
Kang.
So keen to explore. He's like, oh god, did I just unplug my keyboard? Hey up.
I mean, he is looking down at his computer like something has happened. I don't think it's going to give Soulcast any opportunity to win, but yeah, I got a sneaking suspicion we might be heading into a tech pause here, Brent, because that mouse movement was... Oh, he's walking around again, actually, okay, so... All right, maybe not, maybe not. Is he going to be able to pick up the last? He's so right there it is. Bucky to the back of the head.
Yeah. Rifle for his troubles.
EDG will be happy with that, though, as long as Kang can shake off his temporary annoyance. It's a big round, or at least a series of big rounds that now get them closer to ultimates that can help them continue this snowball. Now they're going to be looking towards a showstopper, Viper's Pit if they get a plant down. These are the swing situations, and to be honest, EDG just copying this double duelist, double controller comp that a lot of teams are running right now. They have much more impactful ultimates than Liquid do.
I mean, a showstopper alone as well. It can completely open up areas of the map where you want to play, and it looks like sights are set once more towards A. Will there be some pace behind this? It's all been quite slow at the beginning, waiting for the wall. Same play, same approach. Just waiting to see if there's any sort of Sage utility. Again, the flash gets info gap. Oh my goodness, just in the smoke.
See, this is the kind of round where I'd love them to go for a ramp pressure instantly to try and use that conditioning against Liquid. But it is a very similar feel.
All grouped up. Again, not too much exploration into mid. We're getting to that minute mark in the round. Boombot has to be used to just clear close in case somebody was pushed this entire time.
And because they're so slow and so stacked over towards A and mid, Nats is getting full info in B main with his cam. And that frees up all the Liquid players to be over towards this A heaven kind of area.
Seekers wants the call. Ropes taken. Any sort of pace off of it? Doesn't look likely.
I don't know why Team Liquid have 3 over towards B right now when they know there's nobody B main, but yeah, and Redgar and Safe just with the wrong read, and certainly Smoggy's pressure over here is going to keep them guessing.
Trip's still not broken either. Dash back away, Seekers. Here's the showstopper. It's rapid. Kang. Easy one for him to land. Safe still on heaven. Looking it down, trying to find an easy fight. Look at his aim, and that is crispy. The crossfire setup. It's only the 2 for 2, though. Need to get themselves into the side. Dodging around. That's still here. Denies it. 7 seconds remaining. No chance in hell. Smoggy has to go for the kill. He has to try and leap onto him, and he does land it. Claims the kill. It was the only way for them to win the round.
In the nick of time. 2 seconds remain on the clock. And that's Smoggy's second of the map so far. Wins them around. I feel for Nats because he played that situation, I feel perfectly. He was just hovering around, waiting to deny the plant. And it looked like he'd done enough. Look at how he swings around the corner here with his potential to win the 1v2. Just couldn't quite nip back around. I think EDG are a bit fired up to win this game too.
Seems like it to me.
So there's...
Gave it away.
Yeah. It might have been the primal scream that seems to have ripped Kang's larynx from his throat. He's popping off here, he really is. Could not find his form nor his footing on map 1. And now, he's been able to deliver them big multi-kills up in A heaven. He has this round where he's got great movement with the showstopper to be able to pick up, I think it was Yampi, and open up the A site for them.
It is interesting that he's getting it done on the Raze as well.
Yeah.
I was watching a lot of the domestic games, and one of the big things I liked that they adjusted and switched was Kang playing the jet more because they want him opping. It's a more suited role for it. It seemed like it looked better for him, but he has been showing up. It hasn't been the opping that's been carrying him in this. It's been that raw gunplay. It's been the util usage.
Also, Brent, I really like that EDG are taking compositions from other regions. We've often seen teams from smaller regions or inexperienced regions develop their own meta that kind of ignores what the rest of the international scene is doing. And EDG have learned from other people at their tournament showings and by, I'm sure, watching VODs and playing a composition that we know can get vast amounts of value on this map.
They haven't even showcased as well just how fast it can play safe. Disrespect towards the Viper Orb. I mean, he's getting away with this because he just knows how slow they are being at the beginning of these rounds.
And think about how good a fast A ramp hit would be right now. It would run safe over.
Trailblazer, repeat, fight, taken, flash in the face though. You got to respect that one, got to back away. There's a slow orb for your troubles. And a bit of a reset again. Nobody fell, nobody went
But
down.
EDG got information. They knew that there was 2-3 players pushing them over there, and Kang's used that info to just walk up mid. So now he's set up quite nicely and perfectly silently to put the pressure once more on anybody that would be playing a ramp or possibly heaven. It's Yampi safe up there again.
Lining it up. Snakebite. Be sailing through the air.
That wall's a bit of a nightmare. It looks like everyone's going to have to go A-heaven and spill out unless they spend forever breaking this wall.
It's going to take a long time to break it. They have to opt into it. It's going to buy time, surely, for the rotation. You still have B main control. Team Liquid, they should be shoring up these defenses. Safe takes that first duel, drops himself down. Does not have a dash available, but now he does. In and out of the smoke. Weaving backwards, forwards. Shorty in play. Howdong breaks it, shuts it down. Chi-Chu! The reactions. Snakebite is online. This will be a 1v4. Drops it down, it does cover that plant. Bullets raining right over his head. He's dropped down to 9 health, but he's still alive and the pit remains. Backs away though. That takes the timing.
Shishu with a great try there, nice attempt, but all improvised. And yeah, he felt like he had an opportunity to win, but his plant was outside of the pit, so he was never going to be favored in that scenario. It's just a pit that he throws on the fly, of course, not one that's pre-planned. Once more, the hero's safe. What he's able to do there, how has he got the awareness to look behind him exactly as the hit's coming through B main and make sure that anyone that's lurking through ropes gets dealt with? I mean, he just catches the timing so immaculately onto Kankan and then is still able to stop the A main push. This guy's a warrior. He's just out here doing work for Liquid.
Incredible awareness. For all the praises, it's Liquid who was still 1 round down. Money in the bank as well.
Keep in mind though, Bren, we have no idea whether EDG are going to be attack or defense sided on this map. It's a very balanced map in the meta currently, but all comes down to team style.
Yeah, Rengar's been playing on those ropes a few times now. Almost getting pre-fired. Sword don't actually break the util. Trip's still there, save dash. Here's the bullets, he's got a shorty. He's hoping anyone will cross into his sight line. Oh my.
There goes the dash.
Yeah. Not gonna have that one. And EDG, they are a quirky team with the timings they take. All over the place. The wall in A main is going to be fading, expiring, but you're walking right into the shotgun, no kill. Running forwards, he heard the ropes and he's just spraying. And praying. Prayers answered, 1 kill. And it's a scramble now, isn't it, Josh?
Yes, but it's a scramble over towards the B side of the map. Howdong gives away his life, but this should be Nats under enormous pressure. No, EDG, they're just going to back up and save.
Yeah,
the call was there at that point. They almost made it. They nearly pulled the trigger and drove everything into a rotation.
And now we're seeing it's going to be the save entirely here for EDG. I'm surprised that they haven't been playing fast. Haven't been making any of these plays for it. Early on, it's been all slow. And even when they are trying to do significant mid-rounding, straight up into B heaven or what, they're not really breaking any of the Cypher util. B main control's never really theirs as well. If the camp does get broken early on, Nats is quick to put it back up again and just disrespect them. This forces timeout from EDG. There's a couple of things that they could correct here because it's Liquid who have brought it now, even 4-4.
Liquid have got a huge amount of ability to gain information with this composition. It doesn't seem like that because they're only running 1 initiator, but you have obviously the Flashes, the Trailblazer, the Seekers occasionally for Yampi. Then Nats has got his cam and his trips in different places, which are not really designed to like be kill trips, hard anchoring the site. He's putting his cam deep into B main, or he's putting a trip up in B heaven or something to give them some idea of where EDG are on the map. Soulcast's walls are also not really getting broken. He had a wall that lasted forever in mid. He's frequently getting good value out of the wall over towards A. So even though EDG are level here at 4-4, I feel like the macro side of this game, in terms of understanding the battle of information and understanding the battle of map control, is still going the way of Liquid. It's been kind of heroic performances from individuals that have carried EDG through, which is somewhat similar to the first half of Haven. I've got to see a change up of tempo. I thought we were going to at the beginning. It looked like they were messing with the tempo just a little bit, but they've really not at any point had a fast take of mid or a fast take of a ramp. Even if they then slow the pace down, I just think that would be such a good thing to throw in there.
Lightstorm Made close, but a slow up just makes the approach a bit tepid here from EDG. Trailblazer as well, scared of that one being spammed. Back and forth here. Sage wall, and immediately backs away as well. Heaven control, though, is theirs, but the smoke as well immediately to push this one back. And Liquid, they are facing this with 3 players. They want to flash through. They want to fight this, I think. Take control. Yampi's there. Pop flash. Paranoia around the corner. It's all just sublime. Safe. He capitalizes. It's a perfect amount of utility. It's forced to stop her into it. 2 players left standing. Main being watched for. Jump spots as well. Gathering the info. Crispy.
EDG were never winning this round, Brent. There were 4 players on A, and this cam in B main is still there.
Live caster curse?
I mean, there's just no way. Haodong is a good player, but I mean, more so than even focusing on his current 1v4 clutch attempt. I think it's more about finding the IGL adaptation, because they're getting brutalized in the info game. You can't win a game of split where you're on your attack side and there's 3 players A heaven, 1 player A main, and you're trying to commit to A. It's never going to work. And the time on the clock isn't, we're not even talking about a late round hit. We're talking right at the beginning of the round. They know in their bones that EDG are all grouped over at A.
The Team Liquid comp does so damn well. You set your sights to try and break a wall in one area. They've still got the Cypher traps on the other to get that information safe. Posted up now. Oh, it's a brave jiggle. Many angles it could have been peeked from, but...
The cam gets posted B main. Redgar immediately goes over to A. There's 4 players A again.
Yeah. It's, there's not too much nuance in this play.
No, and with EDG's coach saying that their attack side looks so deadly, I was hoping for more. And that might seem overly harsh considering the score is only 5-4, but I got to see something different here. Now this cam, with it being broken, I think is going to signal that this round is different. At what point do Team Liquid try something?
Right, they're close. No one's holding it.
Yeah, they haven't really rotated off the back of this, so he's going to put
an
opening.
Pressure now onto Redgar and Nats. They're going to hold this one.
What?
TP. Inside the smoke, Redgar! What are you doing, son?
What the Redgar am I watching?
Oh my goodness, that is peak form from him. Ludicrous play in a moment, and he may have just handed this chance over. Soulcast. Can he pick up the pieces? Can he force them a win from it? Can they land these shots? Can they land these kills? Well, with the aim, and the rifle's handed over. That's 5-5, okay.
I mean, watching Redgar is like Jekyll and Hyde. He'll give you some games where he's absolutely deadly.
Crazy play, man. I mean,
I think he's deliberately put the smoke in a weird position. No, that's a soup kitchen level of a feed.
This is crazy. That is just crazy.
Okay, we haven't seen too many of them though.
No, we haven't.
Which sometimes he's dishing them out. So 5-5. Kang starts off really nicely.
Okay. Yeah, so this time Kang pulling out the attacking op.
For the first time.
There's a switch up. That is the first time he's done it, and he's immediately going to be getting that one. Now, Soulcast does have a res, but they don't have control of A main. They can't play for it easily.
Yeah, that's a very tough one to go for. I mean, he could try and go for a deep wall, but he would need support from the rest of his team, and Yampi's already rotating off.
Yeah.
So I don't think there's much chance he's going to fight this.
Just the one pick, though.
EDG are just holding so slowly, and Yampi's going to try and re-swing it.
Oh, okay, the wall broken. Nades punish the res. Yampi was holding the one cross. There she's going out. The kill.
He was 3 HP.
Oh my goodness.
Getting healed live. I think Soulcast just saved his life with the heal there.
In some way or form, I'm not too sure, but I mean, the updraft at least as well put him out of harm's reach. Here's a Cosmic Divide, though. EDG.
Take some space, Edward, please.
Trying to play off of this, but they've got to go a bit faster than that. They've allowed a lot of time. Safe. Rare whiff. Misses the shot. Close up to the wall. Double updraft, or at least with the satchels. The movement is clean, and they are, this time, taking it. It's brute force on display with the rifle aim. Spike drop down. There's 20 seconds left. Who is going to be getting this plan off? It's Shishu. One step closer to this one, but still holding control of Heaven. Yambi, he's also dropped down. They're taking control of main and now starting to work their way through across this side. And it is just pure precision. Yambi was a man on a mission, determined to take the space. It was so methodical the way he's playing, and his teammates have got his back immediately for the trade.
I think EDG have got to be kicking themselves, though. They didn't take any space. After they got the pick on safe, they didn't actually take any map control off of it, and they allowed Team Liquid to run what was a ballsy move, but it worked out, of getting the res off the heal, Yampi with an operator to support. A play like that really shouldn't work, and yet EDG allowed the opportunity because they didn't want to take any map control. They can still make this an excellent half, though, in theory, by putting one more up. Safe's going to op again, but he's very far away from the action to start the round. And EDG are going... No, they look like they're going forwards.
They wanted to go fast.
And they were backing off again.
They back immediately away.
But at least this time they're not keeping 4-5 players around A main the entire round. They still have somebody towards B, someone towards mid. And that cam is in B heaven instead, right? So it's not getting constant B main info.
Re-exploration into mid. Gar just wants to take the fight up. No util. Smoggy has just ripped 3 of them out.
That play by Liquid, not really too much utility behind it, and that puts Safe and Soulcast in a tough position to try and stop this half from going even. This has been one of the more bizarre games of Valorant I've watched in a long time.
I'm really confused at that round as well. I mean, okay, why not?
I love watching Liquid when they're playing at their best, and then you get some strange situations occurring too, and EDG are matching them. Which way is this one going to go?
Yeah, Safe has the Blade Storm. He's got the dash finally enabled. Smoke round the side, updraft, trying to clear as much as humanly possible. Showstopper, it's used. Here's the initiation. Rocket sails past Smoggy with 4. That's 6-6. What a familiar setting that we find ourselves in with this first half here. Just as strange as the first map in all my professional opinion, but
let's think about what the coach said. Coach of Edward Gaming said our attack side is dangerous. That was just from playing scrims. Remember, they haven't played it in a match, and not with this comp since April. So, is this enough?
Yeah, is this enough? Are we going to be able to look forward as well to when they swap sides and potentially carry it over the edge and continue to play in this series? We will be finding out as well, but for now as well, I believe we'll be handing it down over to the desk.
Thank you so much, fellas. And wow, I mean, interestingly, you know, hearing after say that about the attack, saying it's 6, Josh asked a great question, is it enough? But it was very clear, though, that what they weren't prepared for was how this composition from Team Liquid was going to play out in their favor.
Yeah, I think in general, Cypher just feels really strong on this map, and it's because of some different things like this cam that you see round 1. It's tucked in B heaven, it's tucked up over the wall, it's not commonly checked, and that allowed them to set up the paranoia so that they could get a couple extra kills, and then even like watch them try to go back in a few moments from now to clear it out. Right now they're trying to spam around the wall, they're trying to clear it, the spike is out of reach. It just causes so many problems, and I think again, one of the nice things about having that that agent on this map, and then you fast forward a couple of rounds later, this round was gorgeous by Liquid, and it was set up because of the Cypher utility that was in B Garage. Because of the camera and the trip, they were able to invest 3 up in heaven and a Sage Wall funneling out of A. There was no shot for EDG to go anywhere.
Yeah, exactly. And something that we saw during EMEA is the versatility that Team Liquid actually has with this within this composition. Soulcast can move around the map. He uses his wall, so he's not predictable. So he's not just a flat Sage that is just going to be throwing the same walls and the same slows. Same goes for Nats. He could have gone for something much more crazier, but he didn't need to. Now, moving into the second half, we need to see that Viper actually being in control of the half. Of course, Team Liquid had a lot of stopping power with the double Sentinels. Now, do they have what it takes with just the Omen and Safe's power to gather this attack?
Yeah, they actually 100% correct on that. Curious to see how this is going to play out. Coach after said, watch out for the attack. Well, now we got to watch out for the defense, and we'll see, of course, how this whole thing is going to play out on 6-6. You couldn't ask for a closer game. Let's send it back over to Brendan Sideshow.
Yeah, it's been certainly close. I mean, back and forth, 6-6 here. You can see on the timeline as well. I mean, that early pistol round, it's been an odd one to observe, you know, for the reasons we've already pointed out. It feels like Team Liquid have been making the better macro plays, the better macro reads. You know, the utility hasn't really been cleared at times as well. It's made their decision-making quite easy, but it's a new dawn, it's a new day, and we are jumping right in. That's a paranoia into B heaven. Safe Immediately updraft dashes as well. He's taking that one up, and what a switch up in terms of that tempo. Here's the dash active once more. Smoke in the face, just trying to take the fight, but that's all the way back. Brings down Kang. High ground angle, double face, double swing. Howdong contains that. 5 HP for Smoggy, yet still lands the shot, and nobody's got his back. Watching up to Nats. He's low. Jump spot. A lot of util at his disposal. How much info does he really gather off of it? Cage finally going to be deaded. So he can try and find an angle. There's one. Other side of the cage. Spam shots landing. As Chichu just chases him down.
That's going to help EDG in terms of getting what could potentially be their weaker side. If you read between the lines of what their coach is saying, off to a good start. Team Liquid went for a very fast-paced push, and I like the idea of it. Usually, the way that most teams play EDG's composition is with their Viper playing over towards Vents and their Raze playing in Male. And often at the beginning of the rounds, you can catch people off guard by playing these fast hits. Now, take a look at how EDG are playing it. Do you see anyone in the middle of the map right now? Not really. It's only Smoggy that's over there in a passive B heaven position.
Using their own wall here. Taking control of the ramp. Kang eager to take the fight, but they've handed over a Bulldog to Safe. Not the man you want to be giving away any advantages. But they are picking apart the Team Liquid players. Damage, spam down to 4 HP. We'll see if Safe can make anything else of this, but in theory, all the advantages here for EDG, they should be sailing away with it because exactly where they are. Yeah, the setups are quite interesting. I mean,
player standing.
what's interesting about this one is the Viper wall just cuts across into heaven, into the main choke point into A, like you said, Josh. Normally Viper players going to be playing them in mid, deep walls down, maybe an orb as well.
Yep.
Rotation of the smokes.
I mean, this is also a very standard Viper wall that people use, but I think so far, EDG not really committing the same level of pressure towards mid. It's the orb, really, isn't it, Bren? The people are prioritizing in that spot, along with an Astra Star towards mid. And again, you know, it does not look like the same standard setups. You're expecting most teams to run their Sky and their Jet over towards A. Kind of copying Loud's default defense side. This is a triple stack up in B heaven with a Bucky and a Bulldog. It doesn't get more different than this.
Yeah.
And they're having Shishu hard anchor A. So they're just happy to give Liquid, in theory, the middle of the map. Now, in this setup, they have a bit of a trap running.
Smoke's propped up. Flash didn't see anything. Nobody was playing down. Oh, he's missed the timing. Safe thought it was clear, and it's transferred. 2 found, 40 HP, gets out of his life. Didn't quite get the weapon, but he's already done enough, surely.
That's where you're missing a piece of clearing utility from Team Liquid in their composition. They don't have a boombot over there. They didn't use the Trailblazer. Safe thought it was clear. Alas, mistaken. I want to see Smoggy's Bucky get some value in this spot.
I mean, doesn't have his dash anymore.
But EDG primed to win this bonus, and this will get them started on such a tear in the second half.
That'd be fantastic for him. And likely now, especially with that one, Redgar falling, left up just the 2 players, Nats and Yampi. Into mid, a bit of exploration here with 30 seconds left. But at this point, you really do just have to consider, you know, saving these guns into the next. Posted up into positions just in case somebody does give them a free kill, gives them the chance to pivot and make it maybe a play for the round, but overall very safe.
So we've seen 2 major rounds in the half so far. The pistol, where Safe went fast up mid trying to catch a player in that area. No one to be seen. And now we've seen this round where Team Liquid again were trying to get a feel on where people are playing in mid and missed the fact that nobody's just kind of walked through vents in a very unorthodox manner. But take a look at this on the replay. You don't expect the Sky to just be kind of wandering out.
He's picked a perfect timing.
He has.
The flash, you know, didn't register. He was below on the ropes, pops himself up.
Still a risk, though, to go for a timing like that, and I think one that clearly Safe wasn't expecting.
No.
Adjusting to how EDG are playing the defense side, it might take Liquid a while. They need to catch on fast because EDG racking up the rounds.
Yeah, before you know it. Slow orb. Landing back here. Dog to lead it in. Safe as well right behind it. Smoke to cross it up. That's a nade. That's landed just behind him. He gets ahead of it, so dropped down to 50 health. Still the angle watched, but Kang has to be aware that there could have been a cross in that time. Okay. Yeah, not eager to give them an inch, is he? Smoke's going to be fading in a bit. Lovely flash as well. Gives Kang knowledge, at least that there are players there, so he's going to be aware they could be on either side. Fully grouped up by Liquid, though. They need an opening, and they need a kill. There's a dash. Safe forwards. Not revealing himself. Doesn't want to try and take any blind firing shots as well. War straight through. Does rip away two of them. Hands over the rifle.
No chance to pivot here, and you've got to go into the area that the Viper's hard anchoring. Here's where the Viper orb is, you know, compared to the normal position in mid. And it allows nobody to kind of play inside of it. A cheeky little spot.
Pop flashed off. Can't play anti. Spamming it down. It's handed Yampy. An easy one. They get the rifle as well. They can. Here we go. Dropping down from Redgar. Not supportive of anybody else. There's 20 seconds left. This is an awkward one. Safe. He's still active. 100 health to him. Brings down Chichu, who's brought it to a 2 versus 2. This is a critical one for Liquid to win. Otherwise, really, you're looking at it just diving out of there. Control! What movement from Safe! He's out of there. The dash was back online, and he's already reconvened with his teammate.
He dropped Yampy the rifle in the air.
That's just insane. But the gun advantage going his way. Spotted him out. Bullet through the wall will do it. Left it to a 1 versus 1. So the classic out. Yampy's not even low enough for this. Still going for it. 6 bullets. Smoke available though. A tap. Trying to force the fight round to the back. Yampy. You knew exactly what was happening. But what a round by Safe. The level that he was operating at there, in terms of his decision making.
That's incredible.
The man's overclocked his brain.
It's absolutely incredible. See if we catch it in the replay here. So Yampy has a nice little spot through to catch nobody. Safe wins a 1v1.
And this here gets the kill, gets the stash immediately. Has the presence of mind, and we missed it at the end of the replay, but
he dashed away, updrafted to get around the corner, and dropped his rifle so that Yampy could pick it up. That is ludicrous. That is Aspas level movement with an awareness that I haven't seen from many players.
It doesn't get met.
That's insanity. So into this round.
And he's gifted his team a lifeline. I'm going to be real. I mean, what really was teed up? I mean, Kang with the op on the raise, never quite ideal, but still alive for now. Hitting a few bullets, down to 70 health. It's going to make it hard for him to continue to get value, though. Beam.
Soulcast has walled off vents, by the way. They're kind of hard committed to this B split, despite the fact they're going at it very slowly. They would have to wait such a long time for their own wall to break if they wanted to pivot.
Nobody close to the corner. Disengage, the maiden switch with the dash. Another deep smoke, nade, pull. So one mistimed ever so slightly here. A lot of damage done. Safe with the movement. There's a heal online. Smoky! It's just absolutely crossing him off his list. Just ridiculous. Putting on an absolute show. Precision at work. Nats has got so much more to do now. Left in that 1v4.
30 seconds left.
You'd have to get gifted a few kills at the beginning, I think, to even make this doable. Spikes in the middle of nowhere. 20 seconds, you got to save.
There's just no chance. There's no chance whatsoever. And I feel for Nats because he keeps getting left in these kind of situations. But man, what a round by Smoggy. He's going to pick up the op towards the end and save it. I don't know whether he'd give it back to Kang. I mean, Smoggy's Vandal one-tap first bullet accuracy was sublime there. And I feel like occasionally a different player on EDG is going to give you a round like that every now and then. It's not always Kang, it's not always Smoggy.
It was right around here. I was getting ready to big up Team Liquid and how important it was that they won that previous round, and then suddenly...
Bye-bye.
Yeah, Smoggy pulls out something like this.
Team Liquid actually look really shaky on their attack side currently. Their defense side loved the ideas that they had, but there were some big mistakes that ended it with a 6-6 half. Here, they just kind of look a bit lost. They're blocking themselves off from going for rotates. They've taken A heaven control and then blocked off vents a few times. Didn't like the wall in that round either, because it stops them from threatening a pivot back into A.
Where the hell is that landing? Top section of mid. With the knives, a flash, that's a bit of coordination.
It looks off, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Maybe this is because Liquid haven't played in a while, but it's looking a bit dodgy.
Paranoia clears, there really is no sound cues. I mean, Safe's still walking up on the angle, but guess what? Receives the target.
And his individual level has been anything but. He's been immaculate today.
You can hand this gun back as well if they do want to give the operator. Going to sit himself in a 4 position though. This is very much on the fly calling by Team Liquid right now. It's a pivot. Omen ult. Red Guard's going to be TPing over towards A. Looks like that's where they want to take it, and they leave Safe in this forward advanced position to see if he can catch these timings, and he does just that. This man, absolutely ripping off heads. The rest of his team, it's going to be methodical now the way they pick apart this site. Left up to Chichu to anchor, smoke, drop down. Surely doesn't take the time. He can hear them dropping, walking, jumping around the corner with the shorty. Still watched on Heaven. Almost there. Well, the swing's a little bit delayed, but maybe he has done enough damage still. It's all up to Howdong.
Yeah, another player left in a 1vx to try and steal a round away. And another spot where you really should just be saving the operator. So apart from a really strange team flash in male, the actual macro idea again is good from Liquid. They insert Safe very deep into B Heaven, and then they use Redgar's Omen ult to clear out ramp, which allows the players coming out of vents a free entry into A Heaven. And that's normally a difficult position to push because it's a straight up 50-50, you don't know really which way to look. But Redgar helps him in that spot with his ultimate. Team Liquid have got good ideas. Their like game plan and macro ideas are good. It's just sometimes they get a bit wobbly in the execution. Eight to 10 the score. The more rounds that Liquid can come up with where Safe is just put in a position to entry for them, I think the more success they'll have. He's got a hot hand today. I would lean into it.
Yeah. Form is reaching new heights, really, as well. Some of the stuff he was pulling off, but yeah, this one continues. Team Liquid would love a chance to close this one out in 2-0 for their first match here of the playoffs in the top 8. Nice, easy path that they can take even deeper into the tournament.
This is different here.
This is different.
So, aggressive orb usage.
I mean, heavy group up here. Just try and set up Kankang. And is it going to be off his contact? He's going to take a shot back away, use the orb as well to
the orb is
follow-up?
Well, I think the orb is going to be used to set him back up on the angle so it can go up and down as Shishu wills it, as Kankang
He's just taking the fight to him! And that's so far back. I mean, he has the unfortunate reality as well of meeting that op scope.
Yeah. Okay, so he doesn't decide to play that situation aggressively. He's worried about it. Rez comes through as well. Everybody on Liquid grouped up around A here. So they still have this orb not being used.
Yeah, another paranoia for Remain. Flash again, dodged out. Does not hit the shot though. Dash forwards, cuts it through, TPing! Right up into the center. Redgar, where is he? He's in heaven. 8 health though. Taking a ton of damage, and well, the tail end as well just gets spotted. Going in and out of these smokes. It's up to Nats once more. This man is just constantly being put in these positions to try and clutch it up in a 1v4.
It's just unwinnable spots, isn't it? No wonder Nats is at a press conference saying Cypher's boring. When he's just stuck in these situations so often. If his team isn't succeeding, his job as the lurker is to give Redgar alternate options in the round, right? So if Liquid try and go for an A hit, but they keep a few players alive, it doesn't quite work, they can return back to mid because they know Nats is there and Nats has got it safe.
Yeah.
But when the rest of Liquid go for an all-out piece, we just end up watching Nats playing his own 1v4, 1v5 every round.
This map in particular, I would love somebody to count up the seconds of like kind of time when nobody's doing anything. I just count it up because for some reason it just feels like either the beginning of the attack side defaults have been really slow, and it was Edward Gaming, and it feels like Team Liquid are saving like every other round.
Well, at least one player's saving. In terms of their economy, actually, that was a little disastrous for them, right? Because 4 players still die. Yeah. Kankang, though, what a round from him. He finds that opening op pick, which ends up getting rezzed, but still, it forces all of Team Liquid to group up in that area, and his combination with the pull and the wall going up and that showstopper completely shuts down what Liquid were going for. Still a back and forth game. And you know, EDG said that their attack side was the dangerous one, but they only know that from playing scrims. I feel like
match experience.
I got to reiterate it. The last time they played this map was like 3 months ago, and with a totally different comp. They've presumably playing this, you know, quite a lot in scrims. Maybe that's one of the reasons why the other Chinese teams didn't want to play Split against them. But in terms of match experience, they have none. Zip, nada. So it's actually been the defense side where they're getting more value, and part of the reason is Kankan's been able to generate that economy advantage and get his operator online.
Yeah.
Something that he just couldn't do very much on Haven. Team Liquid were finding ways of navigating around the op. Here, they're struggling a bit more to do that.
Even though he's on the raise as well. I mean, it's still getting away with it. This match as well, we've kind of briefly touched on it towards the beginning, but really is an important test for a team like Liquid. You know, EMEA's first seed. It's weird to talk about them being tested, but you know, I think a lot of people want to see some level of really consistent highs, you know, to show that this is a team that is serious about taking titles. It can make deep runs like that.
Absolutely. This is one of the rare rounds that EDG are fighting for mid. Just 4 in mid.
Gonna be meeting them, aren't they? Safe. Here's the util. He's fully blinded up. And Chichu's there to cover.
Half a second between having the god timing double spray down and getting caught with a flash in his face. And it just all goes wrong for him.
The entire round just hinging on a coin flip, seemingly, of whether or not you take that right timing. And it has just brought everything all over the place. I mean, Yampi has the spike, and he's making a play like this, by the way.
Yeah.
Looking up the stairs. If he died, he would have dropped the spike down.
Another lurk kill over towards A-Ramp.
There's one for Nats as he falls. B main. Redgar spotted out. Yampi with the dog. That's what one of them is. Redgar finds his one. By taking here, lovely swing together. They actually do play that quite nicely.
And they've taken a 2v4 into a 2v2.
And now suddenly this is so much more winnable.
Nobody's got 2 HP.
Flash over the top, that was a push through into CT. It's Kankang who wants to take the fight. Yampi falls down to a one-on-one. It's Redgar versus Kankang. Still a nade, still a boombot, plenty of tools. 8 bullets left for Redgar. Tap onto the spikes, not planning for him. He has to swing this to get the information. It means he just was not favored.
It's a close one, closer perhaps than it should have been, as EDG almost let a 4v2 slip through their fingers. But that's them getting up to map point. 12 on the board for EDG. Team Liquid can't get a read on how this defense is being played. Because I actually really love the way that EDG are throwing in some differences. We criticize them quite a bit for not throwing in different pace on their attack side, but on defense, they've left mid open almost every round, hard anchoring on A with their Viper, Shishu, and then that round they just decide randomly to have 4 in mid. And that makes it extraordinarily difficult to tell what they're doing when they run such vastly different defensive setups.
This is going to be the finisher for map number 2. Viper's pick blocks off an avenue. A deep dash though, saved. Not wasting time, Smoggy meets him. The jet diff in action. Dash active, doesn't need to use it though. There's not going to be anybody else following that one up.
And Safe's been their savior, but he falls first. Who else on Team Liquid has got what it takes to dig them out of this hole and avoid Lotus?
It's going to have to take such a massive step up. But it's looking prime for the taking. And a re-clearance. Calls made! Howdong wasn't even set up with util. He just takes the fight, and the spacing's not there. Beam down, 2 players falling just like that. Left up to Nats and Yampi once more. 2 players left alone in this scenario. It'd have to be a 2 versus 5 to extend the play here. A bit of spam through the wall, catching the ankle of Smoggy, but he's still alive, still healthy, watching for it. They know where Nats is. Here's the Seekers, here's the knives, why not?
And of course it ends like this. Nats in an unwinnable 1v5. Because of course it does. It feels like every round on the attack side came down to a situation like this. And the rest of Liquid can only watch in silence, realizing that they've let this one completely slip away.
27 seconds. Re-clearance into B main, positions are being held. They give a lot of space towards mid here, but
they've all split up.
Yeah,
they're offering him
all
to
split up.
But EDG, again, quietly confident in these kind of spots. They just have to be.
There's the old tap on the spike, forcing the fight out. Maybe getting baited out himself there. Has to try and go for the plan, but well, not good enough. Shut down EDG. They find their footing on map number 2. What a time to do it, Josh. We will be going to map 3. We will be going to Lotus.
And that's going to be another insane place for this series to finish, because that was EDG's permaban map most recently in China. They haven't been banning it here, but we also haven't seen them play it here. They were playing double duelist on the past on that map, like, again, a long time ago, 3 months ago again, I feel. The last time that we saw them play on Lotus. So this map pool, absolutely bizarre, and set us up for a weird game with twists and turns all over the place. But one thing's for sure, Kang woke up to play on map 2. He was so quiet map 1. Safe absolutely dominated that Jet versus Jet matchup. Way more impact coming out from the winner of EMEA. And yet here on Raze, Kang was showing us something very different.
He's fired up, man.
What are they even going to play on Lotus? Is he going to be playing Raze again? If they do play double duelist, you would expect it. Safe normally plays Raze as well on Lotus with their Raze Fade comp. It feels like it's kind of anyone's game to win, but Liquid should still be feeling good. It's not a disaster for them. Their Lotus is excellent.
Again, I imagine they were probably hoping to try and shut this one out into 2. That extension of play, we will be going to Lotus. There were so many unknowns swirling around map number 2, but we got some answers to our questions, didn't we? Certainly so, and the individual. I mean, heroics, performances, however you want to label it. Lots of players individually stepping up for EDG. And some unfortunate timings, don't get me wrong.
Absolutely.
We were seeing just there.
We've already seen the #1 seed from America's fall earlier today to a team on a Cinderella run. When we come back, map 3 is going to tell us whether that situation is going to continue.
Absolutely. That's map 2 wrapped up, of course. Still the continuation of the series yet to look forward to. Here we'll go to a short break. On the other side of things, of course, we're going to be seeing it play out.
bullshit 目目障りつくつく bullshit 無駄な見栄は晴れなそのくらいの方が調子前に言ったはず正気の捨てじゃないとね学ラム策略ボケに化けの代わり爆薬楽々軽々耳元まで転がるラップだって真夏の雪だるま主題スタで上から大爆発までわずかサマースノーマン
Is this what love is like? Sitting here with your jacket on my shoulder. You say, come a little closer. And I can't help but wonder why. This is you for
though we had yet another neck-and-neck halftime, it was going to be EDG who slowly peeled away in the end and managed to pick up Team Liquid's map pick of Split, a map that they are very much known for, that they are very good at, and yet EDG Kukuka found a way to pick them apart piece by piece, and it was quite impressive to watch.
I feel like everybody took a little bit more of the responsibilities that they had. They were talking about how good their attack side was going to be. Well, the defense was all on adapt to what Liquid wanted to do. We were talking about the kind of how hard it was going to be for them to actually have those executes, to be explosive onto them, and just by separating them, they got so many rounds.
Yeah, they certainly did. It was quite impressive, and also one of the big reasons why as well, we were starting to see certain players come online that we needed to see. It takes us to our Verizon high-speed moment for Kankan round 3. I think you know the one we're talking about, but Doug, you needed to see Kankan have this moment. He did. The casters were looking for it. We were looking for it. The fans were looking for it. And now it feels like Kankan's back in his comfort place.
Yeah, my man's delivered it, and he delivered on it in a situation we didn't necessarily expect. We thought this would be him doing that on Haven, on Jet, but for him to be on Raze, finding value like that and finding value early. It's also important to note, Smoggy was struggling at the beginning of that first half. He was not popping off the way we expected him to on the Jet, so for Kankan to be the one to fill that space was so pivotal.
It definitely did not feel, we were watching the attack and being so used to seeing the double duelists in our respective regions, seeing the way that they were implementing it, it looked like Smoggy was trying to do something that he was never achieving, and it was then Kankan just playing the duelist and getting the impact that we know him for.
Yeah, and then of course, but you got to give the flowers to Smoggy there, right? Like, he stepped up when they needed,
the role.
The second half, I think these stats as well, like, you know, they're solid, but the second half really is when Smoggy started to find that success, Kukuka, and it just goes to show the weapons that Edward Gaming have on this team.
It's the importance of not stopping, not giving up, and actually learning. If you're not finding the value here, it doesn't matter. You'll find it somewhere else. And this is very important because now we are going to be heading on to Lotus. The casters were mentioning, you know, it's been obviously a long time. It's also a map that they were dodging, but it's also a map where they were playing the double duelist without a double controller, something that in our regions is unspoken of.
Yeah, I mean, I do think that's going to be really important, assuming they go back to that double duelist comp, because as we mentioned, Smoggy started to pick back up, Kankan was doing Kankan things. I actually want to talk about Chichu, because Chichu had multiple multi-kills on Split that were saving them rounds, and for him, given the fact that much like Split, we haven't seen them play Lotus since, what was April week 2 or something like that, we need him, or EDG needs him to deliver in the same way that he did on Split.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. And for context as well, I mean, we don't know what we're going to get when we see this composition, because we have not seen, just like with Split, as you said, it just hasn't been a thing, right? They haven't been challenged on this map now. But here it is, do or die. You have an opportunity to take out Team Liquid, the EMEA champs, here and now. But you got to do it on a map that no one has seen you play in a while, Kukuka.
Yeah, exactly. And it's also a map that I think Team Liquid has found some comfort in. At the beginning of the season, they were running this Neon comp, but they moved away from it after a disaster against Fnatic, something that they learned, okay, we do play a lot of Odin in our region. It's something that we thoroughly enjoy. But I think that they realized that the way that they interpreted the map and the way that they wanted to put the pressure on some points was not with the Neon, that the race was going to look better, the utility was, you know, just better for them. I am a big fan of the Neon here. What I'm looking forward to here is Redgar and the operator with the Omen. It is something that he did time and time again during playoffs, and I still to this day have nightmares because we have seen this man TP into weird positions. He does it all the time. I can understand that it's creating some kind of trauma into our casters, but we're in EMEA, we're so used to it at this point.
I believe the overly eloquent Josh referred to it as like a soup kitchen level of feeding. And that's what it was. And that was, I mean, we were watching and we're like, that's vintage Redgar.
Yeah.
That's the Redgar we were expecting and loving.
Oh man, I was losing my mind when I saw that. That's like a play that I would have made, you know. So, but you know what, Redgar, I love that you go for it, buddy. Don't fly, okay? Spread your wings and fly like a peacock, okay, buddy? Believe in yourself. In any case, though, we're gonna be getting ready for the Prime Gaming Agent Select here in a moment, and then we're gonna see what we get from EDG on Lotus. All eyes are certainly gonna be on the right side of the screen. That being said, though, you know, I feel like for Team Liquid, they knew that they were going to be dealing with this fast-paced, in-your-face gameplay, but I got to give them credit for slowing the game down and forcing EDG to really play a bit more methodical at times as well.
Yeah, totally. Maybe they just have to repeat the same things that they were doing on Haven. At the end of the day, we're going back to these maps with 3 bomb sites. I do think that Lotus is Haven but improved because you can actually rotate through mid. Like the rotation is not that long. You can actually work it a little bit better. But at the end of the day, you're just going to that same idea of you have a lot of ground to cover. How are you going to do it and how are you going to stop those things?
All right, and there's the Prime Gaming Agents.
Okay, so it's not only that, they move away from the Killjoy to bring in the Cypher.
I don't
Wait,
know
is it
if
the
I like
display
this.
comp?
So
Did they think
to be clear, I mean,
this is Team Liquid's comp on display, doesn't it?
I do think you can find value with Cypher on Lotus. I don't think it's outrageous, but it's incredibly difficult. And I think generally speaking, a KJ is an easier pick.
But the thing is also nobody moves away from the bridge, so that stopping power, it's not there. But obviously you need some kind of way to gather that information, so maybe that's where you go for the Sky Soul initiative.
Smoggy and Kankan flipping again. This is going to be quite interesting, but you know what? We'll see how this is all going to play out. A lot of questions are going to be answered going into this map 3. Brent, Sideshow, I know I usually don't do questions for throws, but what do you think of the composition?
I'm so glad you asked. I'm going to be real with you. I'm so glad you asked because I'm hearing a lot of doubt on the desk. And let me tell you, this Cypher...
You going to sell me?
It has legs, man.
Okay.
It has legs, I'm telling you. Not just from the hat when he throws it on the bodies and goes about. I'm telling you, it's got legs. HyperX run the same thing.
Yeah.
And normally, I think solo controller comps quite troll on Lotus. Really does. You kind of get exploited quite heavily if you're running that. But the Cypher, the way teams like HyperX run it, for example, take a lot of more liberties when it comes to lurk timings. And they use the cages a lot as well to try and offset the lack of having that secondary smoker by using it to cut off crosses with the cages.
Yeah.
It does have a semblance of thought behind it, and I do quite like it because normally the Killjoy players on the attack side, they are very limited to their utility. They're locked down. They can't take as much freedom.
I agree with you. I've been watching some HyperX, and I like the way that Forsaken plays the Cypher on that map. At least I believe it's Forsaken. They change around their so often. But we'll have to watch because Shishu's got one cage here that he needs to use for map control at some point, whether that be mid-round or late round. EDG are just going to pressure towards B to start with, back things up, and they've kind of got double lurks here. The Jet's a lurk with Cloudburst to be able to cross. The Cypher's going to potentially be a lurk with cages to cross. This is how they're going to mitigate the lack of the Viper walls, is by having the Cloudburst and the cages to do something somewhat similar. So it looks like they're going to cage in that position that they've just pinged. Yeah. Cuts off info.
And a swarm snakebite towards the back. The util expended. 50 seconds remaining.
They've dragged Team Liquid over towards C and B. Kankan potentially could start to make some more moves on this side of the map.
Door starting to open. Kang, how do you want to play this?
They've got the duelists so far away from each other. Absolute opposite sides of the map.
Still with the dash, looking in. There's 30 seconds left in this round. He hears the footsteps, and there we go. Strikes back, dash to disengage with the rest of his team now pushing forwards. They have the A site in theory, and they've still got that backstab of Smoggy, but Smoggy does need to get a move on. There's a flood attempt in here. Nade a little bit too deep. Fight taken. Nobody actually pushes forwards to avoid this. Dropping down. Here's the fire. Shots rattle off with the ghost, and Safe who wins this one, and still cleared up top.
Smoggy, mate.
Yeah, got to get a jog on, but he's making all the sorts of noise. No, not spotted, still waiting it out. It's up to his team to try and hold on, and Haodong wins the first line of it. Still Sokas claiming that one kill. Is grouped up now, finally rejoined with Smoggy, going down just from the peppering of the bullets. The pistol's doing so much work here, sticking onto the defuse. Sokas, happy as anything. So the pistol round for Team Liquid. A little bit all over the place once more, but par for the course.
Well, I really like the way that EDG played that in terms of, you know, they're actually fighting early round for map control. They instantly took a portion of the map, which is something that's been very much lacking on their defaults for the first couple on Haven and Split. Unfortunately, I think their big mistake was just leaving Smoggy way too far away from the play, because Team Liquid went for a faster retake, and he had no impact. I mean, he just came back in and took a ghost shot and died. Liquid, though, were left scrambling in the mid-round as to where EDG were going, and I think those lurks could find them some decent value. It's something definitely that Team Liquid are going to have to adapt to. A lot of these agents, a lot of these players on EDG are going to be empowered to play quite individually and find their own timings.
Careful.
But what they can't afford are these incredibly slow rounds where they just sit passive. Lotus almost forces you to take map control on the attack, though.
Yeah. Orb's just being vacuumed up. First one gone in mid. Sight set on this one here with the wall up. Hello. Bit of a breather in the moment.
So who are they giving the orbs to?
Looks like nobody, so...
Somebody must have.
Okay, you just... I can't with this guy. I can't with this guy. He's gritted. No. Look over, he's just smiling at himself.
No, nobody gets another on board. And Kankang's gone for the same kind of push he went again up through stairs. How's he winning a duel against Safe with the classic?
Well, still Chuchu and Kankang left to try and do it. 30 seconds though, they are just being picked to pieces.
Okay. Team Liquid look like they want to be fast around the map, similar to their split defense, where they were very happy to just stack players based on information that EDG are giving them. Kankang is going to pull out the operator instantly in round 3.
Oh my god. I mean...
Saving for it.
Yeah. Well, all the money expended.
And EDG, they've been liking to play these slow rounds, so I think that makes some level of sense. It's going to kind of stop him from being as quick on his A lurks, though. Then again, I think
value he gets though.
I think he's conditioned Liquid to be aware of those fast lurks already. First couple of rounds, he's been pushing stairs every time, both times.
Sarkas was jiggling the corner with the horn. Lay it down. He's automatically backing away. It's a deep play towards B main. They've completely given up A.
Yeah. This is pretty standard though for Team Liquid. They're going to have Solkas. Solkas is given a lot of responsibility on this defense. His job is to try and gather information over towards A and then call for the rotates. Team Liquid like to play retake A a ton, but they've improved at this map dramatically since starting to pull out this composition. And here we go, double push. This is how they gain map control that isn't just on the site.
They can get past his trips. They have a TP, but I think Redgar wants to use it just in case. Just holding for it. Pushed up behind the box. They got to hit his footsteps. Yeah, there it is. Safe strikes. Redgar returns with a fire, watching both angles. It's a great idea to throw in the mix. 5 players left standing. Satchel close. Inside. That's going to be the boombot also triggering onto Nats here. Solkas towards the back of the site. Does get his one.
He's done his job there, to be honest. A 4v2 should be winnable for Team Liquid. EDG don't know which areas of the map are safe. Could be players coming from the breakable door, could be flanking them from A long.
And how do you play this?
Someone's got to go huge.
Dong. Tucked close, hoping that somebody will just walk right into his sight line. Smoke cuts across. Time is going to start to tick here. To make sure that the flank is entirely cleared out. There's the boombot. Satchel trying to take a good fight through the smoke now. This one's going to be fading. Satchel double face. Howdong's there. Reactions. 3 in a round for him. 48 health. Running it down. Redgar. He's going to be feeling this time pressure, isn't he? But sticks it all the way to half. Does not win it out for his team. That is EDG. They salvage it, pick up the pieces of whatever was left in that round, and they win it out with such a huge player disadvantage.
Incredible performance from Howdong. Where's he pulled that out from? The double up on the smoke was a great idea from both of these players. But for him to instantly flick up and get this kill at the top of ropes, the reaction onto Yampi is sublime and wins it for the team, really. Was it Safe that was baiting Howdong earlier? Threw out a little "how you doing, Howdong?" I think he's doing all right now.
He's feeling good about that performance.
Nats has picked up an Odin. Team Liquid pressuring A early to get Redgar posted up on top of rubble, hoping EDG would react into a C hit where Nats can spam the spike plant. So many different angles where the Odin's good on this map. It's something that Fnatic have really driven home within EMEA. And you're seeing other teams copy it, like Liquid. Dealing with Redgar here, though, is EDG's game plan. They probably need the Trailblazer for this.
This one down. They have been clearing it with the dog, this time pushing up with Kankang. Has to use the dash. Paranoia. Well, that's just disrespect by Kankang.
Yeah. Redgar also bouncing around like Tiger, managing to land that shot.
It's a Prowler. just on the offside of it. Here's another paranoia. Redgar stands his ground. Nade comes in a little bit later, forces him out wide into the angle here. Gunfire is raining down, yet still he brings down Howdong. That's actually quite nice from him. So, left up to it. Seekers left his way through. Satchel down, one of them chasing as well. A couple of the players here to be if they want to try and pivot into this. There's 3 players stacked up from Liquid. They should be ready to receive this. And there it is. Angles there from Yampi. On high from the heaven position. He's already taken care of the 2 players at the extremity. Chichu, just the Guardian. A little bit too much to overcome.
Yampi's barking into the mic at the end. You can see Soulcast chuckling about it too. It's Yampi that closes the round, but it's Redgar that does more than he's expected to. Team Liquid are expected to be able to contain this B pivot when it happens. They have 3 players there. Just so happens Yampi is the player, first line of defense that ends up collecting them all. But Redgar being able to kill Kankan and then...
Let's go! Shake, bake, and light!
I love having Liquid on the stage. Yeah, Redgar being able to get 2 from that position though is a game changer. He was doing it in the finals against Fnatic too. On this map as well, which was, I believe, the only map in which Team Liquid ended up losing in that grand finals in the EMEA. And even that, a very close one.
Yeah. Positions pushed back. And it usually feels like the attackers as well should be quite favored. I mean, you wait out the early dump of utility at the beginning that Team Liquid used to get Redgar in that spot, in that position. But beyond that as well, he's alone. Quite easy. He is alone. Like, it should be in theory quite nice to, or quite easy to pick him off there. But the fact that he gets just 2 is insane. Just a little bit disjointed there from EDG. I mean, Kankan was taking a peek out of his smoke alone.
Absolutely. It was the paranoia that broke them up. And while the rest of Edward Gaming decided to back off, Kankan went forwards. That can be the issue, let's say, with having a player that's that confident and aggressive. Now, talk about confidence. He's brought down to 200 here to get full armor because they know that they can play for the Blade Storm. So he's looking to try and get like a hero Blade Storm online this round.
Just needs an available orb.
Which, it's going to be this one.
Oh, is it? Map's made out of paper. That skips it up though. He realized that it wasn't being played for. Here's the knives. All the way into mid, gliding across. There's an alarm board. What is that?
Wow.
Dash forwards, right click to the face. Yampi, he's no more. He's handed over a rifle. There's a peak timing. Clean movement. Satchel pushing him back, setting it up. It's not a favorable fight for him, but they do back away evenly. Safe still alive though.
Seems like a good time for a Kankan round.
Yeah, why not? Pull one out when your team needs it. Still don't have control of heaven, as I was saying prior. Door's not broken though. Limits the amount of places that somebody could come from, so. That's just really scared that somebody could have been pushed inside of this own smoke. And yeah, well, he's fearful of, man. Lurks on lurks with the timings.
Almost the exact same situation as the first Thrifty round that they won on Haven so long ago in map 1. Setting Kankan up with a Blade Storm, he dives in deep, dashes onto somebody, and wins the round by finding a timing that his opponents are just not expecting. Yampi's crosshair placement there is never set up.
One enemy remaining.
Nasty round. Need chances like that to try and bring it even. Only trailing to 1 round, but we are in map 3. We've gone the distance here in one of our opening matches of the playoffs, top 8.
Blinded.
There's a lot on the line. EDG, imagine how good they feel. I mean, they've achieved their goals prior. First win for China, make the playoffs as well, but imagine a win over EMEA's first. Kankan. Feeling empowered, feeling fired up. Whoa, okay.
He's completely alone here, just taking duels.
It's an aim labs routine. It's an aim labs routine. Here's a lesson on how to clear your corners. Holding close, but not messing around. All the way straight back into the side as well. Cypher holds for him. Give him the ace. Why not? It was a half-by round, and there you go. Okay, stand up, take a bow. Applaud yourself. The people love you.
I mean, if there's a sign that Kankan's feeling confident and EDG feel like they have a chance to win this, that was it. It's not going to go in his all-time greatest ace collection, but that's okay because he's going to get more deeper in the tournament, it feels. Easy to shrug that one off, though, for Liquid. And they're happy to engage in a bit of the showmanship element.
I love it.
So here's Shishu picking up an Odin of his own as Team Liquid try and fight for rubble control. They've got Redgar in a somewhat similar position, but not boosted on the high ground. What is Shishu's plan to get value out of this Odin? Usually you would see people spamming it from A lobby at the start of the round to stop Liquid from getting over there.
I think it might be counter spam.
This one looks like it's counter spam into the pit, I think. They're expecting Nats to pit C main.
Nats is low. Oh, he's really low. Just trying to vacate. He's got help from the rest of his team here still. It's there. Kang, let's out the knives. Boombot, right click. It's all over the place, man. Everything's being used and he is hiding.
Nats is in this
stationary inside the orb, but EDG are running over these players. No one can anchor it. Damage being done still, so Gas almost hitting the spray down. Crosser placement just slightly off. Can't claim the other kill. It's up to Redgar.
And it's a split situation again. I don't think Redgar's got any chance of being able to win this, and he should be saving, I think. A hero rifle in the next round would be very important for Team Liquid to keep online. He might go for it anyway, because it looks like he's heading over here, but I just don't think it's the right move. There's no real reason to even try suppressing the EDG economy, because it's booming.
Bro, they got almost like 8K, 7K each.
Yeah.
It's insane. The
it's
money
done.
is rolling.
And that's off the back of the Thrifty that Kang wins and just flips that economic momentum drastically. Take a look at this, though. You can see how aware they are of the different plays that Team Liquid can go for. I thought Nats was going to be the playmaker in this round. I love the way that he plays Viper on this map. He throws his orb in an unconventional spot. Haven't seen too many teams running it. It's right on that default kind of corner plant position. And it's such a great spot. You can sometimes try and play inside of it. You can use it to block sightlines to get out. You can actually play somebody in from Waterfall to backstab a C hit. And of course, Nats with his ult, again, might have been a game changer there, but perhaps just getting a little overwhelmed. Certainly that was a more explosive site exec than we've seen from EDG in a long time.
Yeah. It's a good time to change that pace. Because we've had 2 maps as well that at points, I think it'd just be putting people to sleep. Which is bizarre to say with the caliber of teams that we've got, but here we go. In the beginning, we're getting a half buy here for Team Liquid. The money is not exactly good. It's Redgar's held onto the rifle as well that was saved. He's pushed up towards Mound.
I would have liked to see him drop that over to Safe, but I do suppose that Safe has a showstopper. So you've got threats on either side of the map potentially here.
TP across. Main just being cleared out.
Makes sense that EDG would want to play this round slowly. You're anticipating some kind of trap or aggression from Liquid. It's their only real way of being able to win this round.
It's interesting that they've handed over the spike to nobody here. I thought Howlong was going to be holding on to it and was going to TP for a bit of a pivot, but...
I think a great game plan in this round would be for nobody to just rip the Seekers at about 45 seconds and follow wherever the Seekers don't go, right? That way you avoid the stack. Rip it in a spot, break the breakable door.
Here we go. 40 seconds.
Head to B.
Doors open. Yeah, which direction do you choose to go into? Straight up close. Here's a lockdown. That's going to be used to try and, again, put a stop to the tomfoolery. It will clear out a lot of the B side. They're sticking the plant.
Yeah, and still get out, because nobody was that quick.
Yeah, not going to be detained here, but flooding right back in. It's Team Liquid as well. This flank that's occurring here, sticking it down, dashing forwards! They're defusing! It's just being stuck. There's nothing to stop it. It's all over the place, Josh.
What is this round?
It's chaos.
The defuse stuck all throughout the middle of that. The pit goes up as well. And just, what am I watching?
I need like 0.25 on the final moments of there, please.
So let's break that down a little bit. Yampi uses lockdown, which allows the whole of Liquid to get into B, and they instantly get onto the defuse. You're looking at EDG like, okay, who has the post-plant utility? But there's no nanoswarms here. The nade has already been used from Smoggy, so they just need to spam it. And the spam wasn't coming through from B main. There's a pit in their face.
Yeah, man. I mean,
Liquid steal it away.
It's like a Valorant trailer. It's just, there's so much going on at once. Ult's ripped off, whatever. 4-4. What a time to do it. Gotta be feeling good about that one if you are Liquid. So, see how this one plays out once more. The orb is a bit of a nuisance here. Kang. Hoping to take the op angle. Will he be granted any sort of kill? Yes, indeed. Jiggler movement just from Red Guard there. And give Kang those opportunities, those chances, because he will take them. Cage missed there a little bit by Chichu. Too deep there, Kang. He's gone. That was from range with the Phantom. Yeah. Evened it up.
Puts a bit of a twist in the round. Smoggy's double blast pack showstopper should be able to clear so much space on this map. Nats is just holding the snakebite to stop it from getting too much value, but Smoggy doesn't even touch it.
Yeah, pathing towards it. They don't actually have a smoke towards the back of the site. Finally, it does go up. It's a little bit deep, though.
I like it from Smoggy. He holds onto that ult as long as possible to let HyperX get the plant down.
It's him playing again. Still 4 versus 4. It's planted for mound control.
And yet,
no one playing mound. Yeah, they want to play on the site. Okay, it's going to come down to the gun duels. Wider face, wider swing by Safe. He's traded, brought down, but they've already swarmed onto the site here. It's Liquid. To win out these gunfights, his gun duels, a flash repeat right through the cage. You just don't anticipate it.
Huge play. It's nobody that gets that trade kill onto Safe too. And then the flash just dismantles Team Liquid's excellent structured retake.
Watching that play out, it just feels so good for Team Liquid.
It definitely.
All together, flooding in, making sure that they hold the crossfires, winning the duels out. The trades are instantaneous, but
nobody had one shot at that.
Yeah. Goes for the pop flash play for your own cage.
This has knocked Team Liquid down onto an eco again. What a situation that EDG find themselves in.
Heavy presence. There's 3 players of Liquid playing close here. Only the Haunt that wasn't dealt with, so Red Guy is going to play the forward angle here with a Bulldog.
Team Liquid have anticipated this pivot over towards C. Safe, Soulcast, there to meet them. Soulcast has no utility and only a Sheriff. So no opportunity for C's nade combos or anything like that that could apply pressure.
Bit of clearance now towards B. Yampi would love somebody to just walk through the choke point. A bit of a lure going, but instead, no, it's going over towards C. Or is it?
EDG do not like what they just saw. Yeah. That was too much defensive utility being thrown.
Almost instantly, right into Yampi, all according to plan, or is it still? Yeah, well, spotted out. Here's Soulcast though, Sheriff. Make anything else off this one, just the 1 kill, but Kang brought down is a good one. Here's an ult being used, Nightfall scattered through, a fight to be taken, flooding all the way in, grouped up entirely, Satchel over the top, Chichu spamming. It's an ult drop down as well. Howdong repositions back towards main. So the post-plan positioning is quite nice.
There.
Soulcast may be regretting using his ultimate there because this now doesn't really feel winnable. They needed to bank on following that fatal and instantly.
There's Smoggy with a clean up. And I mean, okay.
Chichu alive.
Yeah, he just pushes right through the wall as well to take the fight to them. So 6-4.
Excellent half so far by EDG, and they have the potential to make it even more powerful. Their slow game style is working perfectly for them here on Lotus. It is, by nature, a slightly slower map. You have to respect the defenders at the start, but then you're offered a lot of map control. And it just seems to suit Howdong very well. It's an unorthodox composition. Of course, if you only watch Masters Tokyo, you haven't seen HyperX pull it out just yet. And maybe they wouldn't with something not being here. But EDG is showing you how the double duelist can work. Liquid struggling to hold on, just being unfamiliar with their opponent in map 2, map 3 seems to really be an issue for them.
It's very brave by Safe. Really just trusting in the satchels to push them back, but of course he's going to be going down there. Fight taken, Soulcast, it's up to him to hold back this onslaught. Does well to just get the 2 and get out of his life as well, so. EDG slow it down once more, reaching the minute point. 2 rounds left in this half, but see what they can get done here. Body for the ult.
Yeah, but the ult's not actually going to be great for them at this point because they've got no opportunities to pivot particularly.
Oh, here we go. Gives Howdong some info. Where could Yampi be? Bit of a bait and switch there. Horn into the back broken. You notice somebody's into tree and Lotus is there. It's a wide swing double phase. They were trying to punish this op angle. It didn't get anything. Yeah, it didn't get anything at all. There was no kill traded. In fact, a bit of fear just creeping into it. It's now a 2 versus 2. Spike not picked up. 25 seconds. How long? He knows that one player is at least towards main. Has to smoke replenish, but he doesn't wait for it to blossom. Gambi takes a fight just before then.
But this is the #1 seed from EMEA fighting for survival right now in the match. Still in the upper bracket, of course. So not a disaster for them. But right now, EDG are pushing them. This is not like map 1, where it was a 13-9, but okay, Liquid felt like they were mostly in control. There was just some big hero plays, Thrifties coming out. Team Liquid have really got their hands full dealing with what EDG are throwing at them currently.
Here.
Is there really a chance that this Cinderella run is going to continue?
Yeah, another one in this tournament.
Another one today.
We've already got EG beating Loud. Can you have 2 princesses in the castle? I don't know. I mean, it's...
I think the rest of the squad will be looking at them as 2 ugly sisters.
Right, yeah.
Especially for Liquid and Loud.
Shadows traveling. Op online. Red card with the op. Kuku was mentioning it. Will we see it in play? Well, we do for the final round of their defensive half.
Get out of my way.
He will have his hands full though if he tries to take that duel against Kang. Knives brought up, bit of extra firepower.
I've got to say, I don't quite understand the theory behind the Redgar Rob, but it was doing work for them in some of their previous games. This time, though, just being completely avoided.
I've got your trail.
Seekers used. Dash is here for Kang. Forwards and with the right click. Yampi, again, he meets his match, but it's an instantaneous workaround. Let's go on the beat. Killjoy's down. No more util to stop us. We have the site.
Spike planted.
Kaka goes pushing already, aggressive. Dynamic post plant here.
This is insane. He's doubled up. Both the duelist players just playing up close here towards heaven. Crouch peek, but you just give him a glimpse, a glimmer, the slightest of angles. Redgar does answer back, but nobody. He's just launching himself right into the smoke, jumping forwards. Redgar making plays, wider swing, wider face. It's all down to him, and he gets spammed. And so 75, that's where we find ourselves, Josh. I mean, what was map 1? 6-6. Map 2 was 6-6, I believe, when we reached this point. I mean, this is EDG with an edge, with an advantage against EMEA's #1 seed.
And so many of these rounds are Kang working things like this.
That's beautiful.
Nobody popped the Seekers from so far away that Yampi does not expect the duelist to be pushed up like this. Kang woke up map 2 and he's kept it going.
Sitting at 17-9. That's what the scoreboard's looking like. I mean, that is an outrageous performance and a half.
Energy in the Team Liquid camp normally high, but I feel like some of it might just be nervous energy, a bit antsy currently.
Yeah, you're feeling pushed, you're feeling pulled, you're feeling really, truly tested here by China. It's Edward Gaming as well with a slight lead. Let's send it down to the desk to break it all down.
Oh boy. Well, I tell you, here's the thing. This game has really been the gift that keeps on giving because
Choose your words carefully.
Yeah, I feel like you're setting up a bad joke already. I'm not excited.
But I will say this much though. It's gonna feel like that we're beating a dead horse, but we gotta have to talk about Kang again, man.
Well, it's because the horse keeps coming back to life.
Yeah, it's risen.
He continues to just take over, man. We saw it in their last round or the second to last round. I don't remember. He just makes a play by himself, right? He just plays at such an insane pace. It's ballistic. Little things like this. The fact that I believe it was round 5. He goes and gets his blades, goes aggressive, sets up the ace in the following round after getting 2 kills in the previous round. And then he gets blades again, round 7. I mean, it's just so consistent.
We're loving it, we're enjoying it, and we have to see the comparison between him and Safe.
Ooh.
Exactly what you just said, Doug. It's not only in the numbers, of course, where things are looking insane. It's the fact that he can do it by himself. He doesn't even need the rest of the team setting him up. He can take on that responsibility and actually give that mid-round call just based on the aggressiveness.
Yeah.
For example, the perfect round was the last one, where he just gets the kill onto Jumpy. No utility on B. Let's just go and plan. That's going to be easy for us.
I just like the fact that he is such a He's a player that literally he will take initiative. You give him an inch, he takes 50 miles.
But I think it's more than that. I think the mechanics come into play too, because let's be perfectly honest. If any of us are playing Jet and we're standing in a smoke with blades and we just dash out to right-click somebody who's there, guess what?
Speak about yourself,
we're good.
Okay?
Sorry, you're right. Bio would hit it. GB, we would miss.
We would miss it.
He does not.
This kid is out of this world, but how does Team Liquid turn this around?
I mean, I think they can, especially now that we're moving on to the second half. Let's see how that double duelist can transform in the defense.
Well, you heard from Kukuka. We'll see how this is going to play out and send it back over to Brennan Sideshow.
I was taking a glimpse and a glimmer as well of those coach cams, and you know, Emil's all smiles as well coming into this. Despite the 2-round deficit that's currently leading, it is worth pointing out, Lotus does trend attack-sided, so I think Liquid are feeling confident that they can rally back.
Yeah, with a pistol under their belt, anything is possible. Team Liquid themselves trend attack-sided on this map too. It's not just about Lotus.
Prowler's good for that. Make sure to take out some of these strips in a fight taken towards the back. Nobody not shying away.
Get safe
to the corner. Nate's doing a bit of damage, but that is a weird way to peek that. Soulcast all the way through. This way, that way. Safe is here. All the way in the air with the right clicks. Kankan brings down Safe. The dash is there still. They've completely given up an idea of a post-plant setup as well. Nobody's really playing this one. Gliding past with the frenzy. Spamming away. Util has been pulled out, but everybody's playing through main as a reflank attempt as well. Redgar is in that connector, pushing forwards. Ships in the night, Rudy. Smokes. Redgar is spotted out, and Howdong's left to just 47 health. The paranoia makes his life a misery. How do you play this? No chance in hell, not with that crossfire setup that they had. So Liquid getting a pistol, Josh. It's an important one, and it could set them on a bit of a lead.
The desk were asking Safe to step up, and on the attack side, that's really where I feel like, actually, both sides of Haven, he was spectacular, but being able to entry in the previous 2 maps that we've seen, Safe looks excellent. He does it here. He delivers them 2 really crucial kills that open the doorway for Team Liquid, and EDG couldn't particularly respond. You've got to imagine that EDG are going to be picking up the operator pretty heavily onto Kankan. On defense, Smoggy's going to be the one rotating around. Kankan thought about picking up a Sheriff in this round, but he goes for the Shorty instead. Just keep an eye on that guy's economy, because it's going to indicate when things might start to get slightly more difficult for Liquid. This round should be a little bit of a gimme.
EDG just trying to spot out as well where the hit might land, see if they can over-rotate. Stop it in its tracks. They are currently stacked up over towards C.
A little tap of the spike there from Redgar, seeing if there was a trap play ready to pop. It's very common that teams run those. Cover going out. I'm talking about this round being a bit of a gimme. Obviously, it may not be. We've seen EDG come out with some ridiculous stuff. I think a lot of the EMEA fans may have been considering this game to be a bit of a gimme as well, and it has been anything but. I mean, since about, you know, that second half of Split, tendrils of doubt, perhaps.
Oh, yeah, for
Grab and
sure.
hold.
I mean, like I said, a lot of the common narrative swirling around Liquid that they still have something to prove, which is bizarre, considering they're the #1 seed coming out of EMEA.
But I think I would agree with it too. It's not like they were the dominant team throughout the regular season, and I'm still not sure what to think about them watching this game.
Yeah.
I'm loving some of the stuff that they do, but we've seen some weird moments too. We may not have our answer even at the end of this match. But they're dealing with the threats here.
Yeah. Like you said, should be a clean one. Easy win. Smoggy, he's too low here. He'd love to go down to the spike, but yeah, okay. He's given a kill. I mean, he takes out Soulcast.
He'll take that one.
Interesting. All right, 7-7, evened up, and as we said, the map does trend attack side of Team Liquid with this double controller comp as well. The trouble for EDG, what they're going to be running into, is if they do try and get, you know, an op online on the defensive side, if they want to try and lean into that for Kang, the double controller they've got is very good at trying to deal with that. I mean, you cut off the angles in many ways.
And also, Soulcast is going to be using his Haunt into positions that are very high up and far away from the normal crosshair placement of an operator player. So unless you're having somebody break those Haunts for you constantly, it's going to be tough. Same kind of flow to this round. And we get Howdong posted up on top of Rubble. This causes Team Liquid to more actively go and take some mound control, a little quicker with their map control than we saw from EDG.
Here.
But a similar threat to deal with if they go back into A.
Just a re-clearance into mid as well. I think there might be some danger for Yampy while this hit also starts to come through, because yeah, Dog chasing away. Smoggy clean to set himself up, the satchel. No easy fight, no clean fight for Yampy.
That's an excellent entry, and that's how you want to be taking fights sometimes on the Rays. And now it looks like they're heading back into Haodong.
Here we go.
I thought they'd just end up committing C there. The Prowlers are so good at getting rid of trips.
There is a Haunt.
That's a lineup for Rubble.
Yeah, lineup will land. They also have a Haunt that's quite nice to clear a lot of this. The Prowler drops down, so they're going to start to make it feel like there's a lot of presence towards
What a call by Redgar.
Yeah.
The fake re-clear of Haodong sets them back up to pop into C. Now, it's not like they were trying to get rid of Nanoswarms. Killjoy's not on the other side there. They don't have to worry about snake bites. In theory, C should be easy unless there's a stack, and Redgar's calling completely mitigates it. Beautiful round from Redgar, and potentially safe for one of the others that tends to call those mid-rounds.
Maneuvered that so nicely. Coverage is there as well into the smokes. Nobody's just staring at a boombot, trying to deal with it as the smoke fades away.
That is beautiful.
It's all come together. And this is a bonus round for Liquid. More than happy with it.
We may well look back at this match, in fact, and think of this as being the round that turned it for Liquid. Because this is going to rip the economy so heavily in Team Liquid's favor and set themselves up from being down 5-7 at the half to being the team in control. Well in control.
Yeah. Really nice call with a macro play this round, but see if Smoggy can get out with the rifle. Safe is holding and watching. Not a chance. In fact, Redgar is going to be able to find himself an upgrade. So the lead is gained here for Team Liquid. Just by one, but
normally when you see these Cypher comps played, I say normally, in the very rare instances where you see these Cypher comps played on Lotus, I'm thinking back to the HyperX VODs that I've watched of them playing in Pacific. They use very nerdy kill trip setups where there isn't too much on the other teams usually to deal with it. The way that Team Liquid, the way that Fnatic, the way that the top teams in EMEA tend to play this is with the Prowlers. And the Prowlers are so good at clearing those trips.
Yeah.
So that's going to put a huge amount of pressure on Shishu going up in a match against his hero, Nats, to have any level of impact on this defense side.
this arena is really starting to feel like a bit of a pressure cooker. Every map, teams are being pushed. Here, map 3, just Cider. Admittedly, not an elimination game, you know. We're out of that territory for now. You get a bit of a breather, a bit of a break as we head into that top 8, but really the competition just gets hotter and hotter. The teams better and better. EDG forced to now make some adjustments and adaptations. One of the things that, you know, you were talking about the Cypher trips and the kill trips, they get cleared by the Prowlers, Josh. You see teams do is they just run it a bit further back. You know, the common pathing of where a Prowler might land, they just, you know, use it essentially for kill trips when teams try to scale into the second level of a site or wherever else. So
you look at what Chichu's got working with. He's got both of those trips and both of those cages, but he's not going to want to invest them this round because it's just a full eco. That's the value of Team Liquid's attack side calling in that prior.
A lot of disrespect.
Here.
Look how good the snake bites and the Viper utility are, though, on this map.
What is he playing at here? The orb's down. Let's watch.
He's got him.
He did get Nats.
He's got Nats.
Brought him down. Yampy was supposed to be holding that smoke in case it ended up happening. So, 4. All it takes is a few more openings, and suddenly we're looking at a different turn of events. Jump spot on either side. Camera up top as well. This will see any contact plays.
I have the spike. They've got a Season 8 duo. They would usually have snake bites. It is difficult to hard anchor this.
Oh yeah, that nade is fantastic. Bounce against the wall just in case Chichu was playing there. Nobody pushing through the smoke, trying to make something of it. He's removed. But yeah, that's an amazing nade. They can hear either the cam or that's some indicator of it.
I don't know how EDG are going to hold on to C. Just in theory, this composition looks so weak at being able to handle that area. They've got cam for contact, but unless they stack players over there, they're going to need info very early on in order to do that effectively. There's no snake bites, no nanoswarms, no way that teams are normally going to use to keep people out. Perhaps putting an operator over on that line is going to be helpful. Seems like a good solve.
Yeah, it could be.
But again, if you're going to op down towards C, you need to be able to break Soulcast's haunt, and he's got 3 or 4 different positions that you can throw it. A couple that stick into walls that are really annoying. One on top of the box.
Let's start this party.
Here we go now. Potentially a play. Forwards towards the choke point. Seeing a paranoia, that's going to be sent flying. That's intended to actually catch the player who was satcheling. It does, onto safe. So he was blinded up, doesn't know where these players are currently operating at. Nanoswarm at the back! Smoggy's disrespecting it, but a reset here. Nobody with the aim. Smoke drops right in time for Safe to take the clean fight.
Meanwhile, Redgar up into spawn. I mean, Redgar's in one spawn, Kangkang's in the other. Chaos, anarchy in the round.
Insane, and it's watchful by Soulcast, of course. Kangkang goes for it. The jump spot around Safe shuts him down.
You're asking Safe to step up. Look at what he's delivered for them so far in this half. Exactly when his team needs it. He's just muscling his way through.
Chichu, the pressure, the responsibility on his shoulders because he wants to go for this. He really does.
There he is again.
He ends up falling, though. Oh, carrying the Odin into the next. That's 10-7 for Team Liquid. And it feels like, again, Josh, that turning point. You know, we were talking about it all the way back when. One round that they ended up winning off that macro call on the bonus. The economy is flourishing for Liquid. They have all the momentum behind them now. It's a team that's really playing indicative, I think, of the seeding that they've come into here. EMEA's first.
Yeah, this attack side, you're really seeing why Team Liquid are trophy lifters. Last time they won a trophy in EMEA, it was a different roster, but Yampi and Soulcast were both still there. They ended up placing 4th in a tournament. They've done it before as well when they've won LCQ and placed deep into tournaments.
Yeah. Forgetting about most recently.
Pardon?
EMEA as well.
Right.
Yeah.
But we've yet to see where they're going to place in terms of that global follow-up.
The international performance.
And that's what's eluded Liquid, to be honest. But this roster, something feels a little different with Safe at the helm.
The extra firepower. Everybody else is firing as well. This team is dangerous, you know.
And that might seem a bit strange to talk about extra firepower when it was Scream at the helm of the previous one. He's an incredible aimer, but Safe's just so intelligent with his way of thinking about the game. What's Redgar up to?
I think he suspects that there's a cam on the
right,
wall, right? So he's just trying to spam it out.
A sensible position for the cam, for sure.
Yeah, I suppose. Pushing forward, it's a bit of a bait and switch. I think Redgar was calling, like trying to fake that C pressure. Can't TP in time. Here's the rocket, Safe right in their face. One to respond, one in kind. Smoggy takes himself out. Not before bringing down Soulcast, but 2v3s is really winnable. 3-2-1 double phase. Still, Nas is just disrespecting them. He had the dart in the entire time. Wanted to try and take a clean fight, but they handed over a gun. Flash through, doesn't connect. Spam down. Redgar, he claims it.
Safe there again once more, making sure that none of these rounds slip through the cracks. Team Liquid are now 2 rounds away from being able to advance, play against Evil Geniuses, and knock EDG down a peg. Not a single defensive round has been won here by the double duelist composition. They just can't figure out a way of being able to deal with the slow, methodical map control. It's constant pressure coming out from Team Liquid. This is what their composition thrives on. You're going to see an op head-to-head in this round as we tick things down.
It's for Liquid to be placed on that bomb. Round.
Nats has gone through. Love the timing from Nats.
Movement is lovely, but these walls, surely they're going to be falling. Onto the angle. What is going on in mid while this has happened? Through. These walls, surely they're going to be falling. Onto the angle. What is going on in mid while this has happened? Lovely timing from Nats. Movement, pushing them all the way through. Safe wants to take a fight with it, though. Gets his kill. B-site completely cleaned out. It just feels inevitable.
Oh, no.
It just feels inevitable. Kang. timing was there for him to potentially get a kill, but everybody has to play out of it. Now trying to, again, flip back into this. Okay, nobody. Smoke at least a flash at his feet. Nanoswarm's there, though. Enough to delay. Surely, time is not there for him. 42. Health on board. Tap onto the defuse as well, realizes it. Couldn't play it, and he's even going to go down to the spike, yep. This is sheer domination on this half for Liquid. Complete control, Josh.
This is what you're looking for. If you've got Liquid up at the top, if you saw what they did in EMEA and were thinking, we need them to replicate that at a global event, this is their time. These are the moments, these are the halves that you're looking for them to be able to reproduce. It's just been excellent stuff. None of the fumbles, none of the wiggles that we saw from them earlier on in this match. All of the consistency. Safe has gone from being bottom of the scoreboard at the halftime to being right back up at the top. 20 kills in 20 rounds.
One more step is all they need to get over that finish line. Lock up this match all the way through. Already into B. Red Guy is standing in a nano swarm. Nats has fallen relatively early. Red Guy swinging forwards, taking a fight and spam through the box. It's that reclaimant of the B main control. Fight here from nobody. He loses it.
Safe can't lose. Every fight he's taking.
He is popping off. Soulcast looking to try and catch that. Oh, Kang saw him. He saw him, but still took his sightline off of him for a moment. Still, Satchel through. The spike's been planted. There's a showstopper potential in play. Safe's got it, now letting it loose. Rocket firing past, not sure where that one landed. A bit of a reload as well, and reposition. EDG, they got the player advantage, but Safe is still alive. Smoggy lands a shot. And finally a round on the board. On the defensive side here for EDG, just in time.
The first one that they've been able to put together in this entire half. And really it comes off the back of fighting. EDG's composition isn't good enough to just sit there slowly and absorb aggression. So they chose to push through the rotating door, C to B, fight it, force reactions out from Liquid, and see if they can basically thrive in the chaos. How much longer can they keep that up for? Can they find those timings again? They need 4 in a row after only getting 1 so far.
Let's see what they're capable of. Little Satchel across to the horn. Clears out A main almost instantly. Kang was holding a slide off angle, hoping that maybe you could catch somebody lurking, but give it up.
Here.
Smokes are propped up for now. Team Liquid just happy to take this A main control. Keeping Redgar pushed up deep into B main. He's going to be able to hit his Trailblazer.
Here.
Not willing to slow it. Just a tad. The overall pace and expectations of this round. Okay. Jump spot. Redgar did call that it could have been pushed through onto C. Nobody's deep Trailblazer. Here's a horn. Pretty far back, actually. Should be clearing a lot of that, so.
Nats is in such a deep position. I wonder if he's got a pit prepped. Has Nats got some kind of Viper pit lineup that spills out into B here?
EDG are just left reeling here. They have a really difficult grasp of what's going on. Doors opened up. Kang, time to step up, son. Maybe do something about it! Right through the wall, claims a second. Here's the knives, here's the dash. And now it's Liquid. Gonna run their way into B, get that plan down, but guess what? Kang is not messing around, he's feeling it. Fight taken, nobody's still there, scrambling with 12 seconds in the round. Redgar. Flash doesn't connect here, 10 seconds remaining. Spike out in the open, dropped into the pit. It's a Colosseum with Redgar as a gladiator, but not enough time to get the plan down. It's a lost round immediately. EDG. They get another one. It took everything out of Kang.
And 5 opportunities slipped down to 3 for Team Liquid to close this out.
30 seconds.
Their match points. Not in a desperate situation just yet. But what felt absolutely inevitable is now being contested just a tad. The economy's still in a good spot for teams. Bit of barking. See if you can get the energy back up and close this thing out. EDG have clearly made an adjustment here, and it seems to be to try and find the timings mid to late in the half.
It's a bit more loose, isn't it?
Yeah.
You know, the door opens up, somebody takes a pee. Kang in that instance as well getting his 2, but
I feel like those loose plays though, how are they gonna win every time?
Yeah, is it gonna be consistent? That's the question, because I mean, you're gonna have to pull out multiple rounds like that to try and knock at the door of Liquid. You might be getting ahead of yourselves there, to be honest.
Getting very ahead of yourself.
Yeah. Job's not done, job's not finished, because it's Liquid still with just one more step to take. They've locked up this series. That's what the timeout's for now. Yeah, but it doesn't really feel like a big, you know, macro overhaul with EDG with the way they're playing. It just feels a lot more individual focus, fights to be taken all over the place.
That's what they're going to have to rely on. At some point here too, this pit is going to go down from Nats, and it's going to make things extremely difficult for EDG. And if you've seen some chaos and anarchy in the map so far, just wait until no one can see each other.
Flash is bad, actually gets caught into the corner there. Really not able to dead it. Here's a re-clearance. Paranoia, satchel up, top and across. They really are keen to take these fights, you can feel it.
I'm amazed that nobody only took a fraction of damage there.
Just the exchange of utility. Doesn't have any flashes available in his back pocket. Fully grouped up from Liquid. Jump spotting from on top of the boxes. And they are just waiting it out. It looks like they have a bit of a util combo. Sokas has his C's. Anybody opting to use it? No, just brute force, barreling through with the weapons. Large advantage for them.
But they know that almost everybody is here. I mean, the snake bite even getting used tells them that Nats isn't lurking up on A, and it's going to allow Kang to move forwards. I like that EDG are clearly communicating things effectively. But it does put things down, potentially into Kang's hands.
Yeah, maybe. Bit of presence into C, jump spot.
Good awareness.
Yeah. Kang's going to be noted. Backs himself away, doesn't want to give away his life, but yeah, it's going to be
30 seconds.
They're trying the same thing as they did on the bonus. Putting that fake re-clear over towards Rubble, pivoting to C. They're hoping that Shishu and nobody have left. They're here.
Yeah, here we go. Sending it flying. Ult's committed into the cage. Nobody has to hold down the line, and so does Shichu. Beams down 2, the turret doing damage. Yami's still alive and kicking Haodong. Lays it down with a level of spray. With the Phantom, that's enough to just put a stop to this entirely. Team Liquid potentially overcooking it. 12 to 10. EDG clawing their way potentially to OT.
Rather than saying Team Liquid cooked it, I think you've got to give credit to EDG in that situation, because the same kind of macro pathing worked incredibly well for Redgar in round 15. And then here, the adjustment from EDG is to not believe the pressure coming towards Kang and just hold your ground on C still.
Yeah.
Don't over-rotate. You know what Team Liquid are capable of. I mean, God, you lost 7 rounds to it.
2 more chances. 2 more chances. Liquid, obviously, the string of rounds that they ended up to win, they do have the money to get the buy together at this point.
Shishu used his cam in C. Redguard's sticking around in this area, probably thinking about the fact that they're gonna have to break it in order to win the macro game. Look at the information that Cam is getting them. Everybody on EDG leaning over towards A and B. Literally not a soul on C.
Typical util being used by Team Liquid. There's a snake bite overhead. You know that A main's clear. Next level to it. Maybe going in a different direction. Seekers are online though, so EDG going to be using those. A couple getting caught at the little door.
And breaking it, in fact.
Break it, yeah.
This one, a slow round, but one in which the cam has just stayed up the entire time.
My camera is destroyed.
Now the cam gets broken, and with that being at 40 seconds, it's gonna draw people away.
30
All
seconds
picked up though.
left.
Yampi's got a lockdown. How do they want to play this one? Door was broken prior from the Seekers. Here's a Paranoia.
No Odin.
Yeah, no Odin spam. Still in the tree! Watch for, and here's the collapse, EDG. Kang still alive, into the back. Viper's Pit finally dropped here. And where's going to be the convergence? 14 seconds left. The plant needs to be stuck, but every angle needs to be watched for. The plant is denied. Nats is there, bit of spam and spray and pray over the top with the shorties. Missed him though. Oh my goodness, and time has run far too short. We'd have to take Soulcast to kill all 3, and it can't be done. What was 5 attempts, 5 chances to close out this series has now just come down to 1.
And now I think they're overcooking it, Bren. I mean, that round, they knew the cam was there on C the entire time. And then they break it and decide to hit into A. To some degree, I like the idea, but they just didn't have enough control over towards the A side of the map. They picked up the orb for lockdown way too late because they were planning to use it for post-plant, presumably.
Nice!
Heavy breath.
Yeah, you gotta catch your breath.
I mean, they can feel it. The string of rounds that both of these teams have put together in the second half is unbelievable. 7 in a row, then 4 in a row to come back. And we're going into the last round of regulation one way or another. I mean, have Edward Gaming played any overtimes at this event? Have they played any overtimes at any global events before? Because I can't remember.
They're certainly going to be well versed in it if it does end up going to OT. No strangers to that level of play when it gets to that point. Not at all.
And whereas I felt like Safe was absolutely dominating from rounds 13 to 19 as, you know, Team Liquid came online coming out of the pistol round, he's quietened down. We haven't seen that same explosive performance because I feel like Liquid are really trying to run fakes and push and pull rather than just setting Safe up to frag. And that's opened the door for Kankan, Smoggy, you know, other people on EDG to have big performances because they're not just getting a raise thrown into their face. It would be a gutsy call.
Okay. Showstopper off the rip with the paranoia to clear all the way through here.
Talk about gutsy calls.
I mean, Smoggy is just going for this one. It's a tight squeeze as well, straight through the middle of B. The rocket went flying. Kills waiting to be found, Kang. Of course he takes the fight.
That's the spike.
Corner all the way back. That is the spike that needs to be reinforcements, and here it is. Redgar trying to take advantage of the chaos. He pushed up all the way into C and pays for it with his life. Kanga's still there. The dash, disengage once more. Tap of the rifle. Sees, connects. It's down and still lays claim to it. It's a one-on-one.
And they know that Chishu was over towards C. He was the player that killed Redgar. Solkas, he's concerned slightly that somebody could be stairs, but he's going to meet the trip.
Trip's there.
Doesn't slow him down enough. Solkas will still have an opportunity to reposition in this 1v1. The pressure on both of these players is insane.
Both low enough. What's it going to come down to? The position is chosen. Solkas. His claim to the back of pit. Chichu making sure to clear most of this one. He has a bit of time. He knew it was going to be for the A plant.
Shishu has been so clutch at global events, whereas Solkas, he's had his moments that have been absolute nightmares. This would be such redemption.
To gamble, but time needs to be played here. You're running out of it, Chichu. You're really rapidly running out of it. He doesn't know where it's played for. He was hoping for a chance, an opportunity. Swinging wide, and Solkas shuts it down. It's 13-11 in the final moments here of this series. Team Liquid is shut down the scrappy upstarts of Edward Gaming.
An absolute relief on all of the faces there of the Team Liquid players. Redgar going over and showing exactly what it means as Solkas picks it up. Hugs all round for their player that wins the 1v1 and saves them from having to go into overtime. Because EDG had started to figure something out towards the end of Lotus there. Oh, yeah. A narrow escape, frankly, for the #1 seed from EMEA. But also, we got to see some amazing stuff from them. Some spectacular rounds, fantastic game plans, enormous moments, monster plays from Safe in particular, and yet also a bit of spaghetti.
It was a little bit all over the place at times.
I still don't know what to think about this Liquid team, but I'm going to enjoy them playing against Evil Geniuses so much. Both of the teams from Americas and EMEA that have recently taken the scalp of the kind of big dogs in the region. The teams that made finals of Lock-In.
See how they clash as well a little bit later on, but full congratulations here for Team Liquid. They were pushed, don't get me wrong, listen, a lot of close maps here.
And EDG will still have their chances in the tournament. They already made it out of groups. They accomplished their goal, made playoffs, upper bracket. gives them another life. Kankan did everything he could, by the way. 30 kills, 350 ACS in this map, 12 first bloods.
12 first bloods is absolutely insane.
He had as many first bloods as everybody else combined.
Yeah, okay. When you phrase it like that, yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
That ain't bad. And I'm not just talking about on his team, I'm talking about everyone else in the server combined.
Really was taken over at times, yeah.
But I think that shows you what Liquid are capable of. They're a team that even if one person goes crazy against them, they've actually got the team play and the game plan to be able to still work around it. And this one was very close. We could easily have been saying the opposite, that Kankan carried his team to a victory, etc. But at the end of the day, it's fine margins that make the difference.
Absolutely. What a tournament we've had so far as well. The playoffs no different, man. Masters Tokyo has been living up to the hype. Competition almost even across the board. You never really know what's going to be happening on a moment's notice. Still plenty more, of course, as well to come. But the matches are still early days. They're not even in the elimination portion yet of the playoffs.
No. And both of these teams have more to give.
Yeah. We'll be seeing them, of course, a little bit deeper. Highlights really just showcasing what's on display here between these two teams. That's going to do it for the series of the day. Go to a short break on the other side of things, of course, send it down to the desk to close us out for the day. Don't go anywhere.
A nail-biter of a series that literally went down to a 50-50 on both sides. And, well, the odds were just slightly in the favor of Solkis there at the end. What an incredible game that was. And I gotta say, just credit to EDG for bringing it back and making it competitive, Doug. That was mind-blowing.
Even the play call at the end in the very last round to send 4, 2 through mid and 2 through A main to fight an attacker spawn, man. Like, forget, yeah, you lost, but they went out the EDG way, and I respect that so much.
Yeah. They're not out, yeah.
Oh, they're not out.
We're talking about the Cinderella story being the surprise of the tournament, and if that has to happen, it has to be through the lower bracket because we love the lower bracket runs.
That's true. It is more interesting.
Yeah.
I think, you know, EDG just, no, let's not take anything away from Team Liquid real fast because, honestly, top to bottom, all of those players put up numbers. They popped off. Actually, Safe is one of the guys that we definitely want to highlight because he just had a great game. He had a good series across the board. But I think it's also just important to note here, Kakuka, that really what it boiled down to was just Liquid going back to the fundamentals of what worked because they realized that EDG were just going to full send against them numerous rounds in a row.
Honestly, respect to Safe. I saw him buying the shorty multiple occasions, and actually he died trying to get those kills, so he has my respect. But I think that the conversation has to be around all the top-tier Jets, duelist, the Chamber at the time that he was, you know, the main duelist. He wants to be in that conversation. We have had the Yays, the Durkas, the Zeniths. He wants to be up there. He needs to start building it now in Liquid. And having this debut at Masters, I think you cannot ask for anything better.
That's very true. It was a great way to start things off.
I mean, it was exceptional. The second half, and honestly, we said this a few times, now that I think about it throughout the series, we said a few times, the guy just took over. Yeah. And he took over in the second half on Lotus, and yeah, when you're winning, what was that, 8 rounds in a row? Yeah, your numbers, 7, 8 rounds?
Maybe.
Your numbers are going to look good, and boy, did his look good.
Yeah, they really did. Even though, you know, even as wild was just the fact that we're talking a lot about Safe, but like this easily could have just been us just going nuts about Concon as well, right?
Oh, yeah.
Just such a series. We'll talk more about that in a moment here, but for now, we actually have Yinsu standing by for our Verizon post-match interview. Who you got over there? Oh, hey, look at that snap.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. I cannot believe that I'm standing with Nats at a Master event again on the stage. It's been such a long time, Nats. The last time you played a Masters, we didn't even have a crowd. So talk to me how it feels to be back and to play in front of this Japanese crowd.
I mean, the last time when I was on Masters, it was 2021, right?
Yeah.
So now I'm playing in front of 2,000 people. It's incredible. Like, the funny thing that how it was before for me, you're watching to the monitor, you're watching over the monitor, you only see the faces of the opponents. Now you see all of that arena. It's incredible when you watch to all of the people, and all of that people came to support us, to support the opponent's team. It's a very good feeling.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are here to support you as well. And again, the last time you were here, you didn't get to play against a team like EDG. I don't think you've ever really played against a team like EDG before. When we were talking before this interview, you were telling me, oh, Concon, you know, that guy's kind of good. So talk me through what it was like to play against him today.
I mean, what's the biggest difference between him and the other duelist people? That, for example, in the attack side, he's the only person who is contact everything with the AWP, and I'm not gonna say that I was scared, but it was the first player that I was even thinking to how to play against. Like, I was playing against a lot of very, very good people. Maybe it's because I'm playing in my region and I know most of them, but he was the first one who I was like, okay, I have to create a plan against him. He is a very, very good player. Well, and the rest of the team is like, they deserve to be here. They deserve to participate in the playoffs. I mean, they did a great job, and they keep going, and they keep gonna show something incredible in the lower bracket.
Yeah, I mean, I think your plan definitely worked. You guys managed to win. I also gotta say, Nads, Killjoy, EMEA, we saw it, grand finals, you brought it out. I didn't think that you were gonna carry on doing this here at Masters. So what's going on? You know, are you a Killjoy main now?
I mean, I like Killjoy. To be honest, if they want me to, if everyone wants to see me on Killjoy on every map, I can play Killjoy every map. It all depends from Redgar and Emil now. Oh. I'm having fun of playing Killjoy.
I mean, it's pretty fun to watch you. So I'm very, very quickly, your next opponent, EG, another team that's kind of on a Cinderella story. Are you guys going to be the Dream Crushers? You know, what do you think of EG?
I mean, feels like EG in prime right now, but we're gonna keep doing the same things as we always do. We're gonna hard prepare for that opponents. We're gonna do everything what we can. We're gonna put all of our energy to that match, as we always do. So for us, it's nothing gonna change, and we'll see what's gonna happen on the stage.
Well, it's going to be a crazy game for sure. Thank you very much, Nats, for joining me. Of course, we're going to see you again as you head up against EG. I'm going to throw this back to Golden Boy and the desk to close out the show.
Thank you so much for that, Yinsu, and always a pleasure to hear from Nats, and a lot of respect given to EDG, and I kind of think you have to, Kukuka.
Yes.
After they pushed you to the near brink, and even at the final moments of the game showed absolutely zero fear.
And now it's a bunch of teams that can back up for that. Yeah, we know what it is to be on the server against them. Happy to hear Nats talking about the killjoy. We saw Yampi there, and we saw how much he was struggling against Kankan time and time again. Maybe that's a change that they want to do, but going back to EDG, they're playing loud next, isn't it?
Yeah.
They're going from the champion of EMEA to the champion of...
Yeah, but you know what? I kind of like EDG, man. Like, I feel like they just play with not a care in the world.
I just know the matchup is going to be insane. We're talking about Kangkang versus Aspas on the international stage. It doesn't get any better than that.
Oh, man, my body is ready. I just want to just lay there and then just let it happen to me. You know, that's all I want. Just let it happen to me. That being said, something that we did see happen to all of us was our HyperX reflex moment of the day. That's a transition. As we go to EG all the way back, because look at this boy jog. Look at this boy jog right here. Look at this. Look at this.
I was in makeup and I had to stop doing it.
When this happened, I thought, look, check it out, right? He backs away and he goes, sponsorship, boom, nailed it, right? Like, that was it.
He was doing it for the people, man.
HyperX.
He's got to get the content.
Jogamo did that specifically for HyperX.
It was actually so funny to see.
Oh, no. Oh, the reaction on both sides.
Oh, yeah, on both. He's like puts his hands in his face. You see, I believe it was Les who sits next to him and just goes, you learned? Did you learn? Did you get it?
It be like that sometimes.
It do be that way sometimes.
It really do be like that. All right, well, this is I haven't really gotten a chance to close out the show, so this is exciting. I want to check out the bracket and where we are right now on the show, because you're right. We talked about the games earlier, Kukuka, and what's going to end up happening. You see it there at the bottom. EDG takes on Loud, but this sets up Team Liquid versus Evil Geniuses. And then, of course, we have some great matches along the horizon. Fnatic versus NRG. Words elude me. But what doesn't elude me is that X is going to give it to you, baby. HyperX taking on DRX. It's going to be amazing. I cannot wait. People probably hated me for that, though.
Bro, we've had 2 DRX references on the... DMX references on the desk. Forget it. We're alphabeting our way out of this. We've got to get out of here. But just very quickly, Fnatic and RG. The fact that we've been playing this game as long as we have, for as prolific as both of them are, and for us never to have had that before.
Mini versus Chet, Boaster versus Finesse. I am so happy that is finally happening.
Yeah, that matchup is going to be stupendous. And we genuinely had some phenomenal games today. You know, I think when you look back at it, you're going to see like, oh, man, what happens to Loud here? What's going to happen with EDG? The good news is you don't have to wait that long, baby, because those games are going to be coming very soon. That and so much more here in Tokyo. It has been an absolute blast. We thank you so much for watching today. I want to thank Doug as well as Kukuka, the entire talent team, production and back for killing it as always. And we'll see you guys next time right here, same time, same place for more Masters Tokyo. See you soon.
A familiar matchup to kickstart the playoff stage. The stakes are so much higher. EG, they made it here in immaculate form, but in the past, it was always Loud that stopped them.
Loud starting to get dangerous here. Demon 1, shot and a half. This guy is monstrous. Let's try to buy some time. He's got 2 by his side as well. This is very nice. Beautiful from Loud. Nice. Stunning shutdown of that. Punishing 2. Kalanzine there, but Demon 1 closing the gap though. You got to respect this man. A danger! A danger through and through. Demon 1 is in the server. Beautiful from EG, holding on to this Cinderella run now.
Where did Jorgamo get that Sheriff kill from?
Heating up now, Saka, Jorgamo in the 1v1. Jorgamo's got him. EG up to 5. Yeah, they're peeling away. They're falling off, but this gonna catch the cross. Great shot from Kalanzine. Oh, incredible from Kalanzine.
What is that?
applying that attention's coming through from short. Ethan needs to go big, and he does! Ethan! Oh, what a time for him to be doing this!
Come on, that's fine for trade.
Needs more. Oh, Chocobo! The dream continues here in Tokyo. EG shatter loud. That's not just a win, Mike. They devastated them.
EDG idolizes Team Liquid, but sometimes those idols need to fall. And for Team Liquid, they need to hold true, because if they don't, well, they will prove the doubters wrong. EDG versus Team Liquid. This matchup has all the makings to be a banger.
Doesn't actually det it though, just forces a couple of these lines and the angles here. Soulcast with the rifle, resetting Chichudo, cleaned up and traded. Half onto the defuse, that's already in, but he's on 20 health, will fall. Half onto it, over the top with the shorty. Left his way into the back of the side. He sees the barrel, doesn't land the shot though. Map 1. Team Liquid lock it up, 13-9.
No cheesecake. No steak, no cheesecake.
Ah, he's not gonna go with it. I appreciate it. Both cages used for the reposition. Oh, Kang is not letting him escape. Regar, he just wants to take the fight up. No util. Smoggy has just ripped 3 of them out. Damage done, safe with the movement. There's a heal online. Smoggy, just ridiculous. Putting on an absolute show. Shut down EDG, they find their footing on map number 2. Satchel trying to take a good fight through the smoke now. This one's going to be fading. Satchel, double face, Howdong's there. Reactions, that is EDG. Feeling empowered, feeling fired up. Whoa, okay.
He's completely alone here, just taking duels.
It's an aim lance routine. Give him the ace, why not? That was a half-fire round, and there you go. Okay, stand up, take a bow. Applaud yourself. By Soulcast, of course. Kanga goes for it. The jump spot around safe shuts him down.
Safe there again, once more, making sure that none of these rounds slip through the cracks.
It's 13-11. In the final moments here of this series, Team Liquid, they shut down the scrappy upstarts of Edward Gaming.
Let's go, boys! Let's go!
Let's
go!
Your flash.
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
Thinking you got the last laugh. Your love is a man to doubt. It's true, I can live without you. I've a day in and I'm down in the city. We're done playing around. It's true, better off as two. I will never run away. I need to stay, holding on to the air with every breath I take. I will never run away. I need to stay, holding on to the air with every breath I take. that day.